also
it is a privilege truly for Kenya and TESPOC to welcome all of you to the African Internet Summit 2026 in Nairobi. It's been a while since we had this gathering, and we are really honored that you could be the first conveners after a very long time.
Africa's internet future demands an effort by Africa, a strong and purposeful collaboration, not just among governments and regulators, but also among operators, academia, and civil society.
Today, Kenya has 84.1 million active mobile subscription, 62.6 million mobile data subscription, 52.85 million mobile broadband subscription, and more than 50 million smartphones connected to the mobile networks. Our mobile money ecosystem has grown to more than 53 million active subscriptions, confirming that digital platforms are now central to trade, payments, and financial inclusion.
One of our focuses is also to encourage participation of African CCTLDs within the ICANN ecosystem, specifically in the country code name supporting organization. And we have the largest participation after Asia and Europe, having 40 CCTLDs from Africa as active members of the country code name supporting organization within ICANN.
AFNOG is a collaborative forum that brings together internet operators, network engineers, researchers, educators, policymakers, and ICT professionals to exchange knowledge and address the technical challenges associated with building, operating, and securing IP networks across Africa.
We have around 36 members from 36 different countries. Right now, there are 60 different internet exchange points in Africa from 42 cities that has a capacity of around 10 terabits per second. And that is based only on about 13 internet exchange points that are updating their data through the IXDV. And right now, there are over 2,000 connections in terms of peering in Africa.
Or known as AFNOG. And for more than 2 decades, AFNOG has played a vital role in developing the technical expertise, operational excellence, and collaborative spirit that contribute to strengthen the internet infrastructure across Africa. Behind every network, every internet exchange point, every service provider, every online service, are dedicated professionals who work tirelessly to keep Africa connected. AFNOG has been instrumental in building their skills, their knowledge, and the community that support these efforts across the continent. Today's program brings together network engineers, operators, cybersecurity experts, researchers, industry leaders to discuss the technology challenges and opportunities shaping Africa's internet future. From network resilience and routing security to emerging technologies and operational best practices, the conversations today are going to be critical for the continued growth of our digital ecosystem. Whether you're joining us for the first time, joining us online or physically, or even if this is your first AFNOG session, I encourage you to engage actively, to ask questions, share experiences, and connect with fellow participants. Once again, welcome to AFNOG Day, at AIS 26, we wish you a productive and engaging and inspiring day today. At this point, I will welcome Mr. Alain Aina to kick off the session. Thank you, Alain.
Yeah, good morning, bonjour tout le monde. Merci d'être présent. Nous allons commencer, comme nous avons dit hier, par une des présentations que nous n'avons pas eues hier. So, okay, let me switch to English then. Okay. Welcome everyone, and as we said, we will start the AFNOG Day by listening to one of the internet pioneers who's here, Richard Bell. Richard Bell is director of Escocapit, maybe I don't know if I've said it correctly, Kenya Limited, founding chairman of TESPOC, founding chairman of Kenya Internet Exchange Point, founding chairman of KNIC, founding board member of AFRINIC. And Richard Bell will be sharing his thoughts, his experiences on how far Africa has come. So please join me to welcome Richard Bell on the stage.
Thank you. Well, good morning, and welcome to the second day of this conference. So, some reflections. Kenya, 1995. 250,000 phone lines, no internet, no undersea cables, no fiber between Mombasa and Nairobi, 10.ke domain names. Kenya, 2026. 85 million mobile phone subscribers, 93% of connected phones are smartphones, 2.7 million fixed line internet connections, 7 undersea cables, Kenya Internet Exchange with 2.7 terabits of peak traffic, 132 ASNs, 222 connected ports, and 162 members. KNIC has 125,000 .ke domain names. Now, Claude did that research quicker than I could read out the answer. More of that later. Looking at the past only has utility if it helps us understand the future. Statistics on their own are just boring. During my reflections, I'm going to focus on Kenya, which is appropriate because we're in Kenya. It's appropriate because I am Kenyan. But the principles of what I'm going to talk about apply as much to the experiences in all other countries across our continent. So Swift Global was one of the first ISPs in Kenya, which I started in 1995. And when I launched that service at the Serena Hotel, 5 kilometers from here, the chief operating officer of Telkom Kenya was there. And he told me in question time that if I continued doing what I was doing, I would be in prison by the end of the week. In 1998, we got a sector policy, and in 1999, we got an act of parliament which liberalized the sector. Now, that act was something of a Trojan horse. The real interest in that act was that the vested interests at the time wanted a share of the 2 mobile operators which were to be licensed. Luckily for us, the more enlightened members of our civil service and government created a far, far deeper act which set the groundwork for opening up the sector. So underneath all that, the internet industry was growing. Let me give you some examples of what happened. In 1999, I set up TESPOC, and I remember well going to all of the CEOs of the ISPs at the time and personally getting their signatures on the documents to set up the organization. And our motivation was we knew it was going to be tough, and we wanted to set up a Kenyan internet exchange, which we did in 2000. And in 2002 months, the internet exchange was closed down by the government. We went through a very bitter 2-year public war where lobbying government to reopen the exchange, and eventually everybody could see that sending emails from Karen to Westlands via London was a nonsense. And so in 2002, we got the exchange reopened. And what was interesting about that public fight was that the entire society in Kenya was behind it. It wasn't just the ISPs, it wasn't just commercial interests, it was Kick2Net, it was the academia. Everybody said, this is a nonsense, wake up. In 2001, we started forming KenNet, and that was shortly before the end of the confrontation on the KIXP. And when the internet exchange confrontation came to an end, the regulator came to me and said, Richard, we don't want another fight. Let's collaborate. And we went through a 2-year consultative process. And at the end of that consultative process, KenNet became a reality. In 2002, the ISPs formed Fastlane, which was a consortium of ISPs to create an international gateway license. Why did we do that when none of us really could agree anything between each other? Was that we knew those vested interests were trying to close down what was a liberalized market for international gateways. And so we applied as a consortium of ISPs for an international gateway license through a vehicle called Fastlane. We knew the application would be rejected, which it was. And as a result, we were able to go to the Kenya Communications Tribunal, which was a pseudo court process where a Justice Cocker looked at the facts and turned around and said, you know what, CCK, you should have issued these people a license. Go ahead and issue them a license. And that decision by that court was what opened up the regulatory environment here in a way that we have today, and it changed everything. Those events set the foundations for where we are today. TESPOC has been the voice of the private sector for over 25 years, and it would be inconceivable in 2000 that we'd be sitting at a conference like this with TESPOC hosting Afrinic and the Minister of ICT in Kenya as the guest of honor, and that's truly remarkable. The Kenya Internet Exchange has ensured 70% of all traffic is localized in Kenya. KenNet has become a role model for how to structure multi-stakeholder domain name registries. The Communications Authority's licensing framework is an open first-come, first-served licensing framework. The government established an ICT board in 2007. The Thames Undersea Cable was a $120 million project financed through a public-private partnership, with 80% of the funding coming from the private sector and 20% coming from the government. And I remember at the launch of Konza City, the former head of the civil service, Ambassador Francis Muthaura, saying that made a difference not just for ICT sector, but for the whole Kenyan economy, because the government realized that they could do large infrastructure in collaboration with the private sector. But the real point of all that is it didn't come easily. We had to fight for it. And I remember well, in 2007, I was in State House with His Excellency, the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, who's a man I deeply admire. And I was there to complain about a whole series of issues affecting the industry, and we we sat in his office, and we sat down, and he very politely listened to me ranting about the challenges, and he waited till I'd finished. And then he said, Richard, why don't you have a cup of tea? And as I was drinking my tea, he said, Richard, I hear everything you say, and I respect everything you say and understand the needs of the industry. That's your job, Richard. He said, my job as president is to keep the wheels of government moving. And you have to understand that's our job. And we both have to understand each other's job. We have different functions and we have different roles to play. It is your duty, Richard, to fight for what you need. And I will hold you accountable if you don't fight for what you need as a citizen. But it's my job to run government. And what he was really saying is government and the private sector is different. And trying to pretend they're not different and trying to turn government into private sector or private sector into government is simply never going to work. In 1867, the British philosopher John Stuart Mill, who was speaking at St. Andrews University, my alma mater, said, bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. And Afrinic is a fantastic example of that. I remember well in 2003, some of you, Nikwena and I were sitting in Entebbe in a hotel discussing the how we were going to structure and how we were going to launch Afrinic. We had been debating this for several years and we had many conversations about should we structure it like this? Should it be housed here? Should it have this policy? Should it have that policy? Eventually, at that conference in 2003, we locked the door and we said, we're not leaving this room until we decide how we're going to do this, and we do it. And Afrinic was born. And for many years, Afrinic was very successful. But guess what happened? We took our eye off the ball. We stopped watching. We stopped forcing accountability. We failed. The people in this room failed when Afrinic went off the rails. But guess what happened after that? We all woke up. And we fought to keep Afrinic what it had to be, what it was when we started and what it has to be in future. It didn't come naturally. It was a fight. So what does all that tell us about the future? Because what we've still been talking about is the past. Well, when I started my career, the internet was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I've been lucky and privileged to be part of that. But guess what? As I stand here, not that long till maybe I retire, we're at the start of a second once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in the form of artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is coming, and it's more complicated, moving considerably faster, and the impact on our society will be far more far-reaching than the start of the internet. Now, I know many purists will want to stick to internet things for internet people in this forum, but really, we've moved beyond that. It's no longer about the internet. Cloud was the frontier, now it's just a hygiene factor. Conversation has moved beyond data centers and the digital divide and the cloud. And AI is changing everything. And if you don't believe that, you're making a mistake. Everything is going to fundamentally change. In their book, Super Agency, Reid Hoffman framed the current status of AI in society in 4 buckets. First, he talks about the doomers and the gloomers. The doomers, we all know them, they're the ones who believe that the internet is going to kill humanity and it's going to be the end of the world. And the gloomers are not far ahead of them. They believe that society is going to fundamentally change and become a bad place because we're going to lose jobs and there's going to be nothing for people to do. At the other end of the spectrum, we have the Zoomers. And the Zoomers are best described as Elon Musk, who just wants to let it rip. Myself, I'm in the middle. I'm a bloomer. I believe that AI will have a profound and positive impact that will be enormously beneficial to society. But we cannot afford to be complacent. For that outcome to be true, society will need to participate fully in deciding the agency that we want out of artificial intelligence. And the big difference with what we experienced in the internet is in the boom of the internet, I was a let-rip guy. And the reason I could afford to be a let-it-rip guy is that there was no downside risk. The only people who didn't want to let it rip were the gatekeepers. But with artificial intelligence, that's simply not the case. There are many, many risks coming our way, and so let it rip is not going to be the answer. On the other side, regulators and government feel most comfortable when they have control. But as Super Agency points out, if there's too much regulation, then whoever is doing the regulating is going to fall behind. And if we in Kenya or elsewhere in Africa decide we're taking a hard line on AI instead of having an enlightened, low-touch view of AI, then we're going to fall behind, and the rest of the world don't care. Because it won't affect them one little bit, what we do with AI, because AI cuts across so much of what we'll be doing. At the other end, Zoomers, if we allow them to zoom and let it rip, will expose us to unbelievable volatility and risk. We're likely to walk into a propeller blade. So what society needs is enlightened bloomers. And I want to leave you with 3 important thoughts. The first one, if we see what's happened in the past, if you want to know what we need to do in future, is fight for right. The fights haven't gone away. In fact, the fights are going to compound. And when I say fights, it's because different parts of society have different jobs. Government has its job, the private sector has its job, and civil society has its job. But the people in this room are the ones who have the technical knowledge to know what needs to be done and to know where the risks are going to come from. And so you have a responsibility and a duty to fight for what is right, because you're the people who know what has to be fought for. The Kenyan Internet Exchange, Fastlane, they all came out of fight for what is right. The second thing I want to leave you with is partnership. It was really encouraging yesterday to listen to the Director General of the Communications Authority tell us how important it was that we sorted out Afrinic. That wouldn't have happened in 2002, and yet when I go to forums today, it happens more and more, and we see that government is engaged. The problem is government doesn't really know what to do, but they do listen when you engage with them. And so partnership is critical. It is crucial. It is not all about fight. It is also about partnership. And that partnership and dialogue is what this conference is about. Partnership and dialogue is what people like Alan Barrett and Nick Quaynor have evangelized their entire lives. And it is absolutely crucial to our future. If we look to the past, KENIC, which is a role model for TLDs, came out of partnership between the private sector and government and academia. The last thought I want to leave with you is wake up. Wake up. We are still sitting at these conferences with keynote addresses talking about digital divide and data centers and empowerment and this and that. We don't have the time. There is an express train coming. When AI meets robotics and robotics meets quantum computing, the world will never look the same again. And that is not hyperbole, that is a fact. We have to deal with all the mistakes of the past and the things we haven't dealt with before and should have dealt with, and we have to start engaging in the debate which is here today. Wake up. If we keep talking about the past and dealing with all these other issues which we should have solved 10 years ago, that freight train is going to hit us, and when it hits us, you have no idea what's going to happen. A final couple of thoughts. You have a duty to be evangelists for all of those three things. It is your duty. In my opinion, the last 30 years have been a dress rehearsal for the next 10 years. Think of it as a training camp. In the next 10 years, the pace of change, the things that we're going to have to deal with are going to be an order of magnitude greater than they were in the last 30 years of the internet. Thank you, and enjoy your deliberations.
Recording stopped.
Wow. Can we just give another round of applause? And I'd like you to join me in thanking Richard Bell for sharing such a passionate story and quite intriguing for me. He brought me lots of past memories, especially as it dovetails into the AFNOG opening day. You also heard the struggles of pioneers and the sacrifices they have to go through just to assure our future is a little bit better than the way we met it. So we need to really thank Richard for reflecting on how far we have come. So please, I need to get that across. Richard is not only an internet pioneer in Kenya. In our opinion, he was one of the pioneering enthusiasts that established Afrinic. And we went for years, almost a decade, perhaps even more, before the door got locked. And we finally made a decision, which is what resulted in a decade of very stable operation. So I have appreciated a friendship that we forged in that effort of trying to solve Africa's needs. And the time we spent was really worthwhile, and we achieved a lot of things together. And for me, I'm just glad that even decades later, we still have the same relationship. Okay? And that's the spirit of the NOG. We are operators. We may have emotional ways of expressing things, but in the end, as operators, we find a way to coordinate and move forward. And we did that. And decades later, we are still together trying to repair and improve the lot that we have. And the three words he left with me are very strong, and I hope to reinforce that for you. The first I just talked about is the partnership. So we have to learn how to establish long-lasting partnerships in many different varieties. Okay? We need to do that. And then we have to fight. We have to fight, not destructive. We have to fight, but for right. And I thought that was very powerful. Okay, and I take that with me. And most important, he said we should wake up. Things are not static, and lots of things are happening around us. So we should really open up and look forward constructively as to what we can do to make the continent a much, much better place than we have. So with that, please, let's give him another round of applause. So thank you, Richard, thank you. We appreciate, okay, especially at this juncture. Now, I'd like to move on to the NOG so we can start some coordination in the spirit of the message we got from Richard, okay, so that we can have a good, fruitful day. I'd like to introduce the coordinator of AFNOG, Madam Nancy Doche, who has been doing this since 2000. So I'd like to invite her to come and give us some opening remark. Please, you're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Distinguished guests, our partners, stakeholders, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Africa Internet Summit, on behalf of AFNOG as well, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to AIS 2026 and also the AFNOG Technical Day today. We are particularly delighted that after several years, AFNIC has once again joined us as fully as co-organizer of the AIS on behalf of the AFSTAR, and has once again taken its pride of place in the Africa Internet ecosystem. The renewed collaboration strengthens our collective commitment to advancing Africa's internet ecosystem. We are honored to be joined by a diverse community of network engineers, technical experts, regulators, business leaders, researchers, and internet enthusiasts from across Africa and beyond. Your presence reflects the importance of collaboration, knowledge exchange, and partnership in shaping the future of our digital continent. It's especially fitting that we gather once again in Nairobi, Kenya, for our third return to this vibrant technology hub. Having hosted events in more than 24 African countries over the years, we are pleased that Kenya is once again serving as a host to the Africa Internet Summit. The theme of AIS 2026, a resilient internet ecosystem for an innovative digital Africa, could not be more relevant. As Africa's digital transformation accelerates, resilient infrastructure, trusted networks, technical excellence, and cross-sector collaboration have become essential foundations for sustainable growth and innovation. Today marks the second day of the AIS 2026 program and the start of the AFNOG Technical Conference. As in previous years, the event is being delivered in a hybrid format, enabling both in-person and online participation and ensuring broader engagement from our growing community across the continent and beyond. In the lead up to this conference, AFNOG continued this tradition of delivering online workshops and tutorials to strengthen the technical capacity and maintain community engagement. We also successfully conducted an in-person set training program, reinforcing our commitment to cybersecurity, preparedness, and operational excellence. Today's program features keynote addresses, technical presentations, lightning talks, panel discussions, and interactive sessions designed to foster learning, dialogue, and practical knowledge sharing. As the internet adoption and digital services continue to expand across Africa, this summit provides an important platform to examine both the opportunities and the challenges before us. The conversations we have this week will help shape the future of internet development, security, resilience, and innovation throughout the continent. For more than 24 years, AFNOG has remained committed to building technical capacity across Africa, While we are proud of the progress achieved, the demand for skilled internet professionals continues to grow, and AFNOG remains dedicated to supporting network operators, internet service providers, enterprises, and the broader technical community through training, mentorship, and knowledge sharing. We encourage all participants, both on-site and online, to actively engage in the discussions and share feedback on the conference experience. Your insights help us continually improve and better serve the Africa technical community. Later today, after on conclusion of the AFNOG Technical Day, there will be a memorial session honoring the late Aaron Barrett, an engineer, mentor, and internet pioneer whose decades of service helped shape internet infrastructure, policy development, and internet governance across Africa. We invite you to join us in celebrating this remarkable legacy and contributions to our community. We extend our sincere appreciation to our local host, TESPOC, and to all our sponsors and partners, including ICANN, the Internet Society, Liquid, Intelligent Technologies, Africa Data Centers, Registry Africa, and Team Simru and Linked. Your support and partnership is instrumental to the success of this event and the continuous growth of the Africa Internet ecosystem. To our partners, AFSTA organizations, academic institutions, community volunteers, and many individuals whose dedication and collaboration make AIS possible this year after year, we are most grateful. Once again, we call on all our partners to support the reboot of the AFNOG workshops, as the need for capacity building is still very crucial if Africa must bridge the digital divide. As we begin today's proceedings, I encourage each of you to take full advantage of the learning, networking, and collaboration opportunities before us. Together, we can strengthen Africa's internet infrastructure, build capacity, and then continue and contribute to a more resilient and more innovative digital future for our continent. I wish you all a productive and insightful and rewarding conference. At this stage, may I please invite Mr. Amin Daye, CEO and CTO of Mega More Wireless Broadband, to give the keynote address on network operations for modern internet infrastructure. Thank you. Amin, you have the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It was very enlightening, the keynote that we just heard. So I come with a different story from a different region. I'm coming from Nigeria, and my keynote will be based on the experience that we have from Nigeria in Kano State, which is 1,342 kilometers from any fiber landing station or any data center that's available around the area. And even the internet exchange point is based in Lagos. Then they have formed an internet exchange in Abuja, which is 450 kilometers away from Kano State. So it's a rural, underdeveloped state, and the operation is not straightforward sometimes. Network is, I don't have it, okay. From infrastructure to operations. This one is a route of how the network infrastructure should be formed from our experience as well. This is a practical guide that we have formed. You have the operating context, that what have changed between the legacy ISP, WISP operations, modern architecture in terms of access, POP, core network, transit, peering, cloud, and content. Then comes some operators, they are using hybrid access reality. That's fiber to the house, point-to-point and point-to-multipoint radio connectivity. And most importantly, the operational discipline in terms of monitoring, NOC workflow, power, security, and automation with the evolution of AI. Then we'll talk about the readiness checklist for any ISP, if the time permits. Why this matters at AFNOC Day? Because the AIS 2026 has a theme about a resilient internet ecosystem for an innovative digital Africa. AFNOC Day brings to the operator and community into the same room engineers, ISPs, internet exchange points, researchers, content network, and institution. The operator question will be, can the network absorb failure, growth, attacks, power loss, fiber cuts, and customer demand without becoming a daily emergency? Because in the days that we are living, on daily basis, we have DDoS attacks. In some regions, we have fiber cuts, frequent power outages, among other constraints. The answer will be, everything should be treated as a single package. You have to structure the internet service provider network as a full package that combines all those threats together, and you have response for it. Without that, there will be a failure on your network. This is from our experience as well. When we first started the company, maybe as any other WISP or any other ISP, we started with 2 routers, 1 switch, and a bunch of access points that were MikroTik 19S, manned box, and a bunch of LIG5 radios. That's how we started back in 2016. After 11 years, as the technology has evolved, we are using now hybrid network between fiber and point-to-point, point-to-multipoint radio connectivity with backhaul on both. The backhaul between our POPs, the way that we designed it is divided into backhaul via radio and backhaul via fiber for full redundancy. In case you have fiber cut somewhere, your POP will not be down for all the time. So the hybrid access footprint will be a metro fiber and fiber to the house connectivity or enterprise fiber, point-to-point backhaul and enterprise links, point-to-multipoint, that's the last mile that you're going to provide to your clients. A modernization path can go earlier, flexible MikroTik radio, as I said. And the operating environment, the power stability, site security is part of the availability. Middle mile and IP transit capacity constrain growth. Some ISPs, they face problems with the middle mile. That is the transit between the landing station or the data center where you want to connect to your POP, to your core BTS. Some constraints are available in some regions in terms of capacity, in terms of availability, in terms of method of availability. Some upstream providers will provide only via radio. Some will provide via radio and fiber as well as a hybrid connectivity. And some will just tell you that we can provide the fiber at a very high cost. Local peering is also important. Like, for instance, in our case in Kano State, we have the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, which is a layer 2 connection between Kano State and Abuja. Old ISP methods are no longer fit in this era because cybersecurity has evolved. On a daily basis, you have DDoS attacks. If there are frequent outages in terms of internet connectivity, in terms of power failures as well, in terms of fiber cuts, you should have the tools and the means to monitor and to respond and to audit and to have a post-mortem report. What is the cause of the failure? How did you treat it? And what are the measures that you have taken? And what are the next steps that you can take to avoid such maybe fiber cuts or outages on your network? So it is a dual stack When we first started the WISP, we started only with a single provider. If later on we realized that a single provider is not enough, so we started to add upstream providers as well to our network. So it's always safe to have like 2 or more ISP upstream providers on your network for full redundancy. Multiple upstream and if possible also multiple IX. And telemetry is very important for monitoring like SNMP, flow, syslog, and probes. Capacity planning and the latency. Latency is what makes our internet fast. It's not usually only the speed, it's the latency. And incident workflow with postmortems and runbooks. Security and power designed into the topology. Otherwise, one day you will wake up with a DDoS attack, which we have experienced in 2021. And the whole network was down, then we have found a solution. The architecture of the modern network operator The modern ISP is a system of systems. It's no longer just to provide a radio connection or a fiber connection and you deploy your links in isolation. It starts from the customer, their need, and what type of customers you are serving, whether it is small and medium enterprises, whether it is a campus, it's a hospital, or it's a home, a residence. Then you have the access. How would the customer access this network? We start from the bottom route, not from top down. How customers will have the access to this network? Is it through a radio or fiber is available there? Is it going to be through a CPE with Wi-Fi or enterprise radio? Then comes the POP and aggregation. You have POPs. The more from experience, the more you are closer to your customers, the better the service will be. So we try to deploy POPs as much as possible at closer distance as possible to the customer base where we are serving, That in terms of OLT switches, towers, ODF, patching, backhaul, power, and OOB. Then you have the IP core network, which is the BGP or the OSPF. From our experience, we are just using BGP between our POPs and even with our upstream, we are no longer relying on OSPF. CGNAT, if it is needed, you don't want to deploy static IP to every one of your clients. IPv6 is very important, and we have recently finished deployment of IPv6 on our network, and it's giving us a good experience. You might have, as an ISP, a constraint with your upstream. Again, maybe they are not IPv6 ready. Maybe their equipment doesn't allow IPv6 peering, and maybe they don't even have a plan for the IPv6. They can peer with you, but there is no traffic coming out on the IPv6. After all of that comes the interconnection, which is the IP transit and the internet local exchange, internet exchange points or content delivery networks if they are available in your area. And on top of all of that, we have the services and the operations. That's in terms of technicalities of radio services, DNS. If you are hosting your own DNS, we are relying on our own DNS and the Whalebone also as a product. I'm not advertising for anybody here or doing any marketing. I'm just speaking out of experience. We are relying on Whalebone as a first response to our local network security, and then comes the most important part of your network, which is the ticketing system. That's the communication between you and your clients. Hybrid access. With the increasing demand of network, of speed and low latency from after the COVID in Kano State, where we are operating, we had to go fiber. There was no any other option that we can deliver radio network unless we will create more POPs, which means more expensive equipment and more infrastructure investment. So the wise move was to go with the fiber infrastructure. Fiber access is better than radio in terms of more stability and more latency, because every access point that you are using has a limited capacity of clients that you can connect to it. And with such limited capacity, you might be ending up using too many access points on the same tower, which will create a self-interference on your own tower. This is something we have experienced and we have tried to avoid. So with the fiber access, all GPON and XGS-PON design between splitters, radios, ODF discipline, OTDR baselines, always test your network, make sure that the power is very low, is operational, everything is optimal. And then you have the wireless access in terms of point-to-point, point-to-multipoint, which require link budgets. How many access points do you have? How many customers you can connect to those access points? And what's the actual speed that you can provide to those customers connected to those access points? Not a marketing promise. Just be realistic, budget your capacity very well, and try to distribute it reasonably so that your client will feel comfortable using your internet. Then comes the enterprise links, which are dedicated, and residential as well for houses and peak hour. You can design it based on the peak hour usage. Maybe during the day period, you don't have like a high capacity of utilization from every home, but usually at night, the capacity will increase. So when we are budgeting for the link capacity, we use the peak hour to budget for such capacities. From flexible radio networks to capacity engineered wireless. Earlier stage, we had flexible deployment, low cost, quick activation, MikroTik radios useful for early growth, and flexible field deployment. I know some engineers, they are still deploying MikroTik now in some states in Nigeria, that they are in the rural areas. But very soon, I trust, they will start to change their mode of deployments. Scaling stage, after the earlier stage, there will come the scaling stage. That is engineered wireless. Higher capacities will demand higher capacity radios. Higher capacity demand by clients will require higher backhaul radios and higher point-to-point radios or point-to-multipoint. And then comes the operating rule that we believe in. Wireless must be treated as a scarce spectrum asset. We are operating on the free spectrum in Kano State. We don't have our own frequency, and likewise every other operator. So you have to budget also your frequency properly so that you don't create self-interference on your own towers. Fiber deployment is a life chain cycle. It's not only just to dig or erect poles and run your fiber and everything is going to be okay. It's a life cycle. It starts from survey and design, from permission and right of way, building the fiber, then testing and documentation, and then operational of the fiber in order to have a resilient fiber, because sometimes with too many fiber cuts, you will end up on high power, high dBm on some areas or segments, which will affect the quality of the capacity or the bandwidth that you are providing at a certain point. Early POP is a miniature data center. We have the rack and physical order, the power system, the transport, the management, the monitoring, and the security. And in monitoring also, we have to monitor in Kano State the temperature and the power as well, because temperature can be up to 43 degrees Celsius in Kano State, sometimes 44, sometimes 45. It depends on the weather. So temperature is very essential and ventilation is very essential on the POPs there. Core network must be boring. In fact, everything about ICT is boring sometimes, and predictable and policy driven. In terms of POP, in terms of the core network, you have the core network where you have the BGP and the IGP dual stack, or maybe more. In our case, we are using like 4 upstream. In Kano State, 3 upstream in Abuja, and in some northern states, we are using 2 to 3 upstream in certain states. So it's a collection between the core network, the transit, the internet exchange, and the POPs and the NOC services. The hardest bottleneck in terms of our reality of operation was not the last mile, it was the middle mile. how to bring capacity from Lagos State to Kano State. This middle mile is always a bottleneck, and sometimes operators doesn't pay close attention to it, because by the time your network is growing and your bandwidth capacity requires an update, that's where you will hit this wall and you start thinking, I didn't plan for this. So always when you are connecting with an upstream provider, please ask them, on the next upgrade that I want, maybe I have 2 gig capacity from you, I need 4 gig. Are you still going to be able to deploy it on a radio, or it's only fiber? Do you have the capacity on the same POP? Because we ran into such failures and such problems, and we had to change almost all of our topology for the last mile that we have with our upstream providers. Internet exchange points are very essential. They have given us very good experience in terms of latency and in terms of predictability of the network as well, because we offloaded most of our traffic in terms of Google, Meta, and other services that are provided by the IXP in Kano State, that's the IXPN, into the IXPN local content, and the latency has reduced, and we had more capacity from our upstream at that point of time. Recently, I believe after Ghana, at that time, we spoke about IPv6, and we started the deployment of IPv6 on our network. Luckily enough, after 3 years of fight with our upstream providers, IPv6 was available only from 1 among 3 upstream that we have in Kano State, and from IXPN as well. So we started peering on IPv6, and we can monitor our traffic going through the IPv6. That's about it for the IPv6. And then the operational layer, the DNS, the AAA readiness, abuse handling and logs, NMS dashboard by protocol family, peering database. You always have to update your peering database data there, and you measure real IPv6 traffic share. It's not only about being ready for IPv6. You have to monitor whether or not your traffic is actually going through the IPv6 route that you have created for your network. Alain, we are out of time. Okay. That's it. I will leave it here, and thank you very much because of time.
And because of time, I'll rush. Now it's a pleasure for me to invite Mr. Peter Gitau to the stage. Mr. Peter is joining us on behalf of Technology Services Providers of Kenya, TESPOC, our local host. Our esteemed local host for AIS 26, alongside a long-standing champion for Kenya's internet and digital development. Through its work promoting industry collaboration, policy engagement, internet infrastructure growth, TESPOC continues to play a vital role in shaping Kenya's digital future and supporting a stronger and more connected Africa. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Peter as he delivers his presentation. Over to you.
Good morning, Africa. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Peter Gitau, working for TESPOC, managing the Kenya Internet Exchange Point in Kenya. I will be speaking on various topics, mainly technical, but also the softer aspects of what we are here to do. KXP has POPs in Nairobi and Mombasa, which is something that other countries in Africa also follow as a model. Mainly, XPs are set up in countries, in cities, or in regions, as the case may be. Using KXP as an example, we are present in carrier-neutral data centers, but it is understandable that in some countries and some regions, that may not be an option. Therefore, alternatives include self-hosting, as well as using the best available facility. Our peering policy, multilateral and bilateral, or both, also available to other XPs across Africa, and of course worldwide. Each rolls what is applicable to themselves. We do member training, which we also leverage AFNOG or AF training. KENOG Training, that is our network operator group in Kenya, as well as ISOC Forums. Thank you, ISOC, for the help that you have given in setting up the IXP in Kenya and other regions, and special interest groups, which may be both government and private sector, all in the interest of sharing knowledge and expertise. Now, there is both good news and bad news in the way that we do things in Africa. The successes include the fact that we have got the tech and the talent. I think my immediate previous presenter was talking about the technology they use in Nigeria, and that's quite a bit of tech, and the talent to run it is available there. We also do have problems in some of the things that we try to achieve. And part of this talk is about both sharing what we are successful with and what we need to act on to solve. I will give a few case studies on what challenges I have personally come across in the Kenyan space. I don't know whether that is applicable across Africa, but I suspect that it is. The first case study is the private sector, where to protect the innocent, I will call the players the supplier, the reseller, and the consumer. Now, peering is already in place. Traffic in form of information is being exchanged. The supplier knows what they're supplying. The reseller knows what they're selling. The consumer knows what they're buying. But when something goes wrong, what happens? Consumer reports that there's a problem. For one reason or another, the reseller does not understand or does not converse with the consumer in depth to understand what the problem is so that they can put in their own expertise in either resolving it or forwarding it to the supplier. So the communication from the reseller is that consumer has a problem, so solve it. Supplier then asks, what exactly is the problem? Please give details. Reseller goes back to the consumer and tells them this information is required. You end up with a back and forth that sometimes lasts several weeks, several months, or sometimes totally fails because of data silos. Nobody wants to share what they are up to, or they are protecting something in their particular space, which they think is very important. That breakdown is what causes business not to happen in the way that it should across Africa. The second case study is the public sector. In this case, healthcare. This is something that happened to me personally through somebody I know, where the patient required medical intervention in a public hospital. The situation was that they needed a blood transfusion. The patient knows what their blood group is. The hospital should have that information ready in their database, but because they do not have a centralized database that they can refer to, despite the fact that they are supposedly interconnected with all the other entities that should have that information, they then do their own testing, which fails. They end up with the wrong information. Then they give a blood transfusion using the wrong information. And guess what happens? Reaction. Fortunately, patient survived. But this is something that is very common in our part of the world. I won't speak for the rest of Africa, but I assume that it also happens in other regions. We need to overcome these two particular kind of scenarios, and one of the best ways of doing that is information sharing, as well as being open about what it is that we are doing. All right? The entire point of interconnecting and peering is so that you can share information, not just physically connect to each other. Entities with IP resources should interconnect and peer. At the IXP, using metro circuits, wireless links, it does not matter how the connectivity is done. In our particular case in Kenya, we do have quite an extensive metro fiber circuit, mostly in the urban areas. Nairobi, Mombasa, and some of the other major towns are well covered, but there are regions which are not so well covered. The Kenyan government has got the National Optic Fiber Network, which should cover the rest of the country. The same model should be replicable in other countries across Africa. Of course, your mileage may vary. You should, of course, advertise your IPv4 and IPv6 addresses. Afrinic has hands-on deployables, which we should leverage so that we can make sure that connectivity is not restricted because of either ignorance or fear of doing something. For the safety of our interconnectivity and peering, filtering is very important. We have had incidents as the Kenya Internet Exchange Point where the incidents do happen, and as has been mentioned, I think by my previous presenter, has happened in Nigeria and has happened across the world, where an outage can either affect an entire country or can affect a region somewhere in the globe, or even the entire internet if it extends far enough. We subscribe to the mutually agreed norms for routing security, MANAS, which is a global initiative of ISOC, which is available to IXPs across the world, ourselves included, network operators, that is private sector, content and cloud providers, some of them external, some of them local, and equipment vendors, mostly external, but one day we hope that that will change. What are we doing as TESPOC with regards to the challenges and also to take advantage of the tech and the talent that is available to us? We are an interconnection forum. That is why we have the Internet Exchange Point, and where we also participate in forums such as this, and we are acting as a host in this particular context because it is very important. We are an advocacy organization so that stakeholders can have their needs met, their requirements heard, and everybody comes to an agreement on what needs to be done. We are also a facilitator for training, both for information sharing and also knowledge disbursement. That is my presentation. Myself and my colleagues are available for any discussions, any talks, or any information sharing as may be required. Thank you very much.
Let's see. AFNOG. Afrinic. Well, okay. Let me see if my French fellows are following. Ça va? La traduction, ça se passe bien? Ah, okay. Okay, so let me now introduce the main technical, AFNOG main technical presentations. As we said yesterday, we have Paul Hoffman. Paul Hoffman is a distinguished technologist, currently working for ICANN, part of the ICANN Octo, Office of the CTO. He's the co-chair of the Post-Quantum Use in Protocol, which is one of the IETF working group focusing on quantum and post-quantum update to all the protocol we use, which are based on crypto. Paul accepted to share with us ideas about post-quantum cryptographic transitions, what to worry and what to not worry about. And as I said yesterday, Paul will have 30 minutes, then we'll have 30-minute engagement because I think this topic is very important. So Paul, again, thanks for accepting to join us because it's midnight in California. So, Paul, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well, loud and clear. Please, you have the floor, Paul.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And greetings. Greetings from California. So I assume many of you have actually seen news articles and maybe even presentations on quantum computers and such. This one is aimed specifically at you folks who are network operators. Hopefully it's useful. It will go through some of the basics of quantum computers and then post-quantum cryptography. But the idea here, and hopefully we have plenty of time to discuss this in the Q&A session, is what does this mean for network operators? So Quantum computers are, quantum anything is very difficult to describe to folks, even folks who have degrees in physics. You'll find that physicists will laugh about, if you think you understand quantum computers or even just general quantum mechanics, you're probably wrong. So you've been hearing about more of this, and you've probably seen articles, but articles like these, even YouTube, presentations, rarely talk about the actual dangers for individuals. They talk in general about, gee, this could go wrong or this could go wrong. And I'll have a few slides on that. But I really want to focus the last few slides exactly on network operators. What's coming your way in the future and how to avoid, the bad parts. So presentations like this usually start off, here's a few problems that you might see, and here's how you solve them. And I want to be really clear up front, the here's how you solve them will not necessarily be easy. It's not that it is so hard, but you are relying on other people, your vendors basically, to be doing the fixes for you. So keep that in mind as we do this. If you don't want to know any of this, that's fine. You can listen along, and the last few slides will tell you you're really at the mercy of your vendors. Sometimes that's fine. Certainly for some of the hardware issues that you have, that's fine. But do be aware you might have to pay some attention, but really you're not the one who's going to have to fix things. And yes, quantum this, AI that. Yeah, we're all hearing these things. And the basic takeaway is there is a lot of money being thrown at building quantum computers, but they're not being built for the reasons that we're talking about today. Some of it is, but in fact, what a lot of the money that's going to quantum computers is meant for is scientific research, possibly actual research that's related to quantum things, but in fact, it's about scientific research. However, some of it is going to build quantum computers that are going to be able to make attacks on the information that you folks as network operators are passing around all the time. They'll be able to look at secrets. They will be able to impersonate each other. Now, those computers, the money that's going to those are called cryptographically relevant quantum computers, or CRQCs. And yes, there are going to be a bunch of other acronyms in this. I tried to limit them, but in fact, it becomes so many syllables, the acronyms are actually reasonable. One of the things that people are talking about as they build these quantum computers is, yes, they'll be able to use for cryptography, but we're really building them for these other purposes. And one of the more interesting scientific purposes that they've talked about is being able to look at organic materials and tell how to make them better. And specifically things like fertilizers. How do you make a fertilizer better and such like that? But as people are building these quantum computers, they're not actually finding that those other problems are readily available. It's not like they can say, once we've built a quantum computer, it will solve this problem. They're hoping that they will, but they're not. So the main thing that I want to impress on you is the CRQCs are happening. They're going to come, but we can't predict when. And you'll see some predictions. Oh, it'll be 5 years. Oh, it'll be 3. Now and you'll see that people are now saying 3 years and such like that. I'll be honest with you, those predictions are, I guess the best thing I can say is people who have no track record in making good predictions are the ones making these predictions. They might be right. I'm not saying that they'll be wrong, but when you see an article that says, this important person says we will have cryptographically relevant quantum computers in 3 years, and that same article says, this important person says it'll be 10 years, both of those guesses are as good as each other. We don't have a good track record of figuring out how quantum computers will happen. So one of the things that, as people say, well, a quantum computer, that's just like a computer that uses quantum bits, or which are called qubits. That's not the case. A qubit takes completely different hardware than a normal bit. We think of computers as like these things that we carry around in our pockets. They've got a bunch of transistors in them and such. A quantum computer is completely different. The bits in them, the quantum bits, they use physics that's completely different. And one of the things that we are used to in the computers that we run, or your routers, or any of those computers you've surrounded yourself with, is that the bits work. It's a 1 or it's a 0, it'll work. In quantum computers, these bits are inherently noisy, meaning it might be a 1, might be a 0, might be some value in between. And in order to make them useful, you have to put them together, a large number of them together, to get an effective qubit. So some of the designs say, oh, in order to do this, you need 100 qubits to act like a real qubit. Some of them is like 1,000. And we currently, today in the middle of 2026, don't really know how these quantum computers that some people say are going to happen within 3 years. We don't know if that number is 100 or 1,000. So imagine you're trying to buy hardware and your vendor says, well, you might need 100 of these to do what you want, or you might need 1,000. Shall you buy? It's very, very difficult here. So one thing to keep in mind, though, is in order for these CRQCs to exist, they need at least, according to current estimates, 1,000 effective qubits. Now, looking at the bullet above, that means they need 100,000 qubits, or maybe 1 million qubits. That's a huge difference. And it's only time will tell which of those numbers. But the very important thing here is that you need all of the effective qubits to be useful as a CRQC. So we're used to like things now where someone can say to you, you need a computer of this size to work. And you don't want to buy one of that size. You want to buy one that's half that size. And maybe you'll have to run it twice as long. That's not true for CRQCs. For a CRQC, you have to have the minimum number, which is approximately 1,000, maybe more, effective qubits, which means you might have to have 100,000 or 1 million for it to really work. It's not that you can make a small one that runs slower and just run it longer. You have to have that minimum. So taking that in mind, we hear these predictions about CRQCs, and what we're hearing these days, especially from some companies that really care about this, companies like Google, who really are trying to protect their users' privacy and such like that, is that some government, and let's just use the word government here, it could mean a group of governments, a regional government, usually it's the spies. I'm not sure how you in your various regions call the parts of your governments where it's just the spies. It's not the people who are helping so much. They might have one in as little as 5 years because they are spending tens or hundreds of billions of US dollars to make these. They don't have them now, we're pretty sure. And it might be more than one government, of course. There are multiple governments who are trying to own one. And again, I want to be specific. It's really the spy agencies that care about this. Other parts of the government don't actually care about being able to break your cryptography. It's the spies who want to be able to look at the secrets or impersonate and such like that. So maybe as little as 5 years or 3 years, but as I said in the previous slide, you need this very large number of actual qubits. And we don't have computers with that now. Let's say we build them And in fact, there are scaling problems. Putting together 100,000 qubits in one computer might be literally too hard to do at all. So this might never happen. I'm not saying it won't happen, because my ability to predict is just as bad as all of those other people who are giving you predictions. So don't listen to me any more than you listen to anybody else. But the outcome of this is, because this is really going to probably be spy agencies and such like that, we're not going to know when the first cryptographically relevant quantum computer is built. They want to keep that a secret. So these predictions are just our best guesses. So now let's talk about how, let's say one of these is built and it's being run by somebody who is not your friend. And that could be not your friend. It could be your own government not being your friend. It could be the government of a neighbor not being your friend. It could be the government of someone in a completely different region not being your friend. What kind of problems does this create for a network operator? So currently we're very used to doing things like with TLS and such like that, SSH, where those things keep our communications private. You set up a tunnel, a cryptographic tunnel, and it keeps it private. What a cryptographically relevant quantum computer can do is decrypt that. Let's say today you have sent a secret over a TLS tunnel. No one can see it other than the two ends. That's all great. You're making a bank transaction, for example. Somebody who captures that can decrypt it later once they own a cryptographically relevant quantum computer. That's a problem for network operators, because you do things like user keys for SSH. You do things like passwords in TLS. So not only is it your customers' data that they are used to keeping secret, but it is also things that are very relevant to you, secrets that you want to keep secret for 10 or 20 years, because you don't know when you're going to change your password next and such. So that's one of the two things that people are very worried about with CRQCs. The second aspect is that a CRQC can actually forge private keys. So once a CRQC is built, it can act as a man in the middle for things like SSH or TLS and such. We're used to now saying, okay, we know who both ends are. We have these trust structures, you know, for TLS. RPKI, which is very important to many of the people in the room. We have a way of trusting the RPKI certificates. Once a cryptographically relevant quantum computer is built, someone can do impersonation like that. So these are the two main classes that network operators should be concerned with. And I want to emphasize the first bullet about secrets. Someone can take your traffic now, get a copy of it, which is useless to them today, but later be able to decrypt it. In the second bullet, the being able to impersonate, that is not relevant until the cryptographically relevant quantum computer is built. So the first one, store now, decrypt later, that's what most people are worried about. But the second one will also be a worry when these are built. It's not all bad news, I promise. If it was all bad news, you could, you know, like I don't want to scare you all before lunch too much, but there are algorithms that are, you know, right now we're using RSA for a lot of these things, or elliptic curve. We can change the algorithms that we are using now to what are called post-quantum cryptography, or PQC algorithms. Note that changing this does not fix store now, decrypt later, because anything secret that has gone by using the old algorithms, using RSA, using elliptic curve like we've been doing for the last 30 years, that is still decryptable later. But as soon as we switch algorithms into PQC algorithms, then the leakage stops. So the very good news is these PQC algorithms are, like people have been working on this hard for the last 10 years. Actually, some for 20 years. We've known that quantum computers might come literally since the mid-90s, that people realized, oh, this would be really bad for cryptography. People have been a lot more concerned about this in the last 10 years. So we do have algorithms that are known. One that you may have heard of, if you're good with acronyms, is MLChem. It is already widely in use in TLS and SSH today. You may be using it now without knowing. You would have to look, but that is an algorithm that is for the store now, decrypt later problem. MLDSA is a signature algorithm. It is becoming more popular. So these things are already known. And there are some other algorithms that are post-quantum algorithms that are coming along for signatures. But today you're starting to see usage of this. Now, one thing that's very relevant to network operators is how much data is being passed back and forth at the beginning of every TLS session. Right now, it's not very big. It's not a big deal. We don't tell people be careful. But the keys for these post-quantum algorithms are often larger. So an MLChem key is like 800 bytes instead of like 80. It's 10 times bigger. That won't necessarily break anyone's traffic budget, but it is worth noting, especially as network operators. The bigger problem is MLDSA keys for signatures. These are the ones that are used in certificates or in your SSH keys, or certainly in your RPKI. These keys, the signatures are larger. They're 1,300 bytes instead of 50 or 60. And the signatures themselves are even bigger, 2,420 bytes, or bigger depending on your security. That can actually gunk up the beginnings of every communication session. Again, not enough to break your budget, but probably enough to notice, for the same things that used to go quickly, these things are going more slowly just because the keys and the signatures are larger. Okay, so we've got some problems. I gave you some solutions on this last slide. How do you guys do the transition? How do you make this transition? Really, what you're relying on is your vendors. Your vendors may understand this. They may not understand this. They just might blindly know that they need to be doing things, but they're the ones who are going to be putting it in to your applications, into your routers, into your switches and such like that. And they'll be doing it. Some of them have already started doing that. You may not even know. Some of them will be telling you, we're going to be adding these. One of the things that you have to keep in mind is if they silently add a new algorithm, you may need to make some configuration changes to actually use the algorithms, to not keep using the old ones. So that is a thing to keep in mind, and you need to keep in contact with your vendors about that. So for TLS and SSH, the things that are keeping our secrets going, this is not an issue for you. You don't have to be watching this because it might turn on automatically and the protocols hide the details from you. That's not always the case, though. Depending on who has made your firewall, who's made your router and such, you might need to change some of the configuration. Excuse me. The biggest issue is, are your vendors even doing this for you? Are you in the right tier of support with your vendors, especially for things that are specific to network operators, such as real size routers? You have a support contract for the router. Are you getting your updates? Are the updates including these post-quantum algorithms? Generally, that's going to be pretty easy for TLS and SSH. I know you've been hearing at both these this meeting and at previous meetings a lot about RPKI. This is going to be a big problem for RPKI. It makes the certificates much larger. It makes the certificates use a different algorithm, which means different people are going to sign in different ways and such like that. And so you, like right now, you don't get to negotiate, I want you to use this certificate. If you're using it, you're using it. If you're not, you're not. The same's true for TLS certificates. So you're going to probably, as you hear from your vendors, you're probably going to hear more about post-quantum cryptography for signatures. You're going to need to pay attention for this with RPKI. TLS has an interesting problem, which is currently, if we just slap in MLDSA, the signature algorithm that I mentioned in the previous slide, it's going to make starting up a TLS session take so many more bytes that some of them are going to fail. Just, you know, if you demand that some would be able to handle this many bytes, you all are familiar with slightly flaky links. You know, a slightly flaky link works a lot of the time, but not all the time. And then you don't get your TLS session set up. So the TLS folks are working on a new proposal to make the certificate exchange faster. That's going to be a radical change. So many of you are also folks who are setting up domain names. I'm sorry, setting up domains for your customers. And they say, oh, well, give me a TLS certificate. The way that they get those 3 or 4 years from now might be radically different than they are today. But I cannot tell you anything about that because that work has just started in the last 6 months. So given all that, what do you all need to do? And then we can go to Q&A. Certainly you and I want to know when the first CRQC is built. Like, I want to know, oh my God, I'm not ready, but there's one out there. You know, this spy agency has one or something like that. Or this government built one for other perfectly good reasons. But now we know if they've got one for perfectly good reasons, the spy agencies, in fact, could try to be buying one for their own reasons. If a spy agency has one, we're not going to know about it. They're really good at keeping secrets. They might say, oh, we're working on it, but it'll be 10 years. And there'll be a lot of speculation. We're not going to know. And so that's one thing that you want to keep up on. You probably don't want to become a cryptographer. Some of you might, by the way. I am not discouraging you if you want to become a cryptographer. It's a fascinating field. Lots of you probably have degrees in math, and it's a lot of math. It's well above my head of math, but some of you could do that just fine. So I'm not saying don't become a cryptographer, but you're all network operators already. You've got something to do. You may not want to become a cryptographer. But that would be a way for you to be keeping up with PQC. If not, which I wouldn't do if I were you, quite frankly, like I say, the math is interesting, but it's pretty hairy. Stay in touch with your vendor. And when I say stay in touch, start talking to them now. What are their plans for putting PQC algorithms in the stuff you have today, much less the stuff you're going to be buying? So that is basically what I have as a presentation. I'd really like to hear, and this says questions and comments. I'm actually happy with either. Comments are just fine because comments actually help everyone else in the room. As you're listening to each other's questions and comments, do keep in mind some of this is architectural. What does the protocol do? When will we be safe? When will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer happen? But some of this is operational. And again, you're all network operators. You're used to this thing is available to me, but I can't just shut down my router for 10 minutes to put this update. You'll have to figure this out. You have to figure out when your peers are doing it as well. So I'm open to this. I'm out here in California, so I can't lead the questions and comments. I'm assuming someone in the room will do that for me.
Okay, thank you, Paul. A round of applause for Paul.
Thank you.
I'm sure in the room, some of us will trying to become cryptographer, and we can create a working group for that. So let's go for question and answer.
Bless your math teachers if you're doing that.
You can line up here or there. I see Paul. Yes, Paul, please proceed. But, no, the mic is not working, but please introduce yourself.
Hi, to introduce myself, let me just say you've got a great name. Paul Huell. I'm wanting this sort of architectural question, and precise, but particularly because you pointed out the RPKI system is going to be one of the threshold points. On a very basic level, when one or two agencies have possession of a cryptographically relevant computer, they'll be able to break the RPKI system if they decide to do so. But architecturally, they can pretty much break things already. Nothing breaks things quicker than a B2 or a Smith & Wesson. So I'm just sort of wondering whether or not, taking sort of the position that when a particular system cannot be relied upon because a particularly nefarious empowered actor is able to break it is always the way to look at it. I mean, basically pretty good privacy has often been a good norm with email because, perfect authentication of an email user matters very little when people are, logging in and using Gmail and Outlook. I'm just sort of wondering where you sort of see the prioritizing, especially when we're dealing with entities that make a habit of trying to break things for their own
purposes.
Oh. Yeah.
Excellent question. And so by breaking for RPKI, I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo here, but okay, great. By breaking RPKI, what I mean is not that RPKI stops working, but it's not completely trustable anymore because one of these actors can pretend to be someone important in the RPKI system, and you won't know. Now, is that going to break RPKI? No. Is it going to erode trust? Maybe. But if that happens after the whole RPKI has gone to post-quantum cryptography, it's no problem. They can't break the new algorithms. So part of this will depend on how many people have not updated their parts of the RPKI to use post-quantum. It's a trust thing. Yes. Yeah, sorry, okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I see Professor Nikweno. Daniel, David, are you on the mic too? Okay, so Prof and then David.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have learned that there are two problems I face. One of them is keeping things secret and then signatures. And you want me to focus on network operations, but I have friends who also do crypto, not cryptography, but cryptocurrency. So I want to ask my question in that context regarding harvesting our traffic now and then later on discovering my signatures and then losing my little coins in my wallet. But my question is as to get an understanding of what is making us sure that our ML-based, I guess, model lattice-based algorithms, which we are referring to as post-quantum cryptographic algorithms, feel more trusted than those that can be factored maybe by way of Shaw or something like that, like our RSA, DSA, and so on. So I want you to give me a feeling for what makes me feel that a lattice-based algorithm is much stronger than factoring primes or something. If you can share some light. Thank you.
Oh, you got the question?
I can. And yeah, absolutely. Nee, you always ask the tough questions. I appreciate you doing that. I did not go into that in this discussion, but a cryptographically relevant computer uses a certain kind of algorithm to break things. And that algorithm takes advantage of how our current algorithms actually inherently protect the secret key. A post-quantum cryptographic algorithm doesn't do it that way. It does it a different way. So a cryptographically relevant computer, it's not that, oh, it'll be harder for it to break post-quantum cryptography. It cannot do it at all. Think of it this way. If you have an agricultural system, and for you, what that means is it distributes water. All it does is water your fields. And you're not doing anything with any fertilizer, for example. And someone comes in and says, here, this is fertilizer. You need to put fertilizer on your field. You cannot put that in your watering system. You have to distribute it a different way. It's a different architectural mechanism. That's why we are sure that these post-quantum algorithms will not be affected by quantum computers. They do things in a different way that a quantum computer just isn't built for at all. That's a little bit of hand waving. There are books that can, go into the math in more detail. And as we've said, some of you want to be cryptographers. I am fully confident in this, not that these post-quantum algorithms are harder to break. They are designed to not be at all related to quantum computers. So that's why everybody is trusting them.
Yeah, but before David, so Paul, allow me to build on what Professor Nee just said. I think this concern is also part of why some people are going for hybrid system. We say, we don't know, we don't have fully confident of this yet, so let's not completely move, then we go for a kind of hybrid system. Can you elaborate also on that, please?
Oh, God. Okay, so you get to ask me hard questions as well. Thank you. You go to a restaurant, you know that you want to have chicken, but you're not completely sure because you had chicken for lunch and it's dinner time, and maybe I want to have, I think I want chicken, but maybe I want the lamb as well. So what do? Do you order the chicken? Do you order the lamb? Or do you order the dish that has both of them in it? Because then you're really more sure. I can't answer these things for you. I can't make you more sure of any of these things. And if you look at the debates right now about hybrid, which you are seeing, and thank you for referring to them, you can see, oh, this hybrid system would work. This dish with both lamb and chicken in it, that's a perfectly reasonable dish. How can you decide if you trust it or not? You don't know. Halfway through the meal, you can go oh, why did I get this hybrid meal? I really wanted just chicken. All of these things are based on personal preferences, and important people will tell you which things are important. And then halfway through, you're going to go oh, that was too complicated. I really just wanted the simple dish. I know that didn't answer completely, but I hope you understand that
it does. It does.
Listening to experts like me is not going to help you.
David, and then Islam. And maybe from David, we'll take the lady before Islam, please.
Okay. My name is David. Thanks.
David from where?
Afrinic.
Okay.
Hi, Paul. Thank you for a very lovely presentation. My question was actually bordering more or less on what Alain and Professor Nee were talking about. With regards to signature key sizes and all that, I think for network operators, the important thing will be in transitioning the cost factor of it. So I think you've already touched a bit on that. On the transitioning mechanism, can you please just touch a little bit on what the recent developments are? Because I've read a bit about that, the Merkle tree certificates and all that. Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you. It's a good question. I talked about the easiest answers. There are some answers that are not as easy, and you just mentioned Merkle trees, for example, or just anything that is hash-based. There are post-quantum cryptography, there are many styles of solution. And the ones that I gave are the ones that people have picked first, but they aren't necessarily the ones that you're going to want. So, for example, a hash-based signature scheme is actually more easy to prove that it is secure. We've known about these in Merkle trees. Oh my gosh, it's been more than 30 years now. Sorry, you may not see the gray hair, but I'm getting old as fast as everyone else in the room. We've known that these are perfectly secure. However, what they do, they are different in the sense that the signatures that they generate are just gigantic. 20,000 bytes, 25,000 bytes, like something that just is so different. Do we want to risk putting those in place in our current systems when we don't know? Like right now, I am suggesting when you go to post-quantum algorithms like MLChem, MLDSA, these keys and signatures are this much larger. So you have to think, oh, is that going to be a problem? If I say go to this much larger, where my arms are literally not long enough to say that, will it work? Not sure. And quite frankly, I don't feel that there are enough people in the operational community testing those things. So your question is a good one, which is, gee, we have these other options. Why is Paul not talking about them? And the answer is, I'm talking about the ones that we've even tested so far, and we know that they won't break, or in the case of certificates, like for TLS, they won't break so much, but we know that they'll break TLS a bit, again, if you're on a flaky link.
Thank Paul. So please, and then.
Okay, thank you so much, Paul, for such a wonderful presentation. My name is Lexa. I'm a network and infrastructure engineer from Malawi Research and Education Network. So my question is about quantum computing and its implications for internet security. So at the moment, many African network operators, ISPs and institutions are still consolidating basic security practices like RIPK, DNSSEC. So is there a roadmap specific for Africa to transition to post-quantum cryptography? And if there is, who is reading it? My second question is about if there are any practical tools or toolkits, implementation guides or training programs, ideally accessible to African operators without large security teams that you can point to us. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But Paul, before you, I think maybe I will let you go for the second questions. But the first questions, I think we have to deal with that among ourselves. I don't think Paul will have an answer of his African strategy or African plan. We will have to work on that. Okay, maybe we can send the strategy to Paul to comment on it. But so Paul, please deal with the second questions. And
let me deal with the first question, because I think it actually is because it's a very good question. You are a region. You are a region with your own goals, your own understanding of your own operational issues. Do you want outsiders like me or whoever telling you, here is how, here is your roadmap? And I think the answer is no. I think that there is enough information out there in general for you to make your own roadmap. You might copy other people's roadmaps and such like that. But I assure you, operators in other regions don't understand operations in Africa. They don't understand, for example, how much radio versus fiber you have. They have some ratio themselves. They have a certain number. So any roadmap that anyone imposes on you will be based on what they think for themselves. And they're not Africans. So no, but there are, and your second part of your question was excellent, are there toolkits? What you really want is a toolkit to make a roadmap and have that roadmap be, in fact, correct for Africa. And those toolkits are coming. We're starting to see ones from various organizations. The IETF has been talking about things. Certainly, you can lean on ISOC and such like that. Some of the cryptographic organizations, those aren't there now, but they are coming, and they will, in fact, help inform you about what roadmaps you want. But part of it really will be you saying, thank you for all this information. Here's our infrastructure. We are network operators who understand how our infrastructure is unique. And quite frankly, how our politics are unique. Look at the number of countries in Africa relative to the number of countries in North America. All of those bilaterals and such, that affects how quickly you're going to implement changes to something like RPKI, for example. So you will lean on, such as the previous speaker from Afrinic, sorry. You will be better off if you're making your own roadmaps and simply asking outsiders, how do we make these roadmaps? How do we take the basic information and apply it the way we know as network operators?
You have a follow-on? No. Okay, thank you. Then Ghislain, and we'll wrap up.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. My name is Ghislain. I am from the Internet Society. I have the two sub-questions from on the size of the key. You said the keys are relatively quite large. I have a question about the cost, the energy cost or the budget cost on that. From a network perspective, are we looking at equipment that will be consuming more power? I'm thinking of remote areas where we have, limited amount of power. So that would be my first question. The second question is about the failure. You mentioned the size being long, we may experience failures. So in the context of RPKI, are we looking at failures in a transitional period, or are we looking at failures from a longer perspective, especially when we go into a kind of real-time, kind of internet-based lifestyle? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. The energy costs, I don't think are going to be that significant for network operators in the center. But your question about out at the edge is very, very relevant. So anything that's battery powered is going to be much more negatively affected than something that's just plugged into the wall. Something that's plugged into the wall, you are used to bashing packets through these things all the time. But anything that's battery connected, when you say just in order to start up communication, it's going to take a lot more bytes. That's going to be a big impact. And some people are doing these measurements already. There's some really interesting research in this coming from I'm sorry, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so my memory is not as good. A research agency in the Netherlands that's funded by the folks from the .nl CCTLD have started looking at energy costs specifically for post-quantum cryptography. They're also looking at this failure rate question, which is when it takes longer to set up a connection, A little glitch during that time will then cause the connection to fail. You'll have to retry and such like that. So yes, you'll see some of that. I don't think the research has been that good so far, but you will see research on that. I would love to see more of the African academics working on this kind of thing. Again, because you folks are more familiar with your own infrastructure better. And there will be more coordination on that. Look to the IRTF, the research side of the IETF, for some of these papers.
One last questions for you.
Yeah.
So please.
Hi, Paul. Thanks for the presentation. My name is Ade from Nigeria. You talked about the, bite size, and in my head, I'm trying to wrap my head around, wouldn't that have an impact on bandwidth requirement once we start installing these devices, for example? In Africa, bandwidth is still quite a challenge, right? What happens if we have series of retransmission because of quality of service? Just trying to wrap my head around it.
Thank you for wrapping your head around it. Please wrap your head around it with other people there. And again, as I said for the last speaker, please publish results that you get for this, because again, these are regional things. And so for example, one thing that, we think of Europe as a region, but in fact, parts of Europe are much more radio based than other parts of Europe. Radio is always more prone to these kinds of problems, especially retransmission. We at least know more about the key sizes. We can start modeling some of this today for what will the transactions look like. And again, we're seeing this already. If you're using a Chrome browser and you're talking to Google as a web server, you are already using some of this post-quantum things. So some of that is measurable, and lean on Google in Africa to give you numbers. I would say exactly the same thing if I were speaking to a bunch of South Americans right now, but I would also say the same thing to speaking to a bunch of Asians. Again, you folks as network operators are very familiar with, it's not all fiber. We have all of these things. Please do measurements. Please publish what you can. And if you're not able to do measurements, please ask your academics to start looking at this. The research is not hard to do, but it hasn't been done in a way that I think is useful to network operators yet. So I'm really hoping that my talk today, anything that you folks take away from that, might cause more good research to be done and come back to you, the network operators.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. It's time for us to wrap up. But just allow me, I noticed that in the presentations, you kind of avoid DNSSEC, and we know that...
Great, you're not going to let me go to bed without this, are you? Okay.
And currently we are working on moving from RSA to ECDSA. Okay, I think this can be a separate conversation we will have. So once again, thank you, Paul. And
I can give you a very short answer, which is DNSSEC will be far behind the web community because of the issues with TCP and the larger keys and large signatures. The DNS folks, they're somewhat in denial about this. Please don't tell them that I said this, although I tell them this when I can. They're in somewhat denial on this, so it is coming. You will see post-quantum algorithms in DNSSEC, but you will see them well after the things I talked about today.
Thank you. So let's have a round of applause for Paul. Thank you very much, Paul. So,
yep.
Now,
have a good rest of your conference.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Now, it is coffee break, and today we are on time. Yay! So we changed our coffee serving point. The coffee serving point will be on my far left, but you can access it using the corridor or that door. That door is functional. I don't know why most of you are not using it, but it's functional. And our coffee break sponsors are Registry Africa, a London Internet Exchange Point, and Team Simro. And as you enjoy coffee, please network, please pass through the booths and engage with the sponsors. Just a reminder as well that if you can, we will be having a tribute for the late Alan Barrett at 18 hours EAT, East African time. Those joining us online are kindly converted to UTC, and then we'll see you there. Otherwise, I wish us a nice coffee break. You will hear me ringing something so that we can come in if time allows us, okay? So this is an open coffee break. So yes, it's open. Thank you, thank you.
Recording in progress.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications, whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the Tech Hub, that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
It is a privilege truly for Kenya and TESPOC to welcome all of you to the African Internet Summit 2026 in Nairobi. It's been a while since we had this gathering, and we are really honored that you could be the first conveners after. It is a privilege truly for Kenya and TESPOC to welcome all of you to the African Internet Summit 2026 in Nairobi. It's been a while since we had this gathering, and we are really honored that you could be the first conveners after a very long time.
Africa's internet future demands an effort by Africa, a strong and purposeful collaboration, not just among governments and regulators, but also among operators, academia, and civil society.
Today, Kenya has 84.1 million active mobile subscription, 62.6 million mobile data subscription, 52.85 million mobile broadband subscription, and more than 50 million smartphones connected to the mobile networks. Our mobile money ecosystem has grown to more than 53 million active subscriptions, confirming that digital platforms are now central to trade, payments, and financial inclusion.
One of our focuses is also to encourage participation of African CCTLDs within the ICANN ecosystem, specifically in the country code name supporting organization. And we have the largest participation after Asia and Europe, having 40 CCTLDs from Africa as active members of the country code name supporting organization within ICANN.
AFNOG is a collaborative forum that brings together internet operators, network engineers, researchers, educators, policymakers, and ICT professionals to exchange knowledge and address the technical challenges associated with building, operating, and securing IP networks across Africa.
We have around 36 members from 36 different countries. Right now, there are 60 different internet exchange points in Africa from 42 cities that has a capacity of around 10 terabits per second. And that is based only on about 13 internet exchange points that are updating their data through the IXDV. And right now, there are over 2,000 connections in terms of peering in Africa.
It is a privilege truly for Kenya and TESPOC to welcome all of you to the African Internet Summit 2026 in Nairobi. It's been a while since we had this gathering, and we are really honored that you could be the first conveners after a very long time.
Africa's internet future demands an effort by Africa, a strong and purposeful collaboration, not just among governments and regulators, but also among operators, academia, and civil society.
Today, Kenya has 84.1 million active mobile subscription, 62.6 million mobile data subscription, 52.85 million mobile broadband subscription, and more than 50 million smartphones connected to the mobile networks. Our mobile money ecosystem has grown to more than 53 million active subscriptions, confirming that digital platforms are now central to trade, payments, and financial inclusion.
One of our focuses is also to encourage participation of African CCTLDs within the ICANN ecosystem, specifically in the country code name supporting organization. And we have the largest participation after Asia and Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, kindly come into the room. The open coffee break comes to an end. Thank you. Thank you for all those who are coming in. Now we are getting into the second part of the program, where we are going to have technical sessions and technical presentations. This will be moderated by Mr. Gisler. Come. And I hope you will have a good session. Thank you all for coming in. Kindly find your seats quickly so that we can be able to go on. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Susan. Hi, everyone. My name is Gilan Mugawa. I'm from the Internet Society, and I will be moderating the technical sessions that we are about to start. All right, so the technical presentations, part one that we have today, we are about to welcome Geoffrey Luara from Kenya Education Network. He will be doing his presentation for the next 30 minutes or so. And then we will have a gap. We will have a time whereby we will be having a question and answer session. The previous presentation did not have a Q&A session, so we're going to have a few minutes whereby you can ask questions. And whoever was doing the presentation. And then later on, we will have a presentation from Junior Joseph. He will be online. So is Geoffrey in the room? Geoffrey, are you in the room? Okay. So a round of applause to Geoffrey. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once more. My name is Geoffrey Luara from Kenya Education Network. I work as an assistant network engineer. So what we do at KNET is that we build, run, and operate network and cloud infrastructure for research and education institutions in Kenya. So my presentation today is about automating MPLS traffic engineering operations with BGP, link state, and part computation element protocol. So why do we have MPLS DE? So MPLS traffic engineering is for network operators to have predictable transport paths for layer 2 VPN, layer 3 VPNs across the service provider backbone. So with MPLS traffic engineering, operators are able to have and know predictable transport paths across the service provider network that is for customers' traffic. an operator is able to account for the amount of bandwidth that the customers downstream have subscribed to, and they're able to know which transport paths that the traffic is going to use from one side of the tunnel to the other end. Also, MPLS traffic engineering allows for explicit path control. An operator can decide which direction they want to route the customer traffic. So this typically happens when you have low capacity on one side and the customer demand are a bit high. So you'll need to adjust the traffic path direction so that you satisfy the customer requirement. Also, MPLS traffic engineering has fast reroute capabilities. So you can design your network such that whenever there is a link fault, node failure, the node knows how to reach the far end through bypass and reroute so that you don't have customer traffic getting dropped within your MPLS core. So when we are designing and building our networks, and as time goes by, we usually scale. We have many routers connecting customers, POPs, data center, internet exchange, and so on. And when you're building using OSPF, there is a scaling problem. So if you have one large OSPF area, and so all routers will need to have knowledge for the entire topology. This can have a limitation for the routing resources because whenever a link flaps, so all routers will need to know that there's a topology change and they need to recompute the best paths to each of the destinations within that network. So what you end up doing is that you'll need to size your OSPF areas so that a link flap doesn't affect the entire network topology. So with that, you come up with OSPF areas so that you contain the propagation of LSAs. But when you do this, you're limiting traffic engineering capabilities of OSPF. So within an area, and if you've enabled traffic engineering, each router will announce its traffic engineering capabilities, what amount of bandwidth can be allocated on the links on that node. However, these traffic engineering capabilities will not be able to propagate to different OSPF areas. So therefore, as an operator, when you're designing such a network, you need to know where you're placing your area border routers that link one area to the other, and those are going to be your stitching points for traffic engineering paths for customer tunneled traffic. So given that we have these OSPF limitations about traffic engineering knowledge across the entire network domain, so what we're going to introduce is path computational element, path computational client, and with if you're going to run traffic engineering, so you want the best paths that can guarantee bandwidth on this tunnel. So the head-end router, the tunnel ingress, will need to compute a path to the tunnel egress. And if the tunnel egress is on the other side of the OSPF, another OSPF area, it can't do that directly. So what you're going to need is path computational element. So what a path computational element does, it will learn the topology. Typically, you'll build it around area border routers. Area border routers will learn about the topology in that area. then they will export that topology information to a path computational element. The path computational element will run a constrained shortest path first, so it will be able to know which links will be able to satisfy this bandwidth requirement, which links are not good links. For example, you can design your network such that you want to avoid microwave links, you want to avoid bad fiber segments, you want to avoid satellite links, and you want to prefer just fiber links for customer traffic. So that information will be built by CSPF on the path computational element. So the head-end router will end up becoming the path computational client. It will, whenever it wants to build a path to the other end, to the egress side, it will be asking the path computational, in this case it will become a server, for it to give it a path that satisfies this constraint. If the customer wants, let's say 1 Gbps, 500 Mbps, and so on, so you build your tunnels around that, a tunnel that will satisfy the customer requirements. So how do we get this topology information into the path computational server? So BGP is quite a versatile routing protocol. In a way, you can think of it as an information exchange protocol because you can use it for IPv4, IPv6, PLOSPEC for security. And in this case, for MPLS, we can talk about BGP address family link state. So link state is knowledge about the link. So dynamic routing protocols like OSPF and ISIS usually build link state knowledge about the neighbors on the links. So given that this information is contained within an area and all routers know it, so you'll need a topology listener in that area. And, or you can think of it like a topology consumer. So once the topology consumer learns about this area, it will know how to reach all nodes, all prefixes. Whenever there is a topology change, like a link flap, device goes off due to power, it gets to know about this information. And so it sends this information to the path computation server for it to compute the best path. And so what the path computation part will do, whenever there's a topology change, it will send this update to the clients that it is serving with the path information. So the protocol which the path computational clients and path computation server use to communicate is PCEP, Path Computational Element Protocol. It uses TCP port 4189. So as a network operator, that means that you need to have this enabled so that clients are able to request for traffic engineered paths from head end to the far end. So that process using path computational element protocol seems a little bit long and complicated, or maybe just hard to grasp for new operators. And you've heard of segment routing, which can solve all these problems without needing you to have a client, a topology consumer, and a server. But segment routing is recently, it's quite a new routing protocol. Its first RFC draft was in about 2018. So that means that not all operators, or not all hardware manufacturers, firmware writers have actually built that into their system. So you'll find a router that supports OSPF, OSPF-TE, but it doesn't have a support for segment routing. Or within our networks, we usually operate with devices from mixed vendors. So you find that vendor A supports segment routing, vendor B doesn't support segment routing. So then it becomes hard to route your traffic in such a mixed vendor environment. And also another thing is that even if we wish to adapt to this new routing mechanism with segment routing, it's just financially hard to say that we're going to replace all our backbone routers, all our MPLS core routers overnight. It requires budgeting and planning. So now, with controller-assisted MPLS TE design, so typically our networks usually have the provider side, the edge sites. You're running OSPF. You need tunnels, and now because we want a controller to assist us building our tunnels, we have BGP link state and path computational element. So at the ABR, the area border router is where the traffic engineering visibility is limited. So which are going to be our topology consumers and exporters. So also when you're building our networks, we need to think about redundancy. So what about this ABR having a failure? Are we going to just have all our tunnels collapse? So you can think of having redundant placement of your topology exporters and also redundant placement of your path computational servers. So given that, so how are we going to start? Assuming that you're interested in this and now you want to deploy so that you stop or you automate the process of path discovery and path automation. So you can get to deploy the path computational server and the consumer. So with that, you just read only. So you just learn about the topology, you verify that it's correct, you verify that during link flaps, the topology gets updated. Then the next step that you go to is advisory path computational element. So with this, given the topology and CSPF computation, now it's going to advise you as the network operator that this path will satisfy the bandwidth requirement for this tunnel carrying customer traffic. This path will not. Also during topology changes, like you've lost a fiber link, a radio link, and so on. So you get advice from this path computation server. And so out of the advice, the path computation server can give you generated explicit paths. So therefore, as an operator, you're going to manually go and configure these paths to your router so that you restore service. And after that works and you're satisfied, you can think about controlled push. So now you're heading towards automation. So you've seen that your path computation server is accurate. It gives you reliable computed paths. Therefore, if your devices support automation like through netconf, now you can start building or getting vendor written scripts to be pushing these configs to the routers. And also, you need to think about failure, given that reachability between the clients and the server relies on TCP. You might need to deploy multiple path computation servers. So with that, there's small, quick demo that I'm going to show on how all these elements work together to deliver reliable MPLS tunnels. So with this topology, we have PE2 wants to get a traffic engineered path to PE1. However, they're in different OSPF areas, and so PE2 has visibility to ABR at XRV4. So I'm going to continue. So we don't have a path to the destination. But when it comes to the destination, which is the ABR, we can see that there is a path. So now, as an operator, you need to figure out which are your ABR so that now you do manual path stitching. So after you've discovered your ABR, you build your static paths through those ABR with the loose hopes so that the routers will figure out how to expand and get the exact paths. So now in this case, we can see that the tunnel has been built around two manually computed paths. So sometimes the problem with the manually computed paths is that it might not be able to satisfy the customer requirements. And also, you might find that you are overloading one path unlike the other. So it reaches a point that your tunnel starts failing. So with this, we are simulating a fault and the tunnel going down. But given that we have an alternate path, so operations continue. So we have been able to signal the alternate path, and now it's up and operational. And so when the primary path comes back, we are able to resume to the primary as intended. So now, this is where we're going to introduce the automatically computed path. We can see that as an operator, you just define your destination, and also you define which, you define who is going to be your path computation server. So in this case, it's going to be the device up there that's blinking with dotted purple. So XRV4, that device over there, that's topology export communication via BGP. You can see that the address family is link state. So on the path computation server, you can see that the BGP session is up, and there are multiple BGP sessions with multiple BGP topology consumers, so they're able to learn about the topology in their respective areas and send that to the computation server. So the client over there is having a session with the server. So, and you can see that the session is up. So now we have the path computation server doing the computation on behalf of the client. So it's looking for a CSPF path from source to destination, and that's the suggested path, which will be sent to the client for it to use for its routing. So the path has been sent to the client, and the client can use it to forward customer traffic. So now, in this case, we are simulating a fault. And we can see with the fault, the server provides the client with an automatic update of an alternate route that it can use. So given that everything is automatic, the alternate route provided satisfies the customer requirement. So now that's the new explicit route provided. And so when the link resumes, the server provides the client with the updated path, and the client will be able to use it for its operations. So thank you for your time. Given that time is so much spent, I'll not be able to accept questions, but I'll be around. You can just follow me up for questions.
Another round of applause. Thank you very much. Time is always running, but unfortunately we will be having some few questions. And I noticed in the previous session we did not have enough time also for some of the presenters. I don't know if in the room we have Amin. You can also come forward. Probably we can have a few minutes to ask questions. Can have a round of applause also for Amin. You can sit there. Each one of you have microphones. So I would like to probably invite anyone in the room who had questions in the previous sessions also to come forward and then ask questions. For me, maybe to Geoffrey, I will start with a question around automation. I noticed that in the room we have Ren. We have a Ren from Niger. Niger, where are you? Niger, le Ren du Niger. Est-ce que vous êtes là? OK. Ren. Oh, OK. So, yeah, definitely. Yes, definitely you can learn from your fellows from Kenya. So maybe can you speak to the automation part of maybe the way you automate your deployment, your provisioning, and all that? There is a lot going on. Maybe a few tips as far as automation is concerned, and probably I will ask another question to Amin, more related. I had a question to you actually. So, which was more about millimeter wave and what will that technology mean to you in terms of capacity, but also on the disadvantage it has? Have you tried that in your network, millimeter wave kind of high capacity but shorter distance? Do you have? If you have, but If you have any other question, please feel free to move forward. For a few minutes, we will have some Q&A session. Yeah, so you can go ahead and.
So about automation. Automation is normally built around tasks that are repetitive and frequently recurring. So as network operators, for example, one of the repetitive tasks is deployment. You're adding new customers to your network. So it's something that recurs every time. And if you've built a deployment playbook, for example, you know that you need to verify this and this and this, like a checklist. So with that, and you know the process that you take to make sure that the customer is connected. So with that, you're going to be able to automate, but also you need to look around the support about on the devices, whether they do support automation. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe there is another question I had about the mix. You said mix of vendors, and I wanted to understand how problematic it is to have mix of vendors. So that's one. But if you go single vendor, also it's also a business continuity risk. How do you manage that mix and also remove the risk of single vendors?
So how to manage mixed vendor environment and automation is that you'll need to explicitly define to your automation script that when you come across vendor A, this is the script to execute. When you come across vendor B, this is the script to execute. And given that when you're automating a network process, you are automating a process that it's initially done by human. So you know the config workflow that you need to go to step A and to step B. So in a mixed vendor environment, you'll be able to define that in your script. Yeah, so it shouldn't be that problematic. The only time it becomes problematic is when the protocol implementation is different. For example, one is still running OSPF version 2, and one is running a different version of OSPF, or as I've just illustrated, support for different features. So it makes automation a bit challenging.
Thank you very much. Maybe to Amin, I know I mentioned about millimeter wave, but in a broader perspective, new technologies, as far as WISP is concerned, what are the opportunities as far as the new technologies in terms of wireless? What challenges do you foresee, or are there opportunities also in the new technologies around your experience? So you just speak to your experience, not necessarily about specific things, but what would the new WISP in the room learn from you with the new opportunities?
From my experience, I had a challenge with the Cambium products, for example. The access points, they had limitation of 10 users to 15 users on a free license. However, if you want to add more users on the same access point, you have to buy a license, which is going to be annual billing. I believe Ubiquiti also is doing a nice job on, I'm not trying to market their product, but they are doing a nice job on the LTE radios that they have deployed. And they have a new generation also that can repel interferences, especially in congested areas, all right? But whatever you see on the planning on link.ui, if the planning shows you like 500 Mbps, don't be surprised if you get practical 100 Mbps sometimes.
Thank you very much. Any question from the floor? Yes, Ade.
Yeah, thanks. My question is to Jeffrey. I looked at the topology, right? But the question I'm asking is, do I have to have a TCP connection from every router to the controller? Then in that case,
doesn't that mean that the controller becomes a single point of failure? Or would it be possible to have multiple controllers within the network, right? Because if the connection to the controller breaks, then the entire network breaks, right?
Yeah, so that's true. Having a single controller means that you have a single point of failure. So when you're designing using a PCE, you are advised to have redundancy. So every OSPF area can have its own PCE, and then they still feed to the PCE that's the master, which computes parts across the entire domain. And then also where you're placing your PCE, obviously it should be in a safe, secure, reliable data center with good power, good cooling, good network connectivity, so that it's always reachable and having a 99.999% uptime.
Thank you, but also from experience, okay, some upstreams, they have multiple points of failure. It all ends up on the topology that they have on their national fabric of IP transit, okay? I used to escalate to my upstream, my network is down, they will say our MPLS in the north is down. It means that almost 10 states are down just because of MPLS connectivity. With the evolution of the SD-WAN, I wouldn't recommend MPLS again. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Alan from Uganda, and my question is to him from Megamode. From your previous slides, you highlighted the fact that fiber deployment is just not a system, but rather a system of systems. And my question is in line with that. When we are looking at fiber deployment, in mostly our cities like Nairobi and Kampala, we have an issue of fiber congestion. When, for example, technicians are trying to rectify some of the, to locate issues with the network, we have too much time spent highlighting or isolating these issues. And so this restoration time is usually longer and it affects the last mile. So I want to know and also get your experience in how troubleshooting some of these issues when you are trying to deal with the fiber congestion after it has been rolled out at the last mile.
The fiber is between which point and which point?
From for example, to the last mile, being when it is laid out during, let's say, basically the layout.
The length.
Yes, the length. I can quote an example of
18 kilometers.
Yes,
20.
yes, probably that. You can
deploy a air fiber 5U point-to-point link as a backhaul redundant link, okay? While your fiber is down, you can still route your traffic through the radio as a layer 2 connection between your 2 points, and you will have less headache on that. This is a scenario that I have on between 2 POPs that they are 19.5 kilometers apart from each other inside Kano State.
In that case, are they ground or overhead cable?
No, it's air fiber. It's a radio.
Oh, okay.
It's an outdated radio, by the way, but still very effective. Okay, they are not producing it again. AF5U.
Okay.
It can give you good throughput of almost 1.5 to 1.8 gig on good weather day.
Okay.
And if it's raining or if it's the Harmattan season in Kano, whereby visibility will be not up to 500 meters, it can give you up to 1.3 to 900 Mbps.
Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much.
as per up and down.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
my advice, because otherwise you cannot have a link that's only supported by fiber and there is no redundancy on radios. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Col Howie from Kenya, Internet Society Kenya. I run a community network called Kijiji Yetu. I'm juggling with a lot of things as I listen to this kind of discussion. One is that where is the problem? Because the end user is like in a world war is in a world war, because one, there is no gadget that is trying to solve a lot of problems for the end user or the people who are within the lower market who can afford maybe $1, $2, $3. And some of these people are struggling to do business. I'm saying this because you get an access point, you buy today, you find that it's not working for you, then you rush to another one because it's in the market. So regulation becomes a problem. That's one side. Two, you're looking at, do I use wireless or wired connection? Then you opt for wireless, then it doesn't work because of latency, line of sight. Then you got now to wireless, then you get a lot of licenses that are needed within the regulation. So you end up paying more. So I'm bringing this because we need to unpack it further, because we need to look at, if someone solves, today you can use your mobile phone to do video, you can use your mobile phone to do all these kind of things, to record music and all. So what is the gadgets that you are thinking around? So that we don't talk about access points every day. What is the multifunctional component or something that will come out that you can beat all these kind of things? Because you're moving into the new age. People are using drones, people are using IoT. So I'm here to listen to you and say, is someone testing something, especially for the end user? Low cost, affordable, and can be easily adaptable. Thank you.
Maybe let's take your question and the last question. Those will be the two last questions, and then we can answer them. Yes. The next presenter will be online. Hopefully, IT will help me to put the person in.
Okay.
Vous poser la question.
Thank you. My name is Some from Burkina Faso. I have two questions. One to Geoffrey. Thank you for your presentation. I want to know, you use a simulation application. I want to know if this application is free or open, because I was impressed with your demonstration. That is my first question. The second question, I will ask it in French. Maybe Ghislaine will translate it. OK. C'est concernant le déploiement de la fibre. On voit qu'en fait, actuellement, on fait beaucoup plus de déploiement aérien. Je vois que, par exemple, au Kenya, ici, surtout à Nairobi, on a pratiquement... OK. OK. Je disais que c'est concernant le déploiement de la fibre. Actuellement, dans nos pays africains, tellement on veut aller vite, le déploiement se fait de façon aérienne. De façon aérienne du moins. Donc, on voit que les fils sont tirés de gauche à droite, ça s'entremêle. J'ai constaté ça également en Nairobi ici, où les fils qui traversent des rues, certains même sont pensions, descendent. C'est presque partout en Afrique. Est-ce que, quelque part, est-ce qu'il y a des mécanismes en fait pour pouvoir, je ne sais pas s'il y a une régulation pour pouvoir résoudre ce problème-là. Parce qu'à la longue, ça va affecter le service. Un fil entremêlé, si on doit venir faire une maintenance, on peut venir, en fait, on touche le fil d'un autre. Donc, je pense qu'en fait, à ce niveau-là, il faut arriver à trouver une architecture où ceux qui vont faire le déploiement puissent suivre une ligne, une directive pour éviter un câble qui va traverser une rue pour aller de l'autre côté. Ce n'est pas intéressant, ce n'est pas joli. Donc, c'était ça ma préoccupation.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. I don't know if you heard the question, The first question, I think, was about the business models and this new era of IoT and, access wanting to become more cheaper, and the old models, are they still relevant? That's how I understood the question. And then the first question from the person from Burkina Faso was a simulator. Yes. Yeah, we can answer that first of all. Yes. No, you can. Go ahead. Any question?
Yes, it's true that we have many models that they are coming up. You have the low orbit satellites, you have 5G, 4G, some fancy and, in other words, very attractive solutions. However, all of this relies on fiber connectivity, most of them. Starlink, for your knowledge, have earth stations. They buy bandwidth locally, they connect to local internet exchanges, and they need fiber connectivity to their earth stations. 5G connectivity also between the POPs, that the colocation POPs, and anywhere they have a node that they are distributing the 5G, they still need fiber connectivity. Your business case should be not unique to where you are operating, but also you should think like 5 years ahead or 10 years ahead, what might be in the market, what challenges you might have, and where you are heading with your network. That's what we have done in Megamore, for example, when Starlink started to deploy in Nigeria, we started to deploy fiber. Starlink was providing 50 Mbps to 100 Mbps on a good day, and we were providing 300 Mbps connectivity. In terms of cost of equipment, yes, the cost of equipment is on the rise. Hopefully, in Africa, we can produce one day, maybe we reach to this, we can produce our own technology and our own ecosystem and have our products localized in terms of all what we need for them, from boards to ships to everything else. Hopefully, we can reach that. Until then, yes, there is a heavy cost of importation and sometimes taxes and the product itself. However, there are certain operators, like Huawei, for example, they are supporting MTN now to deploy fiber to the house connectivity in Nigeria. They have this memorandum of understanding between ZTE, I think, and MTN Nigeria. You shouldn't be intimidated as a WISP or as a local provider about big fancy companies, because you have something very unique, is that you are closer to your clients. You can support them within shortest period of time. You don't have too much protocols and procedures that they are lengthy. The end user usually needs a good internet. 5G has limitation on the spectrum. 4G has a limitation on the spectrum, and the spectrum is not free of charge. It's very expensive. If you notice, when the 5G is first deployed, you can see speed sometimes 700, 800 Mbps in some cases, but the operational speed that you can get as an end user is not up to 50 Mbps. There is a difference between your internet being fat or being fast, okay? And that depends on latency and spectrum utilization, and also what is the ratio that you are using for your clients. Is it 1 to 10 or 1 to 100, for example? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amin, on that. And on the simulation, maybe?
So the simulation was built on GNS3 simulator, which is pardon? Yes. So and for the web side, it is just a web application that uses JavaScript to render the text as being typed.
Thank you very much. I think the last question was about regulations, and is there any regulator in the room? Maybe the question was about the cables that we see in the cities and how it is becoming difficult even to manage or to troubleshoot. So maybe I wanted a perspective from a regulator, how they see that. Otherwise, we have operators here in front. I don't know if you want to speak to that, but it would be good to have an insight from a regulator, if there is any in the room. Yes.
Rudman is here also, and he was part of it.
Oh, Mr. Rudman. Okay. So, did you have a meeting about the area of fiber and how to...
They did sanitization in Lagos.
Sanitization in Lagos. Do you have any experience about what is happening in Lagos on reducing the overhead fiber, cleaning it, and any insight that you have from a Nigeria perspective?
Okay. Majorly the issue is in Lagos, where you have concentration of a lot of ISPs that are using aerial fiber, and that has defaced the streets. If you go there, it's a jungle, you know. And governments are now expanding the roads, and there is need to remove some of the poles that are on the roadside. And in order to do that, they realize that, you know, the operators of those fibers usually cannot even separate which one is their own fiber because it's just jumbled up. So they decided to do a city-wide holistic approach to the aerial fiber. So they collaborated with the Nigerian Communications Commission, which is the regulator, the Lagos State government that has an agency for infrastructure. And then they also coordinated with the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, ATCON, to see that all between those parties to get all the right actors together to see how they can tidy up. And I think the ISPs are complying, and because to some extent to tidy up the whole process, because it's better for all at the end and it doesn't deface the city. I hope I answered your question. Thank
yes,
you.
Yeah. Let's stay on the lookup to know what is happening across Africa and learn from each other. That's what I can summarize on. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers, Amin and Geoffrey? You can regain your seats. We have one last. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have one last presentation from Junior Joseph. I don't know if he is online. He is online, okay. Junior, can you hear us? If yes, you can proceed with your presentation. The presentation is called A Quick Native Identity and Federation Layer for African ISP. The floor is yours, Joseph.
Thank you so much, moderation team. And a fantastic presentation, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm joining you all remotely today. I can feel the immense engineering energy in that room. And ladies and gentlemen, we really need these automated networks, because once networks are automated, it means that we can all host data that is also intelligent. So over the last few years, looking at our infrastructure, I've seen that we've got a problem. We do not own much of what's going on from the equipment point of view, and also to the services that are being run on that equipment. So today I'm going to present an integrated blueprint of that's going to meet African ISPs where they are through QUIP. It's a brokerless federation protocol over QUIP. I wish I could send my, oh yeah, it's already there, thank you. My slide is there. So can you please go on to slide number 2. Slide number 2. Okay. To be completely honest about the status quo that we have, the way that we handle identity federation across networks today is fundamentally broken, and it socializes severe operational pain again across our entire industry. Right now, Quick is frozen behind HTTP3 with zero raw stream control. We are completely logged into Web PKI, where massive foreign OAuth and OIDC brokers our own identity namespace. On top of that, our servers are drowning in hidden buffers from gRPC and REST queues that cause sudden out-of-memory crashes on edge hardware. And the biggest elephant in the room, that is the DNSSEC barrier. I've been following since yesterday. I'm glad to say that we've got around 44% penetration of DNSSEC globally. So it's a bit better than when I was actually doing this presentation. I was expecting it to be around 1.3%. But you know, this problem of rolling it out, it makes protocols like Jane completely undeployable globally if DNSSEC is not there. So without a built-in causality primitive, systems rely on vector clocks that scale poorly or fall back to last right wins policies that silently block data. As a result, we inherit head-of-line blocking, hidden buffer bloat, and broker-dependent identity. Quip changes this entirely because we remove HTTP and DNS and Web PKI from the critical path. Can you please go on to slide number 3? So why does this matter so deeply to the people sitting in the Mara ballroom today? Because right now, our digital infrastructure is tethered to decisions made entirely outside our borders. I'll quote from Professor Bulelani Jili from South Africa. He recently noted Africa's digital stack is trapped between foreign physical hardware and foreign application platforms, leaving local actors dependent on external players. Let us be clear, Africa must not be passive, a passive recipient of rules made offshore. We cannot wait decades, for absolute global DNS rollouts before we secure our routing layers, local deployment, as it sits at around 1%. We cannot continue to rely on foreign certificate authorities like Let's Encrypt or DigiSet to control trust for our local ISPs. I'll give an example of Potras, a regulator in Zimbabwe. It's licensing data controllers, and this covers attestation of the data that they're actually controlling. But we lack the technical infrastructure to actually enforce it. So Quip is here to flip the script. It gives African ISPs the technical architecture to become local trust anchors, not just transit pipes. Self-sovereign identity works natively without DNSSEC. So this allows Potras licensed controllers to run witness servers for seamless cross-border peering without a single foreign broker dependency. Quip was built for the exact constraints that African operators face every day. And will you please move over to slide number 4. So why now? Why Quip now? It's because the pain of the status quo finally exceeds the political and engineering cost of changing it. Global regulations like the EU Digital Market Act are forcing gatekeepers to open up the third-party federation, while consumer spaces like ActivityPub have proved massive global demand for decentralized systems. On the infrastructure side, AI inference and real-time apps have turned RAM and tail latency into first-order operational costs. Allocating 10 gigabytes of data per server is no longer free. So crucially, the technical primitives are mature. we have stable production grade quick stacks like Queen, SN2, S2N Quick that are datagram ready. Modern languages feature high performance ED25519 and CBO libraries. What used to be an academic research project can now be implemented by a single engineer in, say, 3 months. Primitives were ready back then. The incentives were not, but they are now. Please move over to slide number 4. Or number 5, sorry. So what exactly is PIP? It is a brokerless federation protocol operating directly over ROQUI, providing self-sovereign identity, causal consistency, and explicit application back pressure. As you can see on the slide, we achieve this through 4 core primitives: ED25519 portable identity, dotted version vectors for causality, a key transparency and trust on first use hybrid model, and 4 distinct tiers of queueless transport. Our key differentiators are absolute. Unlike HTTP3 and gRPC, we have 0 hidden buffers. Unlike ActivityPub, no broker owns the namespace. Unlike Dane, we are 99% deployable on day 1 without DNSSEC requirement. And unlike legacy clock vectors, our causal tracking scales to the number of active writers, not total network nodes. And may you please move over to slide number 6. Let's look at how identity works in PIP. Your 32-byte ED25519 public key is your identity. There is no domain authority and no external certificate chain. Look at this claim structure on the screen. Let me just see. Oh, it's a bit behind. May you please go to slide number 6. It's a slide showcasing the exact code box layout for CBO tagged key claim structure containing node ID, timestamp, a domain hint, and a signature, followed by a list of self-sovereign properties. Looking at the key claim structure on the screen, it contains a node ID, a timestamp, a domain hint, and a self-signature. Noting that notice that the domain name is purely a hint for routing advice, not an ultimate authority. If a registrar gets compromised, you do not lose your identity or your account. You simply update your routing hint while your unique node ID remains identical. And if a private key is lost, the system is intentionally unrecoverable. There is no backdoor recovery mechanisms. You simply spin up a new identity. Let me try and do screen sharing, and then I can. Slide number 6.
Junior, do you see the slide that you're looking for?
Yes, I have seen it, yes. Can you see the slide?
A portable identity, yes, we can see the slide.
Yes. So that's the structure of how the identity looks like. There's a node ID, a timestamp, a domain hint, and a signature. So let me do this.
Joseph, the technical team is telling me that you should be sharing your slides. Can you share your slides
Yes.
from where you are?
I'm sharing the web tab that is got the slide on. Can you see it from my side?
No, we cannot.
You cannot.
Are you using a second screen?
No, I put one screen on.
Okay, can you put that in presentation mode or yes. A presentation mode. We can see your screen, but it's not in presentation mode. Or full screen. Yeah, full screen. Okay. Maybe, yeah. Yeah.
That's
now,
better.
yeah. Please proceed.
Okay. Yes. So this is the key claim structure. All these they are self-sovereign properties. You sign your packet. Only the private key holder can assert identity. And the domain hint is only for routing advice. It's not an authority. Once a registrar is compromised, you can change your hint to another registrar, and that doesn't affect your identity at all, because your node ID stays. And then for key loss, it's unrecoverable intentionally. So you can just create a new identity. Then there is no external infrastructure required for the first contact. You pin your key on first use. So I'm just going to briefly describe what TOFU behavior is. It's trust on first use. Once a key claim is seen, it's accepted and pinned by a witness, and then subsequent claims must match the pinned key. A mismatch without a rotation degrades the QUIP's mode. And then the user is alerted. No silent man in the middle attack. And then for DNS hijack, we've got a defense for that. If an attacker presents a false key claim, trust on first use remembers the legitimate key. False claim lacks witness confirmations, and the result is a detectable denial of service, not a silent man in the middle attack where you don't have access to your data. And then key transparency gossip. Peers broadcast witness statements to build a distributed trust among themselves without a central log. So the witness statement has got a CBO tag of 65536 and a subject node ID, a domain hint which is just used for discovering the node, and there's also an ASN for witnesses. There's also a prefix for the IP block that the ISP is actually controlling, and a timestamp of when the packet was sent, and then a time to leave of 30 days until reattestation is needed. Then we've got the witness node ID also there, and a signature of the witness. So the life cycle of a verified key from 0 to 6 days and not 3 witnesses, we only use trust on first use. Then after 7 days, we use we actually stamp it as a verified identity, and then this identity expires after 30 days. Then it needs re-verification again. And if ever a user misbehaves on the network, it is revoked and a violation receipt tombstone is issued across the network. Also, a 7-day age requirement prevents instant Sybil attacks. 30-day validity forces periodic reattestation. So it is always supposed to be valid. Then for casual consistency, the data that is actually broadcast through the network, QUIP guarantees that everyone sees events in the correct order. There's no central server that's needed there. There's an analogy of Alice writing an update, and then Bob sees the update, and also Carol sees the update. All 3 agree on this exact same order automatically. The WhatsApp analogy. You see how WhatsApp read receipts work in a group chat, but not for federation. They are centralized. Everyone knows who saw what and in what order. No server decides. Peers agree automatically via dotted version vectors. So why does this matter for ISPs? 2 internet exchange members edit a root object at the same time. QUIP merges both edits deterministically, and there's no last write wins, which actually causes data loss. There is no central database required. Everything is on the network fabric. Then QUIP uses a queueless transport tiers. There are 4 dedicated tiers designed to eliminate head of line blocking like in TCP. and it also ensures deterministic RAM usage. Here's a table of how the tiers work. So Quick's stream 0, it is used for handshake errors and key transparency gossip. Then there's also queue policy. It is a queueless transport, so this may actually block. And then reliability, it's a reliable stream. Then we've got the second tier, tier 1 sync. It's a stream for dotted version vector exchange and anti-entropy. It is queueless, and it also throws a error try again on Windows 0 on its policy, and it's also a reliable stream. Then the third stream is T2 for bulk data exchange. It starts from stream 8, 12, and 16, and so forth. It sends messages and documents. Its queue policy has got error try again on Windows 0. It's also a reliable stream. Then we've got the last one, T3. It's for ephemeral events. On the transport, it uses quick datagrams. You can use it for media, telemetry, presence, etc., etc. And since it's ephemeral, you can drop if it's congested. So this means that it's an unreliable stream.
Ça va, Timothée?
Yes.
Maybe to let you know that you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. And then also Quip has got a back pressure contract. Quip converts hidden memory growth into visible back pressure. Currently using HTTP3 and gRPC framework buffers in memory. Sender never sees an error try again. RAM grows until out of memory queue occurs. Then the tail latency is also unbounded, and this cost is socialized back to the SREs. Then the Quip contract, it's got a tier 1 and tier 2, which throw the error try again in Windows 0. Then there's no application layer buffering. Everything is on the transport. Then there's also deterministic RAM that is used per connection. Tail latency is the first class signal, and optimization burden shifts back to the developers. It does not sit on your browser. Like we already spoke, that a 10 gig of RAM cannot just sit around anymore these days, since AI inference and real-time apps, they depend on it. They demand it, actually. Then several authentication modes. There are 3 modes for different deployment realities. Compat is actually the default. In Compat, we've got PKI, Bootstrap Plus, key transparency, and trust on first use for identity. This one is the general deployment, which is actually 99% ready for deployment. Then there's strict mode, which uses DNSSEC, DAME, key transparency plus TOFU, trust on first use. This is high security. It is used mostly in regulated environments in your banking sectors, health, etc., etc. Then in the previous draft, we had the legacy mode, but it has now been deprecated. It was only using WebPKI, but from version 2 of the draft is going to be removed. So why is not DAME a default on Quip? It's because there is no 100% global deployment, and this makes Quip undeployable if it were to use DAME as the default. So KT plus TOFU provide equivalent security, 3 independent witnesses without the deployment barrier of DANE. The handshake negotiation capability bit masks are actually in the handshake. Bit 0 is key transparency and trust on first use. Bit 1 is DANE, strict DANE, and then bit 2 is tier 3 datagrams. So once there is an intersection of a mismatch, that is, there's an error of a profile mismatch, and then the handshake cannot continue. Then we've got some security properties that PIP defends against. It defends against domain impersonation, self-signed key claims and key transparency witnesses. It also defends against replay attacks using message ID plus sequential reset terms being binding, and also DNS hijacking. If a DNS hijack is discovered, it is detected to become a denial of service. Then there's a split brain or fork of the data that is on the network. The dotted version vectors have got a deterministic merge. Then gossip amplification, we've got a time to live and rate limits for the data that is being broadcast across the network. Then registrar compromise, we've got no single authority that can silently rotate keys. Because of time.
Thank you very
so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Can we have a round of applause to? There is a lot to unpack. Sorry, Joseph.
Yeah, yes, it's okay.
Yeah, the time is against us, but thank you for these insights. I think there is a lot to unpack here, but probably to give the opportunity for 1 or 2 questions quickly before we break out, I would welcome anyone from the floor. If there is 1 burning question or 2 at maximum, but we don't have much time to ask. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Joseph. Joseph, congratulations. I mean, it was an absolutely amazing presentation, and I'm hoping the technical details work out. I'm going to ask, although I've got part of the answer in front of me, but have you managed to get any traction with the IETF process? I can see in the data tracker that the document was last updated there on the 5th of June, but just if you could give some sort of insight as to where you are with the IETF process and getting your work in front of them. The other thing that I'd just like some insight on, it follows from the earlier presentation on cryptographically relevant quantum computing. I'm assuming all of the instances in which you're using digital signatures of any shape or form are the most recent and relevant, and we're not going to have the same challenges as with DNSSEC that the previous speaker described as in denial with this. So those are my sort of two questions, but honestly, congratulations on an amazing presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take those only 2 questions for the sake of time. Junior, you want to react on that?
Yes. I can give the answer to the first one. Actually, the draft was first put on in May. Then that was version 00, and we had to make some serious changes because of the DNSSEC problem. Then we introduced key transparency and trust on first use in version 1 of the IETF draft. The document is already on the IETF under dispatch because it's an individual submission. So hopefully maybe we can get one of the area directors to actually sponsor the draft, or maybe we can get a home transport working group or a security working group, but we'll see how it will go. And probably there's a IETF interim meeting for dispatch and security dispatch on the 30th of June. So I hope I'll get another opportunity to actually present more in-depth information on the protocol. I'm sure this might be one of the first protocols that have been created in Africa recently. I hope it's going to also change everyone's lives in Africa.
Thank you, Thank you, Joseph. Another round of applause. Thank you. The floor is back to you. Thank you.
Please clap for our moderator. So it is lunchtime. I'm glad today we are operating properly with time. Let's clap for ourselves, eh? Yes. So it's lunchtime. The lunch will be served on the 3rd floor, and make sure you have your badge on. If you don't have your badge on, you will not get a coupon. Yeah, just part of housekeeping. Anyway, I wish us all bon appetit. We meet here at exactly 2 p.m., seated and ready for the next session. And happy AFNOG Day. Thank you.
Niki utlo, niki se neka skono yaraba, niki present. Lina hegi fitla mo kibona, and then when I turn the computer on, I have only 5 minutes of creating a better presentation, and I feel stupid right now. Yeah.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
the new GTLD program. Next round. 10 things you always wanted to know about GTLDs. ICANN is preparing to open a new round to accept applications for new generic top-level domains. Top-level domains, or TLDs, are the part of an internet address that comes after the dot. For example, in the domain name ICANN.org, the characters ORG identify the TLD. The internet started with just a handful of GTLDs. Today, there are more than 1,200. That's because of ICANN's new GTLD program, which launched in 2012. Today, ICANN is preparing to start accepting applications for new GTLDs. This time, we want you to participate. The Internet's domain name system can support domain names in multiple scripts and TLDs longer than 3 characters. A GTLD can be a source of revenue through the management of domain name registrations and renewals. An organization operating a GTLD can provide users and customers with confidence in its security and legitimacy. Remember, applying for a TLD is not the same as applying for a domain name, which any individual can do. When you apply for a GTLD, you're applying to operate a registry, a key part of the DNS ecosystem. The registry operator generates the zone file that allows computers to route internet traffic to and from TLDs anywhere in the world. All GTLD applicants have to demonstrate that they have the financial and technical ability to operate a registry. Getting prepared to apply for a GTLD requires looking carefully at the investment involved and weighing other considerations. The costs associated with applying for and operating a TLD are beyond the reach for many. That's why ICANN created the Applicant Support Program. The ASP provides financial and non-financial assistance to qualified, eligible entities. So, if you are a charitable organization, nonprofit, IGO, indigenous or tribal peoples organization, or a small business operating as a social enterprise or in a developing economy, you may be eligible for support. The deadline to apply for assistance through the ASP is November 19th, 2025. If you'd like to find out more, send us an email.
è sempre
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications, whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first
who passed away on May 28, 2026 in Cape Town, South Africa. Through his vision, humility, and lifelong dedication, Alan helped shape the growth, stability, and global recognition of the Internet in Africa. Alan was a distinguished South African Internet engineer and a respected global leader. His contributions date back to the earliest years of connectivity on the continent. He was among the engineers involved in On May 28th, today, the African internet community mourns not only a remarkable internet pioneer, but one of the architects of Africa's digital future. It is with profound sadness that we remember Alan Barrett, who passed away on May 28th, 2026 in Cape Town, South Africa.
hope we had a great lunch. Good time to network, talk about the previous topics and discuss and exchange. So we are on for the next part of session 2 today. Again, we are still in the technical presentations. We have 2 presentations, one from Michael, another one from Amrish. So both will be in the room, which is quite good. So the first one will be about edge observability, leveraging IoT gateways for last mile network health tracking. So help me welcome Michael Olwoch from Teltonika Networks. Can we have a round of applause?
Right, good afternoon. Actually, I told my boss I was having a presentation immediately after lunch, and he asked me, will there really be people? And true to his words, I had to say he is right, but it's okay. So I'm going to talk about last mile black box, which I believe is an issue that most people face. And yeah, I hope that the people present in the room will indulge me. All right? So before I start, I have a bit of confession to make. I'm not a traditional network engineer. I'm a passionate sociologist, all right? By training, I'm an economist, and by career, I am a technical system strategist. So today, I want to bring a multi-dimensional look at the networking infrastructure. And currently, I work with a company called Teltonika Networks, based out Lithuania, Europe. Right. So we can start. Yeah. All right. So the problem we all know too well, ideally. So most people, actually the people before me, have talked about the issue of last mile in the African continent. And it's a fact that the African continent, basically, we've made massive advancements in terms of the sea cables, the infrastructures, and all that. So we've developed telecom towers, what have you. But the question is, once the internet leaves the fiber ring, what happens? Let's say, for example, you take the internet to a remote bank branch or a utility plant or a telecom tower. Are you able to observe it? So the first thing, or the first issue that you'll get, is being blind, all right? So once you're blind, you can't monitor your network. Let's say it's at a remote bank branch. And considering the fact that you're blind and cannot see your network infrastructure, you become reactive, meaning you're waiting for your client maybe to call and tell you that there is an issue with the network. Then after that, that's when you act. That consequently becomes expensive to you as the operator. Right. Okay, the slides are acting up. I'm not sure whether. Right. So this is not working. Let me just. Yeah, because I'm trying. Yeah, it's okay. Longer. Okay. All right, so sorry for that. I'll proceed. So typically, network engineers, network operators, mostly what you use is a ping. But one thing about a ping, when you're using it, it will only tell you whether the device is alive or dead. It won't give you much information on the same. So ideally, you lack quality insight. You don't have failover visibility. Let's say, for example, you have a failover mechanism for your network. Then you don't act proactively. You become reactive instead. So what I'm bringing today to the table, ideally, is a shift of the intelligence, ideally a paradigm shift. So at the end of the day, at the edge where you are, where your network infrastructure is, if I can tell you that your solution to the edge observability is already sitting at the edge of your industrial infrastructure. So ideally, let's say, for example, I said I'm a sociologist by passion. Let's say, for example, you are in a relationship, all right? And the only time you get communication from your significant other is when there's an issue, all right? But now picture a different scenario where instead of you waiting for your better half to tell you about an issue, you guys are having regular communication. So ideally, the device sitting at the edge consistently is sending you diagnostics about your network, all right? Sorry for that. I think there's a bit of lag from... All right. So the architecture that we are using, or the open architecture that definitely is common to all of you, is layer 1. You have an industrial router. So the industrial router is running on OpenWRT, which I believe is most or more familiar to each and every person in this room. So it runs text, or basically it sends data. So on the layer 1, we have the industrial router. The layer 2, we have lightweight MQTT protocol, and I will tell you why mostly we use MQTT protocol for transmitting the data. Then on layer 3, you have a centralized cloud dashboard. So every hour, automatically, the device is sending data to you, all right? So you're getting constant data. Going back to my analogy of people in a relationship, constantly someone is updating you on what they are doing, all right? So if you're getting the hourly and automatic data, you have zero human intervention. Ideally, the data is coming and it's being keyed in to the system and being transmitted to your remote base, all right? So for example, looking at this case study, and this is a solution that has been deployed elsewhere. So you have a remote tower in your ecosystem or infrastructure. Then you have edge tests, basically being run by the router or the device. Then you have MQTT telemetry, which is sent to your cloud dashboard. Now at the cloud dashboard, you're receiving all the details about your network health. So how does this work? One rugged industrial dual SIM router serves two purposes simultaneously. So it provides the primary connection, which acts or provides the localized network. At the same time, it gives you the observability that you're looking for. All right. So once you have the observability, you're able to proactively act and more or less solve issues with your network. So I told you that I'm going to tell you why we are using MQTT. And the question most engineers will ask, if you're transmitting data or if you're sending the data, a key thing will be on the consumption of our cellular data. How much is being consumed? So that's the main reason we are using MQTT to transfer the messages, all right, to the remote site, or the what we call, from Teltonika, we call it the remote management system. So we have a publisher-subscriber model. So MQTT compresses network metrics into tiny encrypted text strings. After that, it is sent via secure VPN tunnels, which ensures security. For example, a use case such as a bank, having secure VPN tunnels is key if you're doing inter-branch connections. Then one thing, or the icing in the cake why MQTT is a must for us, is in terms of the bandwidth. So someone here mentioned that in the African continent, the bandwidth is still an issue, and the latency also is an issue. So using MQTT to transfer the data solves that, and we ensure that you're using low bandwidth regardless of the high latency, and your data is transmitted to the remote management system, and you're able to see if your device is offline, if the failover has been done, or let's say if the failover was done, it was done to which carrier. All right. So I'm not sure whether it's a bandwidth issue with this device, but okay, it's trying to act up on me. So yeah, the centralized view from blind to proactive. So I said, and my presentation is titled The Black Box. So ideally the black box is something mysterious, all right? And most people, because I engage a lot with community network providers, and the main issue is how can we observe our network at the edge, all right? So we are trying to move from you being blind once the fiber leaves the fiber ring and goes or travels to the remote areas of Kenya. Allow me use Kenya as an example. So before, typically, and I believe most of you operators, integrators in this room, this is what you do. So you wait for a client to complain, all right? So once the client has complained, you check whether there is a red ping, right? So after checking whether there's a red ping, you dispatch a truck. Typically, the truck drive will be roughly 3 hours if you did a remote deployment. And if your engineers are Kenyans, they'll ask you for lunch after the 3 hours drive. They'll call you and ask you for lunch so that they can reboot the device. Once the device is rebooted, it lasts for like 2 months, and again, you go back to the same cycle. Now, if you are implementing the solution that I'm talking about, so the dashboard flags the ISP degradation. In this case, as I had mentioned, it's called the remote management system. It flags the ISP degradation. Then it proactively switches carriers. Now, if you're using a router, for example, from Teltonika, it has GSM slots, and it has the capability of running maybe Starlink and fiber at the same time. So if one goes down, it switches automatically. Then it adjusts routing rules remotely, ensuring 0 truck rolls. So that definitely cuts the cost, mostly if you're a remote integrator. And now moving on to the business case, because at the end of the day, I also mentioned that to some extent I'm an economist. So what does this give you? It's 0% or 0 extra hardware requirement, because MACU, you're using your router to do all this. So the router is at the edge. Then for the test intervals, you have 1 hour. So after every 1 hour, you're getting data about your network health. These can be reduced. There are some people, there are some cases, some people, I don't know why, they require the data after every 30 minutes, but ideally most people run it under an hour or every hour. Then you have 100% remote activity. So with remote activity or remote action, that's where you are looking at your network strength and seeing if the carriers switched or did switch, if there was network failover. All right. So we are giving you a proactive last mile intelligence that doesn't just reduce operational cost, but it accelerates, ideally, at the end of the day, ensuring that your remote business is quite healthy and bringing you money. All right. All right, I'll blame it on the latency again. So, all right, so the last mile, how does it look like? And ideally, if you're implementing the last line solution that we are talking about. So I'm not 100% talking about Teltonika, but at the end of the day, if as a system integrator you're looking to implement something like this, what you'll need is to choose an open programmable edge hardware. That's the first thing you need. Then you automate the localized network tests. So ideally, all the latency, jitter, DNS is measured at the edge. Then you get the stream telemetry via MQTT, which I've said is quite effective in terms of bandwidth. Then you act proactively from a centralized dashboard. Now, I've just touched on the surface of what last mile connectivity looks like, what edge observability is, and how you can try shift the edge observability from being a black box to having a device that does each and everything that you can do. So before I started my presentation, I mentioned that I am a sociologist by passion, and sociology ideally dictates that the most resilient communities are not built by, not actually even the most resilient networks are not built by, let's say, routers, copper, fiber, and all that. It is built by human interactions and human communications and engagement. So ideally, that's the reason why. All right, I'll just, okay. All right, so as I was saying, basically communication, interaction, and conversations that lead to the improvement of network, the internet, and all these are the things that build an effective, more or less, network, community, and all that. So I've just put a link or a QR code that you can scan so that we can connect, have further conversations on the same. And yeah, if you have any questions in regards with last edge observability, you can feel free to connect with me. All right.
Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for Michael? So Michael, we have a few minutes for question and answer.
Right.
So if there is any question from the floor, please feel free to step up to the microphone and then ask your question. Maybe, Michael, I have a question on the first step about having an open programmable, I think, hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So my concern, if I'm a bank, would be security.
All right.
So you say it is open, but what will be the guiding criteria to have something that is secure, mm-hmm. from a banking perspective or from anyone who has sensitive information, I would say?
Right, so for the open architecture, which is ideally OpenWRT, it's limited in terms of, to some extent, converting the ports, maybe from LAN to WAN. So it's not a fully open infrastructure, but in terms of configuration, let's say, for example, you need a failover or network aggregation. So let's say Starlink fiber and all, you can program or change the ports from LAN to WAN. So that's the bit about the open WRT that I'm talking about. Yeah.
We have a question over there.
Yeah. Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. My name is Ida Odeka. I'll just be asking a simple question. You've mentioned that most resilient communities are built by human networks, connections. Yeah. And I just wanted to ask in regards to the security of your routers, for example, going to the remote areas myself, I'm just speaking from the last visit I did at my rural area. We have a very big challenges with theft of transformers. And how do you make sure that the security of your routers, are well addressed? And is weather also maybe a factor that you also consider in these particular remote areas to protect your routers and the connection?
Right, thank you for that question. I'll respond to that because I see there's someone also going to the microphone. But just to respond to your question, in terms of theft, we don't secure against theft. It's up to the integrator maybe to store the device in a safe place. In terms of weather and the harsh conditions, Teltonika is an IoT manufacturer, IIoT, industrial, all right? So all our devices are industrial grade. So regardless of the weather, and even our largest use case is in the industry, so it can withstand temperatures as low as negative 40 degrees Celsius all the way to 75 degrees Celsius. Yeah.
Hi, Paul. Hopefully I'm not throwing too much of a spanner in the works. I understand why you're looking at routers that are OpenWRT. That makes perfect sense. But I'm just sort of wondering from a sort of future-looking and other technology deployments perspective, to what extent are you incorporating into the project, and where you are actually having devices, sort of put at the endpoint, you've adopted USP, TR369, which is to replace TR69, but it has a broader use case. It is a broader sort of technology stack. It just feels to me a little bit like, the open ORT sort of approach is, taking what was a really cool and useful and game-changing technology and game-changing, innovation of 10 years ago, and there's been one or two architectural, improvements that haven't yet gotten traction. So to what extent are you building with tomorrow's architecture, if I could put it that way?
All right, how we are building with tomorrow's architecture. So for the longest, we've been known as industrial networking manufacturers. We are rapidly shifting into the normal networking that guys are used to, the enterprise and the likes. So it means that even our cybersecurity proactiveness, our devices in terms of the technology being used and deployed is at par with the industrial standards. So, and just to mention, we are building a very huge research and development facility specifically for that. Yeah.
A round of applause to Michael. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you. All right. So up next, we have Dr. Amrish Foke from the Internet Society. He will be our second speaker this afternoon after lunch, and the title is called Where is IP Registration Geo-Consistency? So, as we are finalizing some administrative last-minute discussions, a round of applause for...
Thank you, Gila. Okay, there are my slides. All right, hello everyone. So my name is Amrish. I work at the Internet Society as an internet measurement and data expert. I've been there for the last 5 years, and previously I was with Afrinic, so I'm glad to be back here on stage to talk about things that are dear to us and research which we do at ISOC, and something which might be of interest to this community specifically. So I'm sure you know this anecdote, right? Like when you first meet your wife, she would ask, or your husband, he would ask, who are you? But then afterwards they would say, where are you? And this is what I want to tackle today. Where are you? The where is. So I just want to mention that this work has been ongoing for the last 2 years. And we are lucky now that this work has been accepted at the Internet Measurement Conference. For those who do not know, the Internet Measurement Conference, it's an annual event which is highly selective by the ACM SIGCOM. And we are really glad that we made it to IMC, and the paper will be actually published later in October. I've put the link. There is also a QR code at the end if you want to go and do a deeper dive into the paper, but I'll give you like an overview of our research problem and what we came out with. So what's the motivation? Maybe you would have guessed a little bit. IPv4 is scarce and is getting rare over time, and this is putting a lot of pressure on regional internet registries to actually do proper IP space management and allocation. And of course, with new dynamics, which we are seeing on the internet, for example, IP leasing, IP transfers, this is also putting a lot of pressure on the management and allocation of IPv4 addresses. I'm sure, unless you have been living under a rock, that there had been disputes recently within this community itself about where are addresses being used, and how do you balance fairness and policy enforcement. But maybe just a quick disclaimer, I will repeat that later on. The whole aim of this research is not to decide who is allowed to do what, but actually to bring some scientific methodology in understanding where, where resources are being used and how do we achieve that. You have also the problem of who is accuracy. Who is the database that regional internet registries maintain, and it's the central, it's a core operation of a registry, and it needs to be accurate for security, for proper routing. And if the information is not accurate, it can create problem. And that's the goal of this study, to see whether there are mismatches in the WHOIS registry itself. So the big question that we all have, where are IP prefixes used after allocation? And this is where WHOIS comes to our rescue, because this is our first source of truth. Oh. No signal here. This is our first source of truth. In the WHOIS database, you have, for example, you have a prefix. The prefix is associated with an organization. So the organization, for example, in this case, is in the WHOIS of ARIN, right? And the prefix is associated with an organization. However, the organization is located in Brazil. This is what is written in the WHOIS database, right? So but which is which then? Is it located in ARIN or is it located in LACNIC? So then the third question that we have, so this is information that we have in the database, but now where is the IP actually being used? That's the question that we want to answer. Of course, each RIO, they have their own policies where they actually mention, for example, who owns the IP? Are they allowed to be in the region or out of the region? Where the infrastructure should be? Routing, are you allowed to route from within your region or out of the region? And can you do out of region usage? Different RIOs have different policies. We are not going to debate which policies is appropriate or not appropriate, but this is the fact, this is what we have here. So again, the disclaimer, the aim of this study is not to check compliance with the RIO policies, but rather to check consistency with what is actually in the WHOIS database. So how do we do that? Obviously, we need access to WHOIS database. And the good thing is that RIO, they provide what we call bulk WHOIS data sets. So all the 5 RIOs can provide you bulk WHOIS when you ask permission. And for us to be able to know exactly where prefixes are located, this is where we call upon our magic wand of internet measurements. We do what we call active latency measurements. So there is a very beautiful platform that is made openly and freely available by the RIPE NCC called RIPE Atlas, where you have probes around the world distributed fairly well, and it allows you to run many types of measurements. In that case, we have used latency measurements, so ping measurements. Then we have to build a model. Once you have the latency data, what do you do with that? You have to build a model to infer where the location is. And the good thing is physics. With physics, you cannot cheat where you are hiding, because if we are able to ping you, you are at a certain distance, and we can more or less infer whether you are at the place that you are saying that you are in the WHOIS database or somewhere else. And we are using speed of light for that. And obviously, as in any research project, we need to run some validation, some filtering. We try to remove anomalies. For example, we do not look after any cast deployment because it will add noise to our data. We remove non-responsive targets. And for this specific study, we did not look into national internet registries. As you know, in EPINIC region, you have JPNIC or CCNNIC, which are national internet registries. So RIPE Atlas, as I was just mentioning, is a globally distributed network maintained by the RIPE NCC. They have almost 15,000 probes, actually even more, hardware and software. And any researcher who is interested into understanding how things are interconnected or reachable, whether it is DNS, trace route, you are able to do that. And that's the beauty of this platform. All right. So for us to be able to do geolocation of IP prefixes, because this is what we are talking here, where is a prefix being used? So first of all, we will select multiple probes in diverse places around the world. So as you can see here, these are a couple of probes that we have selected from different regions of the world. So some in ARIN, some in the LACNIC region, some in Europe, Africa, and a little bit in Asia Pacific as well. Obviously, we are also limited by where the probes are. In some places, they are fairly well distributed. In some other places, they are not so well distributed. We remove also unreliable probes. We have found through previous studies, there are probes that are not correctly placed. Or, for example, they say they are, let's say, in the US, but actually they are in Europe. But there is a filtering mechanism that managed to remove those inaccurate probes. And then we use a minimum latency between the probes. So we will be sending ping ICMP basically test, and then we take the minimum. And then basically through that, I will go a little bit more into the detail, but through that we are able to say whether, oh, this target, is it close or is it far from the vantage point? So this is our inference model. So we take for each of the 20 vantage points. So we have 20 vantage points and then we hit a target. So how do we select a target? We take the prefixes that are announced on the internet, and then we take a live host on those prefixes. And then we run basically free ICMP echo requests to the target. We get the minimum RTT, and then we calculate distance, which is fairly easy because we know for a fact that light will travel at 2/3 of the speed of light in fiber. So we can have a rough estimate of where this host is vis-a-vis the vantage point. Then we find all physically possible countries and RIR within the distance radius, right? So if you're able to measure the latency to a point, you can actually find the radius around that, and based on that, we can more or less infer where the location is. Of course, it is a little bit difficult for us to know exactly in which city the target is, or sometimes even in which country. But definitely we can know that, oh, this IP is not being used in Africa, but instead it's being used in Latin America, for example. So these are the questions that we are able to answer. So what are we actually looking at? We are looking at first the registration in which the prefix in which RIR it is registered. This is the first thing that we look at. The second thing that we look at is the organization which is to which the prefix has been allocated. Where is this organization registered? And finally, using our inference technique, where is the prefix located? In which RIR is the prefix located? Basically, with that, we then build our decision tree. So we now, for a host from a specific prefix, using speed of light, we get the geolocation. And we check first, is the geolocation similar as the registry, where it is registered? If yes, is the geolocation similar as where the organization is registered? If yes, then we are what we call fully geoconsistent. It means that it geolocates in the RIR and in the ORCS region. An example would be the RIR is ARIN of registration, the RIR of the organization is ARIN, and the geolocation that we calculated is also ARIN. So this is fully geoconsistent. There is another scenario where, in the case, what we found through geolocation is not the same as the registration, then there is a case where if it is the same as the organization RIO, we call it organization geoconsistent. It means that it geolocates outside of the RIO region, but it is within the ORGS region. Okay. Another example is, another one is ORG geoconsistent. Now we have first looked at the geoconsistent. Now we can look at the inconsistent categories. There is one which is called organization geo-inconsistent, which means that it geolocates in the RIO region, but for the organization, it is out of region. So example would be the RIO of registration is ARIN, the RIO of the organization is RIPE, but the RIO of that we found through geolocation is ARIN. So it matches the registration, but it doesn't match the organization. Oops. Next one is registry geo-inconsistent. It means that the RIO and the ORGS region are consistent, but it geolocates out of region. And finally, you have, I guess, the worst case, which is fully geo-inconsistent. It means that there is no match between the registration, the organization registration, and the geolocation. So it's a complete mismatch. All right, so these are the big results, the final results that we have. So out of all the prefixes that we have collected, so more than 60,000 IPv4 prefixes, the good news is that we have seen that almost 98% of all those prefixes are geo-consistent. So there is only 2-point-something% which is geo-inconsistent. One might think that IPv6 would be better because it's IPv6, it's the newest protocol. People might take better care, but no, there's no big difference between IPv4 and IPv6. So to resume, we have looked at more than 70,000 or around 70,000 IPv4 prefixes, around 55,000 IPv6 prefixes. We have seen that 98% are consistent with regards to what they have in the WHOIS database. But we have seen two regions that are actually leading in terms of inconsistency. It's Afrinic and ARIN. And I will give some more details about Afrinic just now. Okay, this is just a graph showing where we actually plot all the different categories. So the shaded one is about inconsistency, and the non-shaded one is about consistency. And as you can see, for different regions, they have different levels of inconsistency or consistency. So that's just to visualize the information generally. Now, let's have a look at Afrinic deeper. So we performed that exercise on 162,000 prefixes that we found on the routing table coming from Afrinic. So if we need to break this down into /24s, it's around 500,000 /24s. What we have found is that 91% are fully consistent, while approximately 2% are either registry inconsistent or fully inconsistent. And 51 different advertised prefixes. There are 51 different advertised prefixes by 21 different ASN. One BGP prefix accounts for almost 70% of all inconsistencies, and two ASN account for more than 53% of all inconsistencies. So as you can see, there's some concentration happening here. Now, we also had tried to add the question of IP leasing, because as you know, IP leasing is something which is happening. And again, we had the chance that previous researchers have done some work on IP leasing. Again, another excellent work that has been published at the Internet Measurement Conference in 2024, where the researchers took all the IP addresses and based on some heuristic managed to derive, oh, this IP prefix is mostly being leased. They look at how often they appear or disappear on the routing table, so plus some other metrics. So they managed to basically see that 4.1% of all IPv4 address space is actually leased. So we wanted to know, out of this 4% of all IPv4 addresses, how much of it is actually leased in the Afrinic space, and which are actually fully inconsistent. 12% of all IPv4 spaces that are leased in Afrinic are actually fully inconsistent. So we did, for our paper to get accepted, we need to run validation. Otherwise, the peer review process won't accept without any validation. And we had the chance that we could connect with IPXO, which is a IP leasing company. So we shared with them 10 detected inconsistent Afrinic prefixes with IPXO for validation and feedback. They were kind enough to provide us some feedback. So 5 prefixes were located in RIPE, and 5 prefixes were actually located in the Epinic region from the 10 inconsistent that we found in the Afrinic region. We told them that we have seen that, and they actually acted on that. They actually fixed, for 2 prefixes, they made a change in the WHOIS database, and they corrected that. For 2 other prefixes, their customer disagreed with our assessment, which can happen as well. So overall, the good news is that 98% of IP prefixes align with what they have put in the WHOIS database. So there is strong geoconsistency overall. There is that 2% that is potentially problematic. Regional inconsistencies, Afrinic and ARIN show higher mismatch levels compared to RIPE, Epinic, and LACNIC, revealing regional disparities. As I have mentioned, there is no big difference between IPv4 and IPv6 consistency. It could be that IPv6 is also inheriting the bad practices that we operators have or used to do on WHOIS. And there is implication for data accuracy. It is important that we identify and flag those inconsistencies so that hopefully we have a WHOIS database which is much more accurate. So you might be interested to understand where those fully inconsistent IP prefixes from different regions are located. As you can see from those who are fully inconsistent in RIPE or in LACNIC, in ARIN, in Epinic, and also at Afrinic. But maybe that's not a problem because their policy is allowing that. But if you look for ARIN, is also quite well distributed in the other regions, and Afrinic, you have a little bit of space which is seen in the Epinic region and a little bit of it seen in the ARIN region and in the RIPE region, but nothing in, almost nothing, I would say, in the LACNIC region. This is for the exact same graph for IPv6. Oops. So some takeaways. The aim of this work was really to increase transparency around geolocation of IP prefixes and to help maybe debates that are currently happening in our community and beyond, and to see whether bringing in a scientific method which is reproducible and also validated can be used to actually inform all the decisions that people are making and contribute to the debate that's currently happening. So I would like to thank you. So if you want to read that paper, you can scan this QR code. And I would like to thank the co-authors. So Rob Beverly is from the State University of San Diego. And Oliver Gasser is from IPinfo. IPinfo, if you don't know, is an internet data company which does a lot of geolocation as their business. So they are quite good at it. So thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause for Amrish. So, quick question from the floor. Probably yes, yeah, please come on the microphone, yes, please.
Alain Aguinan for the record. So thank you, Amrish, for these presentations. I want to maybe understand a little bit. You know, there is a relationship between allocation, sub-allocation, and assignment. So how did you manage? Because one of the things that many operators in our region, they don't document sub-allocation and assignment. So did you only use the allocations or the assignments from the registry, or you also look down to the sub-allocation and assignment?
So we actually look at first the BGP routing table. So what is seen on the BGP routing table? Because we had to reach the live hosts which are there. And then we look at what's in the database. Obviously, in the BGP table, it's highly aggregated. So we then look for what information we can get corresponding to that range. So it's not an exact match because it's aggregated on one side and not on the other side.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the presentation. However, my question, maybe not directly to you, but to the community, right, is then what next? What are we doing with this information, right? It's a lot of information. For example, you mentioned that we have two ASNs contributing 53% to inconsistency. What are we doing with this information? What next after this? I guess that's the question that is ringing in my head. Is there an adherence? Is there a policy shift to, use this data? I'm just trying to wonder what next, because now we have this data, but then what do we do with it?
That's a good question, and I think that it's up to the community to decide what to do with this information. For us, we plan to create a dashboard where we plan to run those measurements in a periodical manner so that we can have fresh data and then the community can refer to this information for hopefully make better decisions.
Thank you. My name is Christian Nzingawo. I work for Ketir Rwanda Network. Thank you very much, Amrish, for this paper. It is a solution, very nice one. And I had a question. These bad practitioners who use IP addresses in other regions may come up with a way of hiding. I know BGP is a transparent protocol, but they may find a way to hide the ICMP responses with using those RIPE addresses. So how do you think to
Yes, we have. That's a very good question. We haven't gone into the weeds of understanding which prefixes from which organization is trying to, for example, mask or deny ICMP requests. But from the initial experiment that we have done, most of the prefixes had at least one or a couple of hosts that are responsive that allowed us to run those speed tests. But that's a fair question.
Okay, Amrish, this is me again. Going back to the routing table, if you search the routing table, you may see the exact match and the aggregate. Yeah. So how do you do that? You play with the exact match, or you just consider the aggregate in case that?
We take the aggregate, but then we look in the WHOIS database. Yeah. How they are broken down. In the WHOIS database, normally if there is sub-allocation or assignment, they are broken down. And the entries in the WHOIS database that we look to get the country. Okay? But if we don't find it for the assignment, we will go to the
aggregate.
To the aggregate, yes.
But what if the finding is different from the exact match compared to the aggregate? Which one do you?
Yeah, that's maybe I need to look at the paper again for the detail. Maybe we use like a voting system, like if 8 out of 10 is in this country, we will take that country, yeah. But we also do it at the prefix level as well, so each prefix has a country. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Denson. So I'm sure you're aware about the pressure ISPs are facing from content providers and regulators in terms of censorship of content. So I just want to hear your opinion when it comes to geolocation technologies being used to enhance censorship, because that would be a practical use of this.
Yeah, definitely this is a topic of current research, that mixing geolocation and censorship. So are you actually referring to the use of VPNs for censorship circumvention?
So if you can identify this kind of IPs being used in a specific region, basically by geolocating it, you're able to filter what kind of content that IP can access, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. Obviously, then probably if the sensors need geolocation, so there are multiple geolocation databases available those days. Anyone can have access to it, either paid or free. Indeed, yeah. So if one wants to identify or deny, for example, let's say between two countries there is a war, and then one country does not want their people to have access to the content. This is happening, for example, between Russia and Ukraine, etc. So yeah, geolocation can be used for censorship. That's a fact, yes.
Thank you, Amrish. There is one last question from online.
Okay.
He said to the presenter, how can internet governance bodies enforce data accuracy in IP registries when bad actors intentionally use falsified or proxy information?
Yeah, that's also a good question. It's a policy-related question. Like, what should we do to make sure we reduce the amount of inconsistency? Obviously, there are, for routing, for example, we managed to do that through RPKI. So maybe there need to be more security and validation on geolocation information. Perhaps they need maybe to have some protocols, like some RFCs that tell us how to validate geolocation. So I see some movement. For example, there is an RFC about geofeed. You can put some geofeed in the WHOIS database. But the question again is, how do you validate that? So I think this is an open question that, for us engineers to come up with answers.
Thank you very much.
So just one question from me. Does the implementation of ROA solve this problem for us?
Implementation of? Sorry.
ROA.
Oh, ROA. No. I was just making a reference to routing. When we had issues with routing security, we created a new protocol called RPKI to fix it. So can we create a new protocol to fix inconsistencies in geolocation?
But then if we were to implement ROAs, organizations will have to register their prefixes with, they'll be forced to register their prefixes, and decisions will be made based on the originated route, the original owner of the ASNs or prefixes in this case. Will that solve this problem?
Possibly.
If I can answer that.
Yeah, please.
So route origin validation or authority will not, so they will validate who is owning, but not necessarily where they're coming from. So that will require another maybe protocol or a process to ensure that you are where you say you are. But in the ROI, for the time being, is it really Amrish owning this? Yes, it is Amrish. So we don't know where Amrish is, but it is Amrish. So it will not fix the problem of geolocation.
But maybe your point about RPKI is valid, because Now OPKI has been extended to do different things. So there is a protocol, for example, called OPKI sign checklist, which is an RFC, so it is a protocol. Unfortunately, it's not being used, but it is a mechanism that can be used to validate other things, and that other thing can be geolocation, for example.
A round of applause for
Thank
Amrish. Will you get pictures? All right, can we have another round of applause to Michael and Amrish? So we are heading to another session that will actually be led by Amrish, who will be the moderator, and then so Amrish, over to you. Thank you again for your action.
Thank you, Gila. So it's me again. So I would like, first of all, to thank Alain for putting me on stage once more for this panel, which I think is going to be a very interesting panel about regional dynamics of internet interconnection. And I would like to call upon Dr. Fiona Asonga, if she's in the room. I haven't seen her today, so I'm not sure exactly. Mr. Mohammed Rudman, and we have Mr. Krish Ranganath, who is joining us online. Can we have Mr. Krish, Dr. Krish with us? And last but not least, we will have Gila from ISOC, who will do a quick scene setting presentation, which I think is going to be very interesting. So over to you, Gila, while we wait for our other panelists to join, either on-site or online. But yes, sure.
Okay. All right. So I'm doing a little bit of scene setting. It's for us to have a conversation, the basis for our conversation. At the Internet Society, again, I'm in charge of IXP development, more specifically on the Africa region, but I have other colleagues around other regions, and specifically for this work, I want to name specifically Anna Kratem, who has been putting together all these trend. So it's more like sharing the trend that we've been looking at from a peering perspective, IXP perspective. So my presentation will be, the title is The Peering Disconnect. Maybe we can put up the presentation. The peering disconnect. All right. Thank you very much. So the peering disconnect. So we've been looking at from an internet society perspective, for the past, I don't know, 2 to 3 decades back, the Internet Society has been developing the peering ecosystem across the globe. And recently, we've put a specific focus on LDC, least developed countries and SIDS, small islands and developing states. And we have been noticing some trends that we wanted to share with you. So again, as the internet, when we talk about the internet, the definition of the internet is the network of networks across all the regions, North America, Latin America, Africa, Indian Ocean, Caribbean, Europe, Asia, and you name that. And all those points are roughly, I think the routing table for the time being, it's around 70K ASNs. All that interconnected with submarine cable, terrestrial fiber, and low orbit Earth satellite also. So
Basically, this is the whole ecosystem of the internet. And among those networks, you find internet exchange point also being part of the ecosystem. So all that is interlinked, intertwined, and this is how the internet is. It is distributed. It's not centralized, it is distributed. So the first trend that we've seen is that there is a mirage of remote and virtual peering. So I want those two terms to ring a bell in your mind: remote peering and virtual peering. So think of Kenya, for example. Think of Kenya as the green space where you have players and an exchange point. And think of a remote geographic region which does not have an exchange point, but which has networks. So the first idea is that that region, first of all, has to have an exchange point. But in the meantime, before that region has an exchange point, it remotely connects. So remote connection, which means layer 2 extension, brings some issues regarding distance. Mamrish talked about physics. It's very important to understand that even if on layer 2 you are connecting to a remote exchange point, BGP sees one hop, but physically it's far. Okay? So this is kind of remote peering. It happens a lot, especially at the age of the internet. So obviously, this is not a good thing to have in the long term. So this is a starting point. But ultimately, what you need to have is an exchange point in the market. And this comes, so an exchange point is put in place, an ecosystem is developed, and that market has an exchange point. So what we are seeing is that there is a trend called virtual peering, whereby you are connecting to a local exchange point, but you have also the opportunity to see prefixes far away. So we call that also virtual peering or partial transit capabilities. So exchange point these days have that service also. You can connect, see the local prefixes, but there is also another product called you can see other prefixes from a remote place. So those two trends, which is remote peering and virtual peering, have a problem. Whenever there is a cut, the service will be disrupted. Okay? Being also virtual peering, whenever there is a cut, being physical, being intentional, being malicious, or being accidental or force majeure, it will bring some disruption. So here the point is that we need to understand something very, very, very important, which is the cost of remote peering and virtual peering. There is a cost associated to distance. So whenever there is a distance, there is a cost that will be replicated to the end user. So the essence of putting peering or bringing the content near the end users or making sure that the closed networks are connecting to each other is to reduce the cost of internet to the end user. Okay. Ultimately, the market which was remote has an exchange point, but ultimately what we want to see is that that market will start now attracting foreign networks, foreign CDNs. So at the beginning, you set up an exchange. It doesn't have a CDN, it doesn't have a cache, but ultimately because of the concentration of networks around that infrastructure, some CDN will start being interested and set up shops. So the aim, if you look at the purple network that was present at the remote market, is starting to be interested to come to your network or to your ecosystem and come next to your end user because of the will always to serve the customer to the nearest point possible. So as you are developing your peering exchange ecosystem, you are actually developing your digital economy within your market, which is quite important. There is another trend that we are seeing. In our article, we are calling it the transit trap. I think you've heard about changes in some of the bigger CDNs and content provider around change of peering policies. So maybe you've heard about Google changing their peering policy, now introducing verified peering providers, whereby you cannot connect anymore through bilateral peering with them. You need to pass through a VPP, a verified peering provider. Vodafone being one of them also. So all over the news, there are changes in the peering policies as far as the bigger players are concerned. So we, as again, standing from a neutral perspective, what we are seeing as the challenge is that there is a shift. I tried to put a diagram to explain the situation. So we have a situation on your far left, whereby you have an ecosystem, you have exchange point in different markets, you have transit. Transit will always exist. It's not that peering will remove transit, but we are moving into an ecosystem whereby with the VPPs, what we call the IP transit gravity is moving from public peering infrastructure into other infrastructure that are more like VPPs. So we are seeing a trend whereby service providers from remote places will tend to buy transit to those VPPs rather to buying transit and reaching some advanced market. So it brings some challenges also for this, especially for small ISNs. So if you are big, of course, you have a cache in your network. But if you're a small ISP, maybe with, 100, 200 customers, you are forced to use transit to get access now to those CDNs or those content providers. So this is shifting the gravity from the public peering infrastructure to another network which can be accessed through transit means. And when you introduce a transit additional AS, then you are lengthening the AS path, and that also can bring some issues as far as connectivity is concerned. What will happen if that VPP goes off? Will that content be not accessible? So you will have to find another means to get that content. So we are foreseeing probably some transit issues happening. It's not that it will break the internet, but it will take longer to get to those content. So centralization breeds a fragility. This is what we want to say. So again, I'm repeating myself, but the shift of gravity from an exchange point to a VPP or a set of VPPs somehow brings some operational issues to the remote networks. But again, if you look at the different articles, you will see the rationale behind those changes in peering policy. When you look at the presentation from Google, you will see some of the reason why they are changing their peering policy. Microsoft, Vodafone, and so on and so forth. It's interesting because those change in policy are backed with, I would say, reasonable arguments. But again, you need also to understand the implications of those change in policy for the rest of us that are consuming that content. So, IXP identity crisis. This is another section in the same article that talks about IXP used to be layer 2 infrastructure, but with the new trend of offering also partial transit, they are on the borderline of being not anymore exchange point, but also somehow ISPs or internet service providers, because you can get some prefixes depending on what you are buying as a service. So there is a crisis that we wanted to talk about that. They are moving away from the layer 2 known way of operating into not necessarily a layer 3, but a 2.4 kind of infrastructure, whereby you are allowed to see some prefixes that the exchange point has control over. So there is a bundling of transport and acting like commercial transit brokers. So these are the trends, again, we are seeing. So the call to action, as I conclude, is really to continue to commit to physical locality. You are in a country X, please ensure that you connect to the nearest exchange point. If in your city you don't have an exchange point, build an ecosystem, set up an exchange point. It's just a layer 2 switch, and economy and an ecosystem that starts to discuss. Lower the peering barriers. Remove, I would say, barriers. Sometimes it's very expensive to get to the exchange point. Some providers charge an arm and a leg to get, I don't know, a 1 gig circuit to the exchange. I've seen some market whereby there is a monopoly in terms of fiber, and getting to the exchange is so difficult that the exchange just died. So these are things that exist. Third, lower PNI barriers and prefer peering at exchange point. I mentioned that. Defend IXP neutrality. So as much as you move forward, let's ensure that the IXP remain neutral in this mix and these new trends and change. So on that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Maybe I forgot to mention that you can get more information on the article. It talks about many trends, but I chose 2 or 3. Feel free to get that on our website, Internet Society. You go to news and resources. The article is called "The Peering Disconnect." Peering fundamentals still relevant. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Ghislain, please. All right, so let me introduce again my panelists. So Ghislain from Internet Society as an IXP expert. Then we have Mr. Mohamed Rudman, who is the CEO of the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, Nigeria first and only neutral IXP. Dr. Fiona Asonga, CEO at TESPOC and Board Director at Afrinic. And do we have Dr. Krish here? Dr. Krish, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, perfect. So Dr. Krish is the CEO of UniCloud Africa Limited, a Pan-African cloud platform dedicated to advancing the continent's digital sovereignty. So it's really great to have you here on this panel. And as Ghislain pointed out in his presentation, there are some movement which is happening. And maybe the first question that I might have to you panelists is, are you actually seeing those shifts in the respective regions and countries that you are currently operating? Whoever wants to take the question?
Okay. Yes, from Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, yes, we are seeing the shift in terms of the peering ecosystem, as he mentioned, from the big content providers. Initially, when they come in, usually in those early days, they peer with the route server. And the route server peers with almost everyone at the exchange points. So for example, in Nigeria, we had a mandatory peering agreements where everybody must peer with the route server in the initial days. So almost all operators got interconnected, and that made it simple for the content providers to reach everyone. Eventually, as the service providers start to scale up, we realize that they disconnect from peering with the route server. They start doing a bilateral peering, but through the exchange point, because each of them has a port at the exchange point. And as the traffic scales, what happens usually, they move away from the exchange point platforms into a PNI, private network interconnect, where they physically directly interconnect with each other, which is generally the global trend. But eventually over the years now, some of these big players completely disconnected from the route servers. And therefore, you have to reach out to them as a network operator to peer with them directly through a PNI, not through the exchange point at all. And that, to some extent, where we have seen growth at IXPN, where the traffic will really grow, all of a sudden we realize the traffic drops. We have seen it this year twice.
Wow.
I don't want to mention, but the traffic goes to huge amount. In fact, we are anticipating to see 3 terabits of traffic early this year. All of a sudden, it dropped to 2.5 terabits per traffic because they went directly to PNI. But that's the general norm. But what is not normal is for the content providers to completely disconnect from the route servers. And that makes it difficult because some of the smaller ISPs in the ecosystem do not know how to really initiate the peering with the content providers. Some of them automate the process. You have to go to, what is it called? Routing, what is it called?
Peering DB?
Peering DB? No. Peering DB, correct. You have to go to Peering DB to do the configuration for you to automate. And we realize some of the smaller operators at IXPN do not know how to go about that. So we've been delivering trainings on how to configure Peering DB so that they can initiate the peering with the content providers. Yes.
Well, thank you. Fiona, do you see the same trends in Kenya or in this region?
Yes, they are pretty much the same. Everything he's explained, we actually see the same thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, so therefore, the small players, as Mohammed was saying, are the one that are the most impacted, right? Because they don't have the leverage as bigger players to connect to the...
Yes, and for me, from where I see it, I feel that the large content players have been unfair to our region because it is the small service providers that are giving the last mile to our Africans who need to be connected. And therefore, when the big player says that you must have a certain threshold that you meet for us to be able to peer with you, and now we are not peering with the route server, we're going to do it directly with the service providers and of this category. We are struggling with so many things. We want to connect the unconnected. We want to serve the underserved. We want to get as many of our citizens online so that they can benefit from online opportunities that arise, the online jobs and all those digital opportunities that arise. And a lot of the content is sitting on platforms that are now telling us, we can't give you. To a point that, for me, it's going to a point that because every time we do training, and now our training used to be at least 2 times a year, we are doing training almost every month, literally, on just how to, and making sure in that training we're talking about how to configure your gear so that you're able to use the peering DB properly, so that it works for you.
Okay.
And while we are doing that, we have cognizant that a lot of the key platforms are pulling back. And pulling back is the word I use because the policies that they create are not serving our region anymore. Not in the way that they should.
Okay. So do you see somewhat a return to how it was before, where a lot of people were using transit to have access to those content, and now the fact that it's not easy to do peering anymore? Do you see now, like, are we taking step backwards?
Okay. We are taking steps forward, but again, in some areas, we are moving back.
Okay.
The fact that they come to our region to peer is a plus for us. But now give us access to the content. I cannot come and say we are going to have a meal, and then I put the plates, I get you seated, but I keep the food in the kitchen. That is what they are doing to us. So when the food is in the kitchen, it is now the rules of how do I serve rude man? Fufu. And probably he was looking forward to this meal because he knew he's coming for a proper African meal. So it is nice that I've organized the meal, invited people to the table, but I'm not putting the food on the table in the way that I should so that we serve. And I need them to reconsider. I would like to, without mentioning names, because it's happening across the board on the big platforms in our space, I would like to challenge them that if they truly are serious about being part of the African ecosystem, then they need to open up and change their peering policies so that even the small service providers can access. So while they are encouraging bilateral peering, can they still continue to peer with the root servers?
Okay. Yes, Mohammed?
Yes, okay. So, really, why are they doing what they are doing, right? Initially, in the early days, those networks come in, especially Google, for example, to support the local ecosystem. They peered almost everywhere. So what I realized is that over the years, the number of networks in the world has significantly increased.
Yeah.
And then you have smaller service providers that are coming in, and some of them do not have the right technical skills. To be honest with you, at IXPN, we had to consistently implement filters because some of them will leak their default route onto the route server. All of a sudden, the internet traffic start passing through the networks. In fact, in Lagos, we had an experience with one particular service provider that leaked the default route, and that created a major disruption for Google. So when I found out from them is that one is that they want the end users to have the best user experience. That is why they are appearing at the exchange point, to really localize the traffic. Two, to get those users to connect at the lowest cost for the end users as well as for Google. That's why they have all the caches across Africa so that it's faster, it's cheaper. The third one is in terms of control of the BGP peering session. So by the time they connect through the route server, it means that whoever is managing the route server manages the networks behind the route server. And therefore, if those networks are misbehaving, because one person misbehaves behind the route server, it affects all others. And therefore, that's why they're encouraging, especially the big ones, to do a direct bilateral peering through the exchange point. So they really want to control the policies. Another thing is in some of the developing ecosystems, mostly they have one route server, some have two. We have instances where, for example, our route server is in one of the data centers, and we have a fiber cut, and therefore the other people peering from all other data centers cannot access the route server. It means whoever is peering through the route server is not accessible. So it's based on these things that they decided that, look, they have to find a way to balance all this. So I think as Africans, what we need to really do is try as much as possible to build capacity, to do the hand-holding for the operators, to ensure that they are pairing with those big companies. Some of them, they are all not strict. Some of them are still pairing with the route servers. I don't want to start mentioning names. Some of them, by the time they connect to the exchange point, already they have a selective pairing policy where they don't pair with the route server. They will announce it in the mailing list of the exchange point to say, hey, I'm here at IXPN. If you want to pair with me, reach out to me. Some, they make it simple. Some, you have to fulfill a certain criteria in terms of volume of traffic that they require for you to pair. So what happens is that for the smaller service providers, it means they can't access that content because their traffic threshold does not reach the requirement of the content providers. And therefore, they have to pass that traffic through transit. The only advantage to some extent that the traffic is still localized is because those are smaller ISPs that they usually buy from another higher ISP within the country. And that ISP is already connected to those content providers. Therefore, to the smaller ISP is transit.
to the larger ISP is still a domesticated traffic. But in reality, that does not encourage the smaller operators to scale.
Yeah.
It means that those that are big will continue get opportunity to scale up. And that's why in most of the African countries, you see the dominance of major players that are controlling almost everything. In Nigeria, 80% of the internet users are on 2 mobile network operators.
Yeah.
In the entire ISP ecosystem carries only 1% of the internet users. 99% is on the mobile network operators. And therefore, these big players need to find a way to encourage the smaller operators. But you see, there is the Pareto's role. Most of these big players, they are looking at the most efficient way to deliver this content.
Right.
If they can reach 80% of the population through PNIs, private network interconnect with the big players, is good for them. You know, the smaller one is left for you to sort yourself out. So it's left for the community themselves to really work hard together to see how they can collaborate and train themselves to acquire those skills that are required when it comes to pairing with the big telecommunication companies. For big content providers.
Okay.
Thank you.
I see Dr. Chris is reacting. Dr. Chris, as a solution provider, so cloud solution, what's your take on those dynamics which is happening, and how does it impact cloud operators, for example?
You know, if the peering happens in a better way, the cloud works in a better way. In a very simple way, that's what I take it. But with all the technical reasons, what Mr. Mohammed also explained, it also contributes a lot, you know, on data localization part. So when we localize the data, now if you look at a week back from Central Bank of Nigeria, there's a new amendment on data localization. So some of those things get affected by, you know, the varying policy frameworks. So I might think that why can't we look at a uniform policy on peering itself rather than having various arrangements? Though technically various arrangements can bring in value, I don't deny it, but how that will help having the data domicile, that's where I take it.
That's a good point, and I don't. Maybe other cloud service operators might have the same problem as well, because they all need robust peering for actually to deliver their services. And if that's not happening, or if now because of the fact that an IXP which was before quite dynamic and robust is now facing some challenges because of scaling down. Yes, Mohammed.
Yeah, so if I may add, another thing apart from the collaboration and the training, for the members to benefit from that, for example, Google has the Google, what is it called?
VPP?
We said?
VPP, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Verified Peering Partner. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, Microsoft have the Microsoft Azure peering service. Almost all of them have something similar. So for the IXPs themselves, so like at IXPN, we want to become some of those partners so that we can now integrate the smaller operators into our network. So for one of the major content providers, we did that. So for almost all the smaller service providers, they get the services through us and we are pairing with them so that we ensure that those smaller service providers are not isolated. So I'll encourage all the major IXPs to really go into getting those services so that they can participate and allow the smaller ISPs to benefit.
Okay, that's it. Gila, you want to react to that?
Yeah, again, I mean, the discussion should be probably heading to what are the solutions, I would say. But I think from someone who has a background in running an exchange point, I think having your house in order first is very important. So the route server should always have this route origin validation, making sure that whoever connects there is validated. So they should be announcing whatever they are announcing. So that's very important. Then the choice of who does the multilateral peering through the route server is again in the prerogative of who connects there. So we as, again I say we as a IXP operator,
you should always leave the liberty to the network to choose whatever they want to do, either multilateral, either bilateral. It stays within their prerogative. But the house should be in order, making sure that everything is sanitized, nothing is leaked, so that that ecosystem is really good for those even bigger providers to come in your ecosystem.
Yes.
Okay, so excellent one. That's another thing, honestly. At IXPN, we are manners compliant, mutually acceptable routing security, norms for routing security, right? And that really helps us because initially what happened was that some of the services we are pairing with, for example, Netflix, we keep receiving flags that the IP addresses are not validated. Okay, so when we implemented this, we realized that there are 1 or 2 service providers that, in fact, that are delisted in Afrinic. They have not paid their dues, but they are still using the resources, the IP resources and the ASN. And we clearly had to notify them, look, find a way to resolve this, or we disconnect them. And eventually, we had to disconnect them. After like a period of 1 year, they went back to Afrinic, I think, validate themselves and came back. So as he rightly said, it's very important for the IXPs themselves to do what is right so that they encourage the big players to participate.
Okay. So this can be a good incentive to implement OPKI at the route server,
correct,
but also to encourage ISP to implement OPKI. Great. I want to now jump on the question of remote peering that you brought up, Gila. So remote peering has been there for ages, right? People have been doing it for many years. But do you think now the fact that we are having more obstacles for small operators to peer, it will encourage that remote peering practice and therefore add latency, deteriorate quality of experience?
So I think as long as that ecosystem, which is on the edge of the internet, does not have an exchange point, and start developing its ecosystem, that remote peering will stay there. So either remote peering or virtual peering will more or less be a sanction to that ecosystem. So to some extent, transit will be the default way to get to those content until a foreseeable future whereby maybe those content will come closer to the market. But again, I don't see a remote peering disappearing instantly, because it is I would say the best way, not the best way, but one of the ways to reach those content. Another thing which is also, I think, one of the reasons behind why the trend going to VPPs is picking up is, if I put the shoes of the content provider, it's the ability for them to best serve the network. So remote peering was a problem, or is still a problem, for them to deliver to the best way possible the content, because there are many ways to deliver that content, either remote peering or sending you a cache in your network. So if you reach a certain level, they will send you a cache, but they will not want to send you a cache and then and then see that you are appearing from another network. So they will not know how best to serve you. Is it the cache that we have, or is it through the remote peering? So to some extent, remote peering is a problem for them, I mean, the content provider, but it will still be there.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe back to Krish, who is online. So we used to say, well, we keep saying that we need more cloud operators in our region for us to have more options to host our data centers. Our data in data centers. So how do you foresee the horizon, Dr. Krish, in terms of the ability of having African cloud operators in this context of tension between maybe very large hyperscale coming to Africa, maybe monopolizing the market? How do you see the growth of small cloud operators?
The only way, see, nobody is against hyperscalers, correct? The fact is this: when we are building an African, or when you are dreaming and building an African digital economy, you cannot build it on somebody else's house. You don't know where the data resides. So you don't know the rules of that land. What is that data protection law says? For example, if it is in the US, how many of us know that what is the US data protection laws? If it is Nigeria, Kenya, or South Africa, we know what it says all about. And if there's an issue, we can go to their offices bare minimum and find and resolve issues. But it is a collaboration in the industry that need to happen in a more better way to enable the local/regional cloud operators, so that the ecosystem comes up in a proper way. Otherwise, you are not going to own your own data. You will be on somebody else's mercy at your own data, whether it is hyperscaler or somebody else, it doesn't matter, correct? So it is not that Africa is against them. If you want to have the African business, at least build sizable 4 data centers in 4 regions, east, west, south, and north, at least. So that, this resides here, we know it resides here, we know how to deal with it, and at least that will also help a lot of other related factors in the industry. Moreover, it helps capacity building. On a layman's language, it helps a lot of employment opportunities for our people in the continent. That is more important here. Of course, technology grows to the next level, and the other factors also increases.
Totally. Yes. I see. Yeah, Gila?
Yeah, I have not run any cloud. So I want to put this disclaimer forward. So I think there are 2 things, but when I look at it from afar, I think there are 2 things that are very important for our cloud, our own grassroots cloud service provider to flourish. First of all, you need to reach economies of scale. And the way to reach an economies of scale is through automation. So we are always thinking in that old mindset of doing things manually. So you need to reach a level where you have 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 clients, but you cannot reach that level if you don't automate. So automation is very key. The second, I think, challenge that we still have as a region is energy. The cost of energy is still high comparatively to other regions. So if we can find a solution for our energy cost effectively, we will be able to run facilities that can host those cloud service providers. But automation is very key, and energy is very key.
And I guess added to that, terrestrial connectivity should be something that
yes. Yes, across border. As you mentioned, we are fragmented geographical, infrastructure-wise.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to have a facility in last week we were in Cotonou for Benin probably service provider to benefit from Nigeria, and then probably Nigeria from another neighboring country. So that cross-border infrastructure is still missing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, can I?
Sure.
Okay. You see, in the early days, is lack of data center in almost the entire African continent. When we started operating in 2006, 2007, there were no single carrier-neutral data centers in Lagos, for example. But over the years, we've seen emergence of more and more data centers. That gives opportunity for cloud service providers to co-locate in those data centers. But as you look at it now, substantial part of African countries do not have a single data center, not even one. So in those countries, it's going to be extremely difficult to have local cloud service providers. The second one is the technical skills required. He just mentioned what you need is automation to scale up. You need the right skills and knowledge for you to scale up. Substantial part of our people in Nigeria, from COVID till now, the key technical guys in the banking industry, in the ISP industry, has moved out of the country in droves. They call it JAPA in Nigeria. So the technical skills are required somewhere. Correct. They move out of the country. So that's a major bottleneck. Another thing is the trust, because even governments do not patronize the local cloud service providers. Most of them, they host outside Nigeria. So we have to push for a policy in Nigeria for government to start hosting locally. So in 2023, there was a policy that was passed by the president to ensure that all government services are now hosted in Nigeria. Still, having the policy is something different from implementing the policy, correct. Recently, last week, the Central Bank of Nigeria also moved a policy that all service providers, banking industry service providers, must host their content locally in local data centers. So, which is fantastic. So for me, my own take is you can't stop the big players from playing. They have the ability to scale. If you're hosting with Amazon Web Services, if you want whatever amount of size of capacity you need, you just, within few clicks, you have the required compute, memory, and hard drive, right?
And cheap as well.
Yes. So for local data center, for local cloud service providers, that's going to be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Why? Because of funding. Most in Africa is where we purchase our handheld devices, mobile phones. We do an outright purchase. Outside Nigeria is an economy of trust, where you can buy it and pay gradually. So the same thing outside Africa. Yes, you can buy. Do you buy phones here at loan? With loan? You have to buy outright. You have to.
The only phones that are offered on loan are the phone program M-Copper that Safaricom started, but it's a very low end of phone that you pay over a 12-month period.
So imagine if you're outside, you want 100 Dell servers, you get it at a loan. Yeah. In Africa, you want to be a cloud service provider, you want 100 Dell servers, you have to drop the cash. You get. And for you to scale, when somebody orders more space, you have to make an international order, wait, comes through customs, through a process. There is a different environment. Yeah. So those are some of the major challenges. And I think government has to be play a critical role in this, in ensuring that, one, they patronize local data centers and become the anchor tenants, then push all the educational institutions to host all their contents also locally. That will now drive the volume. Right. And if you are driving the volume, you generate the right skills, and then you are able to scale.
Yeah, have a ripple effect. Yes.
Just to add on that conversation, and I think maybe there is a way that government is pushing the big tech companies to patronize the local data centers, and in a way that supports the local ecosystem, but it's yet to be felt. And this is not with any pun, but I think I like President Trump because he made one of the big tech companies finally, that we had been following up for so long, finally get into a Kenyan data center about in the month of May, about a month ago. Okay. And I think that was really big news, and having them, now we are still trying to get them to get into the exchange. We've been talking to them for 10 years. And so the fact that the war with Trump and the attack within the Arab states on data centers is a wake-up call. So if you don't see value in coming to set up in our local data centers, I think soon you're going to see the value and the importance of it. And I'm not saying that I support what is going, but I'm seeing the positive side of it. There is something good coming out of everything that is happening. And honestly, if our governments do not see that change that is happening and the shift, because when one comes, soon another is going to come and another, and get into the countries that have the data centers. But more importantly, we need to see, the same way we are trying to see about the countries with exchange points, the countries with data centers is something we have to work on, because the chances are a proper functioning exchange point, we get, when we look at the time when we were running it ourselves in the office and when we went into a data center, and Rudman will attest to it, the feeling is very different. The quality of service is very different. What you're able to offer peering members is very different. You grow. You're not focusing on different things, value addition, and not on the mundane tasks of making sure the generator is working, the power has gone off, you're looking for, all that stuff. It's important, but when you are in a data center, someone else is taking care of that part of the equation. So you have other things to be able to take care of. Then you can now get into capacity building and training. And at this point also, I would want to challenge exchange point operators who are operating in environments where they're finding challenges to reach out so that we can see how to support. I know that I work closely with Uganda and Rwanda, and together we've been able sometimes to assist each other address some of these issues of training, capacity building, and sometimes even negotiating with the big tech on getting into the facilities. We help each other on that negotiation because we realize when we go alone, they don't see you as valuable, and some will still tell us, even as KXP, you're very small.
You're very small, yeah. So it makes sense if operators and IXP's partner together to talk to those big guys. I would like to open the floor to questions, so please free to jump in.
Amrish, can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Amrish and the panelists. I have 2 questions. Number 1 is about the new, what I'll call, is it the phenomenon we are seeing where we have multiple internet exchange points? For example, in Lagos, or Nigeria, there are several internet exchange points. There seems to be competition now. And probably this competition also may have impact of the decision being made by some of the content provider. The other element I also want to maybe put on the table is that we push for data centers, but it looks like because we don't have enough content, okay, for them to have business, look like most of them are now switching to hosting exchange points and getting involved in this remote peering, all these things to survive. So, your thought on these issues?
So, in terms of competition, you're right, but generally, competition is good for the ecosystem. The only concern I have with such competition is one. Sometimes it can bring fragmentation in the ecosystem, because if you have 3 different internet exchange points operating in the same location, and you have some of the content providers peering in one place, some are peering in the other location, it means that for a small service provider, he must pair with the 2 exchanges or 3 exchanges for him to get all the content that with the different content providers connected to the different internet exchange points. That's one. The second one is that in situations whereby which the data centers themselves set up an internet exchange point in order to attract people into the data center, sometimes because it's their own data center, they tend to favor their own internet exchange point in such a way that when you come to the data center, they give you a co-hosting facility bundled with peering at the exchange point. Meanwhile, if you are a carrier-neutral exchange point and you are co-located with them, they might charge for cross-connect fees, and for their own, they don't charge for cross-connect fees. And in such situations, I keep telling them that if you want really the ecosystem to grow, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you are given your own internet exchange point some of those privileges, provide it to the community-driven internet exchange point. So in Nigeria, I have reasonably seen the compliance. Another thing is some of the exchange points owned by the data centers, they provide free peering. They don't charge, while we charge for that, because their own is that they make money off the co-location cost, while the peering is literally just a value add to them. So, but in such situations, we always make sure that they understand that if they kill the main exchange point, it means it will also affect them eventually. To your second question regarding content, to be honest with you, Africa has huge content. Unfortunately, we are not hosting it locally. So for Nigeria, for example, we are leading in Africa when it comes to the movie industry. We have channels on DSTV that are running 24/7 on all those videos. Imagine if all those are hosted in Nigeria. The same thing with the music industry. We have huge educational institutions that all of them are hosting their information outside. And some of them are not hosting their information at all. So for example, when you graduate, you produce a project, thesis, and up to tomorrow, they are doing it hard copy. Why can't we host all these things online in local data centers? So the thing is, the government themselves really need to push for this, because if we don't do this, the consequences are much. These global disruptions in 2024, in March 14th, I think there was a submarine cable failure where 3 submarine cables failed. In Ghana, people had major issues. We are totally reliant on online services for our day-to-day living. If somebody should sabotage all these submarine cables, people know where they are. If intentionally they want to disrupt, where are we as Africans when all our information, critical information, is hosted outside? You can no longer do banking, you can no longer do anything because all your services are hosted outside. So it's important to domesticate so that we give businesses to those data centers. Thank you.
+1.
Hi, it's Paul. I understand the motivation for wanting bilateral rather than multilateral peering. That's fine. I understand, and I'm supportive of the extent to which content providers and so on will want a certain level of technical and, in some instances, content provider specific configuration knowledge from the service providers before they peer. I don't understand any justification for thresholds or the like. I think that I think becomes a form of commercial gatekeeping that is problematic. What I also am battling to understand is we've got gatherings like this happening at least 3 times a year where you've got large audiences from the technical community and so on and so forth. I'm yet to see the content providers having workshops or having opportunities at which that information is able to be exchanged. I'm, quite honestly, I don't see why we don't have a situation where, this would be a wonderful venue to do it, why we don't have the content providers coming into Africa, bringing some of their technical teams. They can bring their legal and commercial, which I'll mention in a minute, and having the African community and the technical guys coming across, getting that right and getting those peerings done on proper mutual terms. And like I say, you can bring in the commercial and the legal guys, because if there's any conflict or dispute resolution that's needed, we can just have some sessions next door and let the Lions act as the mediators or adjudicators. I'm just genuinely seeing a slight problem with yes, there are legitimate reasons why the content providers are scaling back and pulling back, but the genuine response to that would be become more involved in the continent, and that I'm not seeing happening.
Can I take that? Yes. We have, at least for Kenya, we have made an effort to try and get the content and cloud service providers into meetings. During one of the ITW, the previous ITWs, we've had a parallel session for data centers, cloud service providers, and content providers, and we tried to get the Kenyan participants in. For this particular AIS, we did, again, try to get the content. The cloud guys, I think we've managed to get a number in. We're getting their attention. The content guys, it's still work. It's part of the effort we do as a continent for capacity building and getting them to understand why it's important for them to be part of the conversation and why we need them in the room. Because we tell them, okay, the connectivity guys are the pipes. You're the water running through the pipes. Can you come in so that we have a conversation and see how to make this better? And that is something that we need to continue doing. And I think we are getting to a point where I believe in the near future, we will have representation from the filmmakers of Nigeria and the music industry across the continent, and the broadcasters coming in for this conversation, because they are also developing a lot of content, African content, and that we're asking, Where is it? It is stored abroad. One of the things that we know we've had to do for KXP, for example, is visiting content makers, local content developers and organizations, asking them, explaining what we do at KXP, and asking them to bring that content into KXP. But we realize it is a long journey, of course, not as long as the 10 years, but we're getting there. And I'm sure we will be able to get them into these meeting rooms in the near future.
Maybe that's an idea for the upcoming African Peering Forum. Let's bring the broadcasters and the content providers.
But we need to have also topics that invite them. Of course. And so as for anyone who volunteers to develop a program for any of our meetings, we need to make sure that the program is holistic enough to ensure everyone is able to participate. Because when they look at an agenda and they don't see how they fit into it, there's no reason for them to come.
Of course, yeah.
They'll say, Fiona, I want to come, but to discuss what? All this is connectivity.
Yes.
Can our peering conversations and connectivity conversations begin to go into content topics?
Yes. Let me ask the gentleman to ask his question, and then we will welcome two gentlemen. Yes.
This is Ade again. I see two issues here. One is the technical issue, which I would say, like Mr. Rudman has said, but I think that's an easy task to surmount because from experience, I know if you set up a router as an exchange point, you can set up a router and pair with these content providers and then do remote pairing with your peers. However, that brings another issue. That means the exchange will have to transition from a natural layer 2 network to an hybrid transit. Unfortunately, I'm not sure of how many exchanges have the technicalities to handle that level of transitioning. Now, that's one, that is technical. Now, the second one is more commercial, and which I don't think we've spoken about. Now, there's a trend of content service providers asking operators or whoever wants to peer to have an account, to have a commercial account. For example, you open an Azure account before you can peer with Microsoft. You open, there's the Google ISP portal. I'm not sure if they've commercialized that now, but there is now a need to have some form of account before you can establish peering.
Yeah. I think we have reached end of time now, so this is excellent conversation for the coffee break, which is coming just after. Sorry. All right. Say that again. Yeah, please ask a question, but we will answer that in the break. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Edwino da Rocha from Angola. I will just make a small question to Dr. Irish. He spoke about related with the cross connection. My question is, how can we avoid or reduce the cross connection cost on the data centers?
Yeah. That's a big question for another debate. But thank you. I would like to thank our panelists. Please, a round of applause to them all. Thank you very much. And thank you to Dr. Chris as well, online.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Wasn't the moderator good? Let's clap for him. Thank you, Amrish. Thank you for that wonderful session. So now we have overspent. We have overspent, but it was for a good cause, no? So we will go for coffee break, after which we will come and listen to technical lightning presentations. And then remember, kindly, we will be having the memorial for the late Alan Barrett in a few hours. Please sign the condolence book, and those joining us online on the AIS website, kindly leave your message online. For the coffee break, we meet here at 4:30 Kenyan time. 4:30, you have around 25 minutes for coffee break. Coffee break is served on the other side. Enjoy. Thank you.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The new GTLD program, next round. 10 things you always wanted to know about GTLDs. ICANN is preparing to open a new round to accept applications for new generic top-level domains. Top-level domains, or TLDs, are the part of an internet address that comes after the dot. For example, in the domain name icon.org, the characters ORG identify the TLD. The internet started with just a handful of gTLDs. Today, there are more than 1,200. That's because of ICANN's new gTLD program, which launched in 2012. Today, ICANN is preparing to start accepting applications for new gTLDs. This time, we want you to participate. The Internet's domain name system can support domain names in multiple scripts and TLDs longer than 3 characters. A gTLD can be a source of revenue through the management of domain name registrations and renewals. An organization operating a gTLD can provide users and customers with confidence in its security and legitimacy. Remember, applying for a TLD is not the same as applying for a domain name, which any individual can do. When you apply for a gTLD, you're applying to operate a registry, a key part of the DNS ecosystem. The registry operator generates the zone file that allows computers to route internet traffic to and from TLDs anywhere in the world. All gTLD applicants have to demonstrate that they have the financial and technical ability to operate a registry. Getting prepared to apply for a gTLD requires looking carefully at the investment involved and weighing other considerations. The costs associated with applying for and operating a TLD are beyond the reach for many. That's why ICANN created the Applicant Support Program. The ASP provides financial and non-financial assistance to qualified, eligible entities. So, if you are a charitable organization, nonprofit, IGO, indigenous or tribal peoples organization, or a small business operating as a social enterprise or in a developing economy, you may be eligible for support. The deadline to apply for assistance through the ASP is November 19th, 2025. If you'd like to find out more, send us an email.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications, whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The new GTLD program. Next round. 10 things you always wanted to know about GTLDs. ICANN is preparing to open a new round to accept applications for new generic top-level domains. Top-level domains, or TLDs, are the part of an internet address that comes after the dot. For example, in the domain name ICANN.org, the characters ORG identify the TLD. The internet started with just a handful of GTLDs. Today, there are more than 1,200. That's because of ICANN's new GTLD program, which launched in 2012. Today, ICANN is preparing to start accepting applications for new GTLDs. This time, we want you to participate. The Internet's domain name system can support domain names in multiple scripts and TLDs longer than 3 characters. A GTLD can be a source of revenue through the management of domain name registrations and renewals. An organization operating a GTLD can provide users and customers with confidence in its security and legitimacy. Remember, applying for a TLD is not the same as applying for a domain name, which any individual can do. When you apply for a GTLD, you're applying to operate a registry, a key part of the DNS ecosystem. The registry operator generates the zone file that allows computers to route internet traffic to and from TLDs anywhere in the world. All GTLD applicants have to demonstrate that they have the financial and technical ability to operate a registry. Getting prepared to apply for a GTLD requires looking carefully at the investment involved and weighing other considerations. The costs associated with applying for and operating a TLD are beyond the reach for many. That's why ICANN created the Applicant Support Program. The ASP provides financial and non-financial assistance to qualified, eligible entities. So, if you are a charitable organization, nonprofit, IGO, indigenous or tribal peoples organization, or a small business operating as a social enterprise or in a developing economy, you may be eligible for support. The deadline to apply for assistance through the ASP is November 19th, 2025. If you'd like to find out more, send us an email.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first connectivity, and digital technology is a transformation.
I would like us all to settle down so that we can rush through the session. At one moment, we are doing so well with time, and then we end up forgetting, and it is a mess. We have messed now for 5 minutes. If you can hear my voice, oh, not in the room. If you can hear my voice and you're outside, kindly come in so that we can proceed. The next session is a lightning presentation session. And this session will be moderated and time kept by Mr. Kevin Chege. Kevin Chege comes to us from the Internet Society, Africa. Welcome, Kevin.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the final set of presentations for today. We have lightning sessions. We're going to have 2 presentations and then 1 presentation from one of our event sponsors. As you've heard, my name is Kevin Kevin Chege. I'm from Internet Society and also from the local Kenya Network Operator Group community. So our first presentation will be from NIRA, Mr. Shehu Mohammed. It is on bridging the cybersecurity gap in Africa's internet growth. And then the second presentation will be by Samarjit Biswas from Zelle Labs on the hidden risk of spam and IP, IP block listing. So first we have Shehu from NIRA. NIRA is the registry for the .ng country code top level domain. .ng. Shehu, can you hear us? Is he on? If he's not available right now, we can start with yes, Shehu. Can you hear us? Okay, he's muted. Just a minute, Shehu, we sort the audio.
Okay.
Speak.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, Shehu, continue. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge the presence of NIRA President, Mr. Deshola Akinsanya, as well as other distinguished guests and colleagues present today. Thank you for being here. So it's a known fact that Africa's internet is growing rapidly, but our security maturity is not advancing at the same space, right? So today I want to focus on moving from deployment to enforcement, especially in routing security. Can the technical please help to bring up my slides? Hello? Technical, please, my slides.
Yes, we are loading your slides. Yes, now we can see them.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so just like I said, there is growth which is visible, but security maturity is not advancing at the pace of growth we are experiencing. Second slide, please. Okay, thank you. So you can see that we experience quite a lot of growth, right? For example, the undersea cable growth, DNSSEC adoption in various TLDs across Africa. But the fact is, despite you have more of cables, more exchange points, and more cloud infrastructure, and wider DNS adoption, many security controls remains optional. So the gap is not all about deployment, and it is in enforcement. Okay, so there is a very high stakes of connectivity, and most major disruptions are not sophisticated attacks. In fact, they can be as a result of operational mistakes, route leaks, misconfigurations, and failures that propagate across the network. So a single ASN can make a mistake and it can impact millions of users. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, so here is just some statistics about cybersecurity in Africa, okay? And operators now face continental scale consequences from routing failures, not limited to where the problem occurs. It propagates across the region. Now, please go to the next slide. Okay, when you look at this next slide, I don't want us to really focus our attention on the percentage, right? And the Internet Society have 4 basic metrics that they measure internet resilience, like infrastructure, market readiness, performance, and security. So each of these in percentage, but this graph is just showing where we are, where we stand globally. So what I want us to take away from this slide is not necessarily the percentage, even though we are lagging behind, okay? But the most important thing is, as we are growing, are we really growing with all of these metrics that is used to measure the resilience, right? Next slide, please. Okay, so let's look at routing security, the reality in Africa. So the reality in Africa is we have frequent incidents and we have very low validation. Beside that, most of our problems, we prefer to react to problems instead of being proactive. And what do you think can be the cause of this? Even though some operators embrace these technologies, okay, when it comes to enforcement, most people do enforce, okay? So our challenge is not all about awareness. I strongly believe most operators know about routing security, okay? We remain reactive instead of being proactive, and many networks publish ROA, but they do not validate the route. So it's like checking into a hotel, you have a lock and you refuse to leave your door open. Anything can happen. Next slide, please. Okay, let's look at RPKI and ROA global participation, okay? So AFRINIC, which is responsible for the Africa and India Ocean region among the regional registries, contributes to only about 3.7% of the global ROA, okay? So Africa participation in the global PKI ecosystem is growing, yet, but it still represents a very small portion of global ROA. More importantly, creating ROA alone does not protect the internet. It needs to be validated before we can boast of protection. Next slide, please. Okay, let's look at other protocol adoption gaps, right? IPv6, it's not all about address exhaustion. I think in Africa, our focus is always, oh, IPv4 is depleting, we need to embrace IPv6, but IPv6 is beyond that, okay? So it's also about reducing dependence on what? On aging infrastructure and preparing for future growth. So slow adoption still creates long-term operational and various security challenges. So you can see the adoption and usage of IPv4 and IPv6 in worldwide, which is the picture by the left-hand side, and the one I have by the top right-hand corner is the adoption and usage when it comes to Africa. So can we really rate ourselves as being in a good state if 4.7% of our traffic is IPv6, whereby we have 95.3% or thereabouts being IPv4? Okay, so this is what Cloudflare is reporting. Next slide, please. Let's look at some behavioral science of IPv6. Okay, and I strongly believe there are some friction we need to reduce when it comes to deployment of IPv6. So the first thing is it possible? Why not we make this thing default instead of looking at IPv6 as something we can add on to a technology that is existing already? Okay, so most engineers, it's not as if they are not knowledgeable about IPv6, okay, but most times they prefer to do the easiest thing, okay? So beside that, if secure deployment is difficult, it's going to be very difficult for us to increase the rate at which we adopt the usage of IPv6. So we must try as much as possible to make secure configuration the default. Next slide, please. Okay, so I believe a lot of people wonder that why is it that despite this growth, this security threat persists, okay? And most time, operators fear breaking connectivity, okay? The objective is always, is the connectivity up, okay? If it is up, don't bother to like add any other thing. In some instances, operators don't even patch the operating system, powering most of the equipment. So this explains how much of resistance to ROV. And if you look at this diagram, I believe you wonder, why is it that we have quite a lot of RPK and ROA, and all of a sudden it's coming down? Is it that all these ROA are created, and when they expire, people don't care to like recreate those ROA? So those are one of the questions we need to look at and ask ourselves. Next slide, please. So what are the things that can reduce these incidents? So I feel the first thing is we need to enforce route origin validation, okay? And the answer is not as complex as we think, okay? Let's enforce route origin validation. Let's operationalize RPKI. Then continuous monitoring. And we should have like an African SOC whereby we can share incidents and learn from one another. Next slide, please. Okay, so the technical community and all other players have a lot of role to play, okay? So operators have the greatest ability to reduce risk, okay? Security should be treated the same way we treat uptime and reliability. It should not be like it's an add-on service which we may just care to either embrace or implement. So operators, we have a lot to do to be ensured that yes, we embrace all this. Next slide, please. So for network operators groups, okay, there are some things we can do. We have to try as much as possible to see a possibility of creating safe spaces to share real enforcement experiences, what broke, what didn't, so we can learn from ourselves and know how to grow, okay? So all the players need to come together because we all have a role. Let's imagine a scenario whereby a GTLD implements DNSSEC, right? But the registrants are not willing to embrace it, or they are not willing to make use of it, okay? So all players have a role to play, and there is no single stakeholder that can solve this alone. So I have some points here for network operators group, like having hands-on session that run standards into muscle memory and amplify success stories from local operators to accelerate adoption. For Afrinic, I think Afrinic is already doing most of the things it is supposed to do. But I strongly believe if there is possibility of having incentive for operators who enforce most of these technologies. It's going to encourage other people to embrace and implement most of these features that are available. Then African can also see the possibility of improving visibility of routing security measurement. So we can all, as a community, learn from that. Next slide, please. All right. So what is the call to action? Security is not a future upgrade. It's a daily operational decision, which all of us as operators need to embrace. It's necessary for us to enforce what we already have, what we've deployed. We should make security configuration default. It should not be, oh, it's working. Later on, we are going to enforce security, okay? So let's treat security the way we treat reliability, okay? So I strongly believe as Africans, it's not deployment problem we have, okay? So the problem from my own angle is enforcement problem, okay? And like I said, security is not a future project. It's what all of us need to put our hands on deck to make sure it's something we put into consideration as we carry on our daily operations. And I want to remind all of us that if we did not enforce all of these things, what is even the point of having it? So I think that ends my presentation, and I strongly believe I've been able to make use of the 15 minutes assigned to me. So I'll be happy to use the remaining 1 minute or thereabouts to take questions if there's any. Thank you for your attention.
Be on we'll also be on the same issue of cybersecurity. It'll be by Samarjit Biswas, I hope I've pronounced that correctly, on the hidden risks of spam. It's also a virtual presentation. Is he on? Yes. Welcome, Samarjit. So you have 15 minutes. Please introduce yourself and proceed.
Hi everyone, all the respected member of AIR's summit. My name is Samarjit. So I am from India. I am from the company that is Jelly Labs. So my job is to giving a security solutions and consultant for the big ISPs in India and globally. Today my topic is the hidden risks of spam, and that is called IP blocklisting, or you can call it as a IP blacklisting. So today I'll give you an idea about that. So what is IP blocklisting? Can you go for another presentation? Next page. Please go to next page. Hello. So why IP blocklists happen, and how banks and government use this data, and steps to prevent or resolve blocklist issues. This is my topic, so I will give an idea about that. So next slide. First, I tell you what is the reason behind the IP blocklisting, and so these are the reasons. The first is that is bad reputations in the trade database. Second is the phishing attack, botnet activities there, spam email sending, and the poor email server complications, and malware and the virus infection is there, and brute force attack is new now, is a attack from the incoming network from the internet to the customer, and DDoS attack is one of the reasons. That is outbound DDoS attack is one of the reasons for that one. Hosting illegal content and excessive failed login attempts. Next slide. So how this spam effect on the telecom and ISPs? So their customers are facing the issues when their IPs are blacklisted in RVLs. So their customer are not able to open few mobile apps. Apps are blocked. And the huge problem with the email delivery issues is a big problem. And that is customer complaining that website is not opening, and they are not able to able to open banking portals. High risk of cyber attack is there, and banking portal restrictions and web traffic. The WDI does inform you that many websites are not opening if IPs are blacklisted, and this is increase the support cost. Please go to next slide. So brute force attack is one of the reason for this one. Brute force attack, I have seen that few last 8 to 9 months before, the brute force attack that is port number 21, 22, 23. So is one of the big reason of IP blacklisting also, blacklisting. And due to the brute force attack, there is a network congestion is there. So because now first you think about who is the people attacking, brute force attack to steal the cryptocurrency account. This is the reason that is attacked. Okay, repeated attack is there. So and to compromise user account, data breaches, and higher cyber security cost is there, customer complaints, and service downtime, and consume internet bandwidth. So this is the point if a brute force attack affect the ISPs and telecom network. Please go to next slide. Role of RBL. Now what is who's the RBLs? RBLs are the non-profitable organizations. They monitoring the every spam generated worldwide. So there are more than 50 RBLs. So you know few RBLs. So there are famous RBLs are there. So Spam House is no, Barracuda is there, UC Protect, and so Red PTR. Those are the popular RBLs, but there are many RBLs are there worldwide. They are monitoring and they are maintaining the spam generated from the network. So what is the role? Role is the blacklisting database. They to maintain a blacklisting database and maintain the network security, email filtering on the traffic behavior, and they also manage the reputation management of the IPs, DDoS and botnet protections. That is, they have to maintain of the list of that one, the database. Automated blacklisting or delisting is there with the few RBLs like UC Protect. So can go to the next slide. So how does the IPs are blacklisted by the RBL, real-time blacklist list? IPs are added to RBL blacklist when they are observed sending spam, malicious traffic, or violating the network policies. The network policies may be different for different countries, and these lists are then shared with mail servers and security system to block or filter risky IPs. Please go to next slide. Next slide. Why banks and government block these IPs? So when the bank they develop their portal, so there is the level 1 security is there. First, there is many layers of security. Few of them the maintaining level 4, level 7, level 10. Few of them level 15. So there is a few level of security is there. The level 1, level 2. First, they have to block those IPs which are listed, blacklisted, and they get this information from the RBLs. Bank and governments block blacklisted IPs to protect money, account, data, and system from hackers and fraud and cyber attack. To enforce country-based access rules, is one of the reasons, and to protect citizen data and financial records, to stay compliant with the security regulations, to stop repeated suspicious behavior. Please go to next slide. So banks and government get this blacklist data of the IPs from these sources. There are many sources that I have to explain a few of them. So that is a global blacklist databases there from Spamhaus, Barracuda, UC Protect, and SOPs. So those are there's a major RBLs. And this list detects spam, malware, botnet, DDoS source, and hacking activities and internal security logs. Many countries, government, they're maintaining their own logs. So bank also maintaining their own logs. Banks and government systems generated their own database that is based on failed login attempts, fraudulent transactions, and suspicious account access. Please go to the next slide. So this I gave an idea about that. These are the list of RBLs. You see that. So there are major RBLs are there. So here, so the country-based specific RBLs also there. So if you see, go to Chile and you go to Brazil, you go to any China and Korea, Russia, they have their own RBLs is there, and a few RBLs are there. Those are private RBLs from the security companies. Can you go to the next slide? So here there's the black scatter and forgery list. So the RBLs, many RBLs are there, and their job is different. So their monitoring pattern is different. So here, if you see the commercial enterprises RBLs, you know, everyone knows about Cisco and Proofpoint, Symantec, McAfee, CloudMark, FortiGuard. For FortiGuard, we call it as Trend Micro. So those are Sophos, and these are commercial enterprises RBLs. Those I told you, more than 50 RBLs are there. They are maintaining the spam generated in your network. So please go to the next slide. So this is main important that how ISPs and telecom they avoid this blacklisting. So here, so when you're talking with now, what happened before 9 months before, people only talking about 425. So I went talk with many security guys, many from ISPs. Actually, they only know that 425 is the reason for IP blacklisting. Yes, this is the reason for IP blacklisting, but so now the RBLs are addressing many ports. Before 9 months before, they're not addressing these ports. So 587 and 465 and 2525. So they're addressing this port also, which is generated, the spam. So normally what happens, maybe the spam generated from these ports, but RBLs are not addressing. These are the reason people are not aware about. Okay, so we have to filter these ports and take care of these ports, and we have to maintain a proper reverse PTR DNS records. Also, the protect network from brute force attack. So there are many port brute force attack is that is port 21, that is for FTP port 22, that is SSS port, and Telnet port is there. So there is many ports, that is port 53, port 123, 2323. Those are also responsible for the spam generated into the network. And so I have seen that there is one of the reason of outbound DDoS increasing very high in worldwide. So this is the reason that IP are getting blacklisted. So now my question is that who are those people? Is a customer they generating the spam? From my side, it's not a customer. Customers are not aware about it that their laptop and the computer and their mobile is generating the spam. Because this is all Maxian is the CNC, command and control. The command and control generated the spam means a single IPs is generating. It's not possible that they're generating maybe 10,000. TPS. It's not possible. So those are means CNC malware is there, and why it's happening? Because people download free software, crack version of 365, crack version of antivirus. They download free software from the internet. This is the reason this happening. They're getting free. Malware did that. And customer are not aware that the spam is generated from the network. So thank you for that. Thank you. And if you have any question is there, you can please ask any questions regarding that. Thank you very much. Can you go to the next slide? Can you please? Hi. Hello. So this is my phone number, WhatsApp number. If any query is there, and just WhatsApp me and you mail me. If you have any doubts, if you want to know more about these things, so you can get in touch with me. And if any question is there, please ask me. I'm ready to answer that. Thank you very much.
Couple of questions.
It's not audible.
Can you hear me?
Yes, audible.
Okay. So I was saying thanks, and informing the audience we have time for a couple of questions. So any questions for both Shehu, who spoke about cybersecurity, some enforcing stuff like ROV, and also for Samarjit, who spoke about anti-spam approaches in terms of blocking email ports and so on. If you have any question, just walk to the mic. Any questions for Shehu or Samarjit? Maybe as the audience prepares their own questions, I have one question for you, Samarjit. So from your viewpoint, is there an issue of misconfigured mail servers? So you've spoken of command and control where bots have taken control of compromised machines and use those to send spam. Are you also seeing issues of spam that emerge from misconfigured mail servers? For example, a mail server that was set up several years ago and is not being updated. Are you seeing any issues like that?
Maybe there's a main reason of that. And maybe your mail server is not properly configured. So maybe this is one of the reasons. There are many reasons is there. Mail server is not properly routed properly. Then maybe the reason of that. And regarding the CNC, I already informed you that this is a major CNC is the major problem now, because their laptops now, customers' laptops are and mobiles and desktops are compromised. People are not aware about it, that the spam that is generated from their laptops, and they're not aware about it. And this is the reason of we have seen that for last 6 months, more than that, outbound DDoS attack is also increasing very too much. DDoS attack. I'm not talking inbound. Onbound DDoS is one of the reasons for this spam also.
Questions for Samarjit? One question for Shehu from me. So Shehu, you spoke about routing security. You gave some statistics there of internet resilience and also of adoption of routing security policies. Could you share any information about efforts being made perhaps by NERA or by the community in Nigeria to try and encourage more adoption of ROV and also of adopting the mutually agreed norms of routing security? Shehu, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for that question. So NERA, as one of the leaders in the CCTLD in the region, we've always tried our best to promote secure routing and adoption of all of these technologies. And it is part of this effort that led to we not just limiting ourselves to presentation of this sort in Nigeria by extending it to the whole of Africa. So in Nigeria, wherever there's a forum like this, we try as much as possible to educate people about it. Like some weeks ago, we attended a forum by the Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria, where we have network operators in Federal Capital Territory, which is the capital of Nigeria in Abuja. So we use this opportunity to encourage people to talk about it. So it's a continuous process that it's a continuous thing that NERA does to make sure that, yes, the whole community is secure. So it's something we do actively. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Shehu. We have one question on the floor. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name is Christian. I'm from Rwanda. My question goes to the last presenter. In ISP environment, sometimes you give your IP to the client, and the client has their DNS zone file somewhere else. They are supposed to create that reverse DNS, but they don't create it. And your IPs get flagged on internet as spam, on spam host and something. So how best way to engage those clients? Because sometimes you may be strict and you lose a client. And sometimes you tell them and they ignore you. So why our IP are suffering? Then it's a matter of a client, a last mile client that didn't fulfill their responsibilities.
Samajit, you're muted. Still muted. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Now it's okay now?
Yes. Back to muted. Now it's okay. Yeah.
So you have very questions that you're giving this IP to other company. Maybe the company is a hosting company. And hosting company or which one? Is the hosting? So okay, I will just reply on that one. That if you just give IP to any hosting company, and I have seen that most of the hosting companies, those IPs are blacklisted. So because hosting company are not care about the reputation of the IPs, and sending the mails servers is there, and so maybe many hosting company using mail servers and sending marketing mails. This is the reason, one of the reason that their IPs are blacklisted in a spam house. But so I tell you the behavior of the RBLs. Here the one RBL that is UC Protect RBL is the RBL where you get the data, current data is there. Means today your IPs are blacklisted, and tomorrow the IPs are the change is there, it's whitelisted. You can see your IP status in UC Protect. But the problem with the spam house, it's not a problem, it's their policy, okay? That if IPs are blacklisted, you have to send mail to them. If you not send mail to them, that is a history, because they're not delisting your IP from their list. So you need to send mail to them that my IPs is okay, but the condition is there. Your IP should be clean. The current IP should be clean. There is a condition. Otherwise, if your IP is not clean, they cannot delisting that IPs.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Samajit, for that. We have come to the end of those two presentations. Please, a round of applause for Shehu and Samajit. Thank you very much. So now we are going to have a presentation from one of the event sponsors, Africa Data Centers. Is Brian here? Yes, I see you. So welcome, Brian. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, my name is Ben Odur. So I'm Ben Odur from Africa Data Centers. I head commercial business. I can see we have a number of people from across Africa. Just to mention, Africa Data Centers is a Pan-African data center. We offer co-location solutions across Africa. So because of time, I'll just move pretty fast. So we have a campus right here in Nairobi, in Mombasa Road. And I really want, if you have time before you leave, back to your places of residence, to possibly come and visit us. But I'll quickly move straight to the point that we are a point where we have several connectivity partners converging. So we have one of the greatest ecosystems in Africa, and especially here in Nairobi. I think we have an average of over 150 ISPs sitting in our data centers. We have actually KIXP within our data center and other IXPs also. We have 99% of CDNs, 98% roughly, that come into Kenya sitting in our data center. And all cables that land into the east coast of Africa connect to our data center. So that actually tells you why we must all work together to achieve a very good ecosystem that supports all of us. All right, okay. We move. So there's some space in there. Yeah, so as you can see, the interconnection story across the east coast of Africa is we access to carrier networks across Kenya, long distance routes to Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Ethiopia, Somali, and diverse routes to Mombasa, cable landing stations. Like I just mentioned, all these cable landing stations do land at our data center, and that helps us to provide services or provide a joint co-location area that does support the gateway and of course transition into the East African region. Thank you. So the need for local exchange points, we are saying we have about 224 GBS across. What's happened? Something has happened here. All right, no problem. And like mentioned, Kenya's IXP ecosystem is stronger than the regional average. We are seeing about 87% of networks, 32 of them in Kenya's top 1,000, against 66% versus 56% previous year. So, in general, data centers create the ecosystem gravity. The future of Africa's internet will not be won by bandwidth alone. It will be won by ecosystems, neutral data centers like the data centers that you find in Kenya and Africa, dense peering, local caches, resilient IXPs, cloud content providers, and of course now the new team, which is the AI. So I just want to talk about our footprint in Africa. Like I said, we are Pan-African. So I'll start from Nairobi where we are. We have a 3 megawatt facility that we are extending or upscaling to a 4 megawatt facility. It is just across the road, less than 1.5 kilometers. And our team is here. We've got a small booth there. Please feel free to pass through there, get our contacts, and we're happy to take you to have a tour of the facility in Kenya. Then we have the next facility in Johannesburg, that is in Midrand and Samrand, where we do have some 68 acres of land. And these are facilities that are scalable to 45 megawatts. Then we have a facility in Cape Town. This is a 10 megawatt facility, scalable also to about 31 megawatts. It's pretty new. Then we also have a facility in Nigeria. That is a small a facility, about 1 megawatt. but we are planning to do more in Nigeria. If you look at the yellow bits on top of Africa, you can see Morocco, Casablanca. We have set up, we have bought land, we are doing a facility there, and we've also gotten into Egypt, Cairo, and that is a 15 megawatt facility. So like I did mention, we are Pan-African. I can see most of you are coming across Africa. We are happy to connect with you, with our colleagues in South Africa, our colleagues in Nigeria, Cape Town, Joburg, so that you might possibly maybe just have a look and feel of what we have. So services that we do provide, obviously for a data center, is co-location, pay-per-use power, cross-connects, internet exchange, cloud connections, partner ecosystem, and it's a partner ecosystem. We have writer certifications, as you can see on the screen. If you do have any questions or any thoughts, suggestions, please, maybe I may take a minute or two here.
Thank you very much, Ben. Any questions for Ben?
Thank you very much. And again, welcome to visit our Africa Data Center in Nairobi, just across the road, Mombasa Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. And we have now come to the close of that particular session. I'd like to thank all the presenters, Shehu, Samarjit, and Ben. I trust you found that session helpful, and thank you for having me. So I will now hand back over to very capable Susan, who's on her way here for the next part of the agenda. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him. Thank you, Kevin. At this point, I'll welcome Alain. We are going to have a small open mic to just, and then we will close AFNOG Day. So Alain, you'll take us through how we are going to do this open mic. Do you want to operate from down there? Okay. No, that one is working. You just need to turn it on.
Okay, we need another mic because I want to take the French channel and Prof will take the English channel. Open mic, AFNOG Day. Ask any questions, either related to the presentations or any suggestions for improvement in French, English, Swahili, Arabic, Somalis. I want to hear some French. Otherwise, I'll call some of the people here. So, Kone, please. Yeah, go ahead. Vas-y. En français ou bien en anglais?
I wrote my question in English.
Oh, you see, I'm trying to help him, then he wants to, okay. No. You don't take my job.
So it will be addressed to Prof. Okay. As it's in English.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Alain. I have 3 questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. The first one is addressed to Mr. Paul, the presentation of Paul this morning.
Paul Hoffman.
Yes, Paul Hoffman. I don't know if it's alive.
No, don't worry. We can transfer the things to.
Okay. The question is, which critical area of telecommunication network should be prioritized in post-quantum migration strategy? This is the first question. Can I go to the second?
Yeah, go continue. Yeah. Okay. It's open mic, so we take all the questions.
Okay.
Yeah, then we can choose to answer and not answer.
You have to answer. Okay, the second one is, can existing infrastructure be upgraded through software or will upgrade or will hardware replacement be required? And the last one is addressed to Mr. Jofra. Why should an organization continue investing in MPLS when ST1 can deliver similar connectivity with greater and lower operational costs? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, who's next?
Oh, my name is Molovela. I'm from Lesotho.
From?
From Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Yeah. My question is, we are trying to commercialize, data security to the larger extent, being able to see how we can filter for minors. However, we have discovered that our regulator wants to put that as the mandatory to some extent. So we want to know how other big markets like Kenya, South Africa, and the rest are dealing with that. Thank you.
Good. We had a lady over there. Are you speaking French?
No, English. English, please.
No, please take your English to Google Translate to French and then she speaks some French.
Okay, merci beaucoup. How do you say bonjour? Am I doing right? Bonjour. Good afternoon, colleagues, and let me thank you for wonderful presentation. I'm a fellow. My country is Botswana, and I work for the regulator. So my questions probably would reflect that I'm a regulator, not an operator. The first question is on IXP, because I was just seated there wondering who is the oversight body for the IXP in my country, or how are other countries doing to, to deal with the issues that will probably need the regulatory, attention in the event there are issues that arise as a result of competition. Like, what is the best practice of managing IXPs regarding that nature, that ISPs could be, in competition somewhere, somewhat. Then the second question would be on spam, that coming from, again, the background of being a regulator, my portfolio is doing standards of telecoms and ICT, and I follow ITU, and I know there is a resolution from the WTSA 24 on spam. It's a resolution 92, where it talks of how we should maybe study and do research and learn from each other on this. I was just wondering how, whether countries are aware, are countries in the motherland, whether they are aware of that resolution, even how we can do or what can be done to keep, coming slowly to learn on the strategies to address issues of spam in our networks. So if you could search that resolution, it's resolution 52. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. So as I said, this is the open mic, and the questions are not necessary for us. Okay, as you can see, the questions seem to be for the audience. So if I think there was the questions from the previous gentleman asking the view of regulator. So if you are a regulator or you are a change point manager or whatever it is, you can just step in and share your view on any of the questions. Okay, so it's not a question to us, it's the open mic. Okay, so Chief, You want to speak English again?
Oui,
some-
oui, oui.
Oui, oui.
Mais non, non, non.
Français? English?
Je n'ai pas.
Beaucoup de français. Ah, okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Evan Sucheng from Kenya. So, just two questions here in regards to a behavior that is very common in East Africa. And this is basically shutting down of internet. We find that internet nowadays is used as a medium of communication, as you have seen. And therefore, if during elections people are unable to access the internet, there's a blackout, is there anything that people here can actually do to protect their citizens? We know Tanzania are Tanzanians actually, they are a victim of such kind of things, Uganda. And for Kenya, we don't know how it's going to be. Next year will be on elections, but we would want an open and transparent internet that is governed by principles which are set there. So I think it's mostly on internet governance. Then lastly, can internet be used? I think there's a question in another forum that okay. So they are asking who is benefiting, who is the person behind all these things, the infrastructure, and you find there are countries that can actually have cyber warfare, and it's an emerging issue. So we might attack a certain country, block their internet and such kind of things, since we are not in good political terms with them. So can this actually be prevented? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Internet is for everyone.
Yeah, please. Okay, I think I'll speak in English. My name is Duncan.
You speak English?
Yes.
Okay. No, you
My
are
name
allowed
is
to.
Duncan, and I'm here from Kenya.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to talk about the issue of the automation. I know it was raised by the KNET team, Geoffrey, in regards of the automation. And I wanted to pose a question whereby, are we able to automate our systems or our network infrastructure in terms of monitoring topologies? And what methods actually can it be used to apply on whole corners in terms of fiber infrastructure and the wireless infrastructure? So that is what I wanted to raise, and a question which I want to pose this forum.
Okay, thank you. Let's go online, then we will come to the room. Abdul Karim?
Thank you very much, Alan. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yes, good afternoon to everybody. Sorry, my comment is on the issue of IPv6. And I think we've been having a lot of trainings, a lot of discussions around the deployment of IPv6. But I think one of the challenge that we've not really discussed or talked about is the issue of financing. And I think no matter the amount of training we do, no matter how much we build capacity, if we're not talking about how do we finance the transition to IPv6, it is not going to happen in our region. So I think we need to, yes, I believe we still need to continue to do the training, we still need to have those discussions, but we also need to now start thinking of how do we put the resources together, because the resources is one of the major factors that is actually hindering the deployment of IPv6. Thank you very much.
The gentleman over there probably going to speak French because we need some French. Then Sheun will take Sheun and...
Pour vous faire plaisir, je vais parler en français. D'accord. Moi, mon intervention, c'est par rapport au spam. On a, dans les présentations, il a été fait cas de deux types de RBL. J'allais dire en fait les free et puis les commerciaux. Mais il se trouve que nous, on est fournisseurs d'accès Internet. On est beaucoup confronté à ces genres de situations avec les clients. Et vous prenez une adresse IP, après ils font autre chose. Et c'est vous derrière, en fait, qui êtes affecté. Il y en a où c'est facile, en fait, de délister une adresse IP. Mais par contre, d'autres, ils vont même vous demander de payer. Pour pouvoir l'enlever. Ça, c'est le premier cas. Ces cas-là, il peut blacklister 1/32, ça veut dire une seule adresse IP. Mais j'ai vu des cas où c'est tout un /24 qui a été pris. Dans ce genre de situation, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Puisque l'adresse, vous l'avez donnée à un client, mais derrière ça, il fait autre chose. Pour étant fournisseur d'accès Internet, qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Parce qu'il arrive qu'on bloque les ports 25, 587, mais malgré tout ça, vous retombez dans les situations. J'en connais des FAI qui ont carrément abandonné ces adresses-là. Ils ont carrément abandonné. Quand ils donnent à un client, après le client se rend compte qu'il ne peut pas faire certaines opérations, il revient vers le FAI, et en ce moment, le FAI est obligé de changer d'adresse IP. Sans pourtant lui dire que c'est parce que en fait, l'adresse là est blacklistée. Tu ne peux pas lui dire ça. Si tu lui dis ça, c'est ta crédibilité qui est en jeu. Voilà.
Ok, d'accord. Merci beaucoup. Sheun, let's go back online. Sheun, then we'll come to the room again. Sheun.
Thank you, Mr. Alain, for the opportunity to speak. I think it's just an observation. Mine is not a question. Since my first internet summit in Mauritius, I think I've seen several improvements in its organization over the years. And yesterday, during the opening remarks, when I saw Prof, I was just wondering where he's getting his energy from. You know, still making sure, yes, that everything still go as planned. So my main concern is, I think we need to really make volunteering in AFNOG attractive to the generation that are coming. So I'm looking at sustainability now, okay? Because with Mr. Prof and Mr. Len taking the front seat, ensuring that, yes, it goes as planned, I think we really need the younger generation. We still have quite a lot of energy to like put into this. So I'm just throwing this to the community. How can we make volunteering in AFNOG attractive to the younger generation? Thank you.
Thank you one more time. I'm Edwino da Rocha. And everyone, thanks for the excellent day and the hospitality to be here in Kenya, me and my colleagues. But our question is related with the technical and policy challenges that are preventing a scalable peering ecosystem across African countries, IXP, efficient traffic with the continent, and interconnection between data centers and the regional across the borders. What do we have to do? And for the second question is, how can we in our continent reduce dependency on international internet routing by expanding IXP, peering, with the focus on sustainable, scalable digital infrastructure ecosystem across continents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordi, let's go online. Jordi, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to comment something that Abdul Karim just said. And I think either I didn't understood that or there is some misconception here. The point is that experience doing IPv6 deployment in hundreds of networks in hundreds of countries shows that deploying IPv6 is actually cheaper than keeping IPv4, which carry RANET. So unless I misunderstood him, I really don't think that's actually a problem. You should finance the growth of your network even if you don't deploy IPv6, right? So that's my point. Thank you.
Bonjour. Hi, my name is Eugene Muhua. So my question was to these big ISPs. If we look at the penetration rate in Kenya, it's about 48%. The major ISPs are only taking about 30%. What opportunities are there that we can enable these small ISPs, or can we reduce the barriers to entry to enable these small ISPs and we empower them to be able to scale up the internet adoption in Kenya? Because when you look at the smartphone penetration in Kenya, it is very high vis-a-vis compared to the internet connection. So my question is to the big players, what opportunity or how can we work with these small ISPs to enable and to ensure the whole country is well connected? My second question is, now we are adapting the IPv6. Why can't we reduce the barriers that that limit the adoption of IPv6 so that we are able, because I'm seeing in Kenya we only have about 18% adoption of IPv6. If we are transitioning to it, what barriers to entry can we mitigate to enable that everyone can be able to transition to IPv6? Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're gonna hear some Swahili, right? Somali, no?
We can speak Swahili, Somali, English, a bit of French. That's all I know. My name is Mohammed Mukhtar. I'm from Fiber, an internet service provider based here in Nairobi. Mine is more of an appreciation to the first speaker I listened to today, that is Richard. And his story actually humbles me. And he just reminds you that whatever that we're doing as an ISP today, a lot of people fought for it. And they went through a lot of rejection and problems and suffering, probably. So mine is to say thank you to the pioneers and everybody who has done a lot to enable us do this business today in a very simple and easy way. So we found it very easy. And I just now know that anything that is good does not come on a silver platter. Some people do go through a lot, so mine is just appreciation.
A round of applause for the pioneers. Please wait, this gentleman, okay, before you.
Parler en français. C'est bon? Donc, merci. Moi, c'est M. Haruna Isaka. C'est ça? OK. Donc, merci. Moi, c'est M. Haruna Isaka. Je viens du Niger.
Presse du micro.
Je suis au niveau du gouvernement. Je suis au niveau d'une agence gouvernementale. Et moi, mon cri de cœur, c'est par rapport à tout ce qu'on est en train de vivre comme session ici. Et on parle de Internet et pour tout le monde. Nous qui sommes des pays enclavés, nous nous rendons compte quelque part que l'Internet n'est pas pour tout le monde. Parce que souvent, nous dépendons naturellement des pays côtiers et nous payons trop cher ces questions de transit. Je pense que c'est des questions qui ont été discutées plusieurs fois. Il y a eu des ententes et des accords. Et malheureusement, c'est des choses qui n'ont pas permis de beaucoup avancer. Ce qui fait que, au niveau de nos pays, on sent qu'il y a un impact sur le coût lié à la qualité de l'Internet et surtout aussi sur la disponibilité. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, souvent, ça freine également sur les investissements pour ces différents opérateurs. Et la deuxième chose, c'est par rapport à la question des gouvernements et des banques. Je pense que celui qui avait parlé sur la question de la cybersécurité avait insisté sur la notion de blacklist qui vient souvent du gouvernement ou également des banques. Et je me dis aussi, hier il y avait une session sur le gouvernement, nous n'avons pas eu à participer, mais je me dis, ces genres de plateformes aussi peuvent servir également de tremplin pour permettre à ces gouvernements de comprendre que quelque part, ils font partie des nœuds, je ne dirais pas faibles, mais les moyens qui souvent incitent à aller vers ces questions également de cyberespace et au niveau des banques. Et je dirais aussi, on a beaucoup de AF étoiles, mais je me dis normalement le AF étoile qui est la partie CERT doit également être un acteur important pour porter ce message par rapport à tout ce qui est si CERT et CERT au niveau des pays. Et quand vous prenez au niveau africain, c'est des choses qui n'existent pas pratiquement. Il n'y a que quelques rares pays qui en ont. Donc normalement, c'est le rôle également de ce AF-là également pour pouvoir aussi accompagner ces pays afin d'arriver à mettre. Et enfin, je dirais, en tout cas, merci d'être là. Et merci également à l'hospitalité des Kenyans. J'ai l'habitude de suivre le professeur, mais je ne l'ai jamais vu en présentiel. Je pense que c'est un honneur pour moi de le voir. Et c'est quelqu'un qui, toujours, on sent de l'inspiration et de l'énergie dans ce qu'il fait. Et on sent de l'amour. Je pense que c'est des modèles sur lesquels nous devrons nous appuyer. Également, les alliances sont là. Je pense que c'est important pour nous jeunes pour voir comment est-ce qu'on peut continuer à perpétuer et permettre également à l'Afrique de ne pas être à l'écart de ce qui se passe. Je vous remercie.
D'accord, merci. Marcus, je pense que tu as reçu le message pour Africa 7. D'accord. So, okay, please.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Lake Sampua from Malawi Research and Education Network. Mine is not a question, but rather a contribution. And maybe before I got there, how many of us have ever heard of IRR Explorer? Anyone? IRR Explorer. Okay, good. Okay, great. So, since we talked about routing security, I thought it would be better to share one of the resources that we can use to ensure that we don't have any issues like route risks. So, thank you very much. I'm going to use our ASN as an example. So, could you please type 37, yeah, that one, 215. Yep. Thank you so much. Okay, you can scroll down. So that's one of the ways that we use to check our, if we have any routing issues. So I would like a volunteer to tell us their SN so we can see if they have any issues.
Any volunteer?
Anyone? Okay. Anyone, you can.
I have ASN, AS0.
Okay. AS what?
AS0.
Zero.
Zero.
Yes,
it's for me.
Oh no. Actually, we need a real network.
You need a real network.
Yeah. Come on, guys. We don't have. Okay. He's saying.
Or maybe we should use the ASN we are using for this. No. It's liquid network here. Maybe. Yeah.
Actually, no. We needed a real network. Yeah, ASN.
Yeah, I have it. 32, 82, 11.
Please, can you go back to the
32,
82, 11.
Okay, yeah, please spell it again.
32,
32,
82,
82,
11.
11. Are you sure you want to expose this? It's at your own risk. We take no responsibility for what happened, man.
Yeah.
Okay. 11. But please don't search yet. I want this guy to consent that we AFNOG take no responsibility for what we will see. Okay? Okay. Please search for it.
Okay, fine. So what I wanted to emphasize is this information, it's available for everyone. So you yourself, as a network operator, as well as the attackers. So if you're not serious with this thing, an attacker can go there, check your ASN, and see any issues. So they can easily target you. So yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to share that.
Okay, please let's see the result of 3282111. I want to see. I'm seeing some yellow, some blue, and this thing. Oh,
Yeah.
no prefix were found.
So actually, when you see like issues like that, that means there's something that
Well,
you have to
there is
do.
one prefix, but there is no root object. There is no root object. There is no rower. So we need to do something. You know, you go there. Somebody's called James. Talk to James. Okay, then we can this fix. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, a round of applause. So let me give the mic to Prof because I think she will raise something, and these gentlemen also said, I think they are asking, where do you get this energy from? And how can we make volunteering in AFNOG attractive? So,
are you sure I have energy? Okay. No. I'd like to at least thank you all for staying throughout the whole NOG day and also active even towards the end and contributing and raising questions and raising NOG issues so that we can all think about it to build better networks and also become better operators. Now, as to the question of energy, it's actually very simple. If you believe in Africa and you believe that networks are important for Africa, you will find the energy. Okay? But maybe you are believing, but you're not fully committed. That also is fine. But the more you do, the more you become committed. Meaning it grows on you. If you help somebody and his network gets better, the person will come and appreciate it. Then what do? You want to help them again. So there's a way in which this thing happens organically. Shehu is raising the issue of how you volunteer. Perhaps at some point you have a discussion with the coordinator of AFNOG, Madam Nancy Doche, and she can share some things. But notice that what happens is that folks come in as students or participants. Then they get the sickness, the bug catches them, right? When you come in, you see a certain spirit. There's a certain spirit here which I don't know how to convey it. People want to help each other. People ask each other questions. People want to cooperate. People want to coordinate. We are forced by the nature of the network to learn to coordinate. All that spirit changes you. And so eventually you become what? An instructor. So you grow from being a normal participant, you see the fever, you like it, you participate more, and then what happens? You become an instructor. Maybe not immediately at the regional level, you become an instructor in your country NOG, or maybe in your university or in your lab, you become an instructor. So we have something we say, take AFNOG home. So you come first as a participant, you feel the vibes of the NOG community vibe. Then what do you do next? If you just go home and forget it, then you've missed. But if you go home and you've got the vibe, you try to teach somebody else. You want to share with somebody. And usually you don't do it one-on-one. You try to do it with a small group of people and you share with them. Because when you teach, you learn more. So if you've come, I'm a teacher, okay? I'm a university teacher. So when you go back, you should take this vibe home and then try to impart it to some others. In some cases, you do it in your organization. you impart it. Maybe in some cases, you have a larger, maybe cross-institutional organization like a REN, somebody mentioned Research Education Net. So you try to do it across. Or maybe you have a country NOG, so you try and apply this knowledge, let's say, sharing to that community. Then eventually you start organizing to have your own local NOG where you've identified a number of instructors, and then these instructors now look for participants. They prepare their own curriculum, what they think is going to be useful for that community. Then they look for tracks. What subject tracks? Do you want to do routing? Because lately we are seeing that IXPs want to learn more BGP. So you generate a program for them. It may be 1 day, maybe 1 week, depending on what your capacities will do. Then you go and try that out. So you run your NOG, maybe co-located to an AIS. For example, here, we could have had local NOGs, like we did in Accra, where they ran together with the ISOC voluntarily. Nobody forces any of these things because it's not fun if it's forced. It has to be that you yourself have a desire to try and impart. And then several of you find the right community, you target the community, you prepare, we can help you with materials. Can show you the instruction materials for various topics that are of interest to your people, and then you try to do it. Eventually, after you've done a few of these, you'll be confident enough. The next time we are doing the regional workshops, you will see a track that is of interest, whether it is in the Africa CERT area, or it is in the routing area, or in the server services area, or any of the specialized areas. And you notice that's the reason why we have our events co-located all at AIS. The week before, we want to do activity, training related, NOG related things. Then we do NOG conference. Then we break into the parallel sessions of different organizations, the TLDs sharing. Okay, the NOGs sharing, you saw some of it today. Maybe the RENs also sharing. Okay, maybe the CERTs also sharing. Maybe the TLDs also sharing. Okay, and it goes on like that. So it's really up to what you want, because it's most effective if you volunteer. Volunteer means that you yourself want to do it. When we see that, then we'll give you support. Okay? And the support can come in many ways. It can be maybe we'll go and raise funds from somewhere else to help you do something at your locale. Maybe, we'll put you in touch with some other institution that you never thought about within your environment that you are not aware to collaborate with so you can have a stronger activity, and on and on. But generally what we want is you come in as a participant, learn something, go back home, take the NOG home, then build a little kernel there, gain experience, and then come back at some later time, maybe to be an instructor, or maybe take a different course, different track, and grow. So the NOG is for us. So AFNOG. So you didn't get the bug yet. You didn't get the bug yet. By now, you should be feeling strong that when I say AFNOG, you want me to hear that you want to be successful. See? It's not just coming and listening to some instruction and participating, but you must feel AFNOG. You got to feel it, you see? And you should be dying to take that little knowledge back home. So take AFNOG home. That's really the spirit of the growth we are looking for. It will make us independent. Africa wants to do things with everyone, but initially by itself, so that others can help it. And that's the spirit of the NOG.
Thank you, Prof. And I want to add that, yes, like Prof said, for example, KE-NOG, there is a KE-NOG, which is the country NOG, which also was built from AFNOG. I think Kevin and Michuki and co. So is an example that you can also, like Prof was saying, from here, take AFNOG home, build your local NOG. But to add to what Prof was saying, that is the desire to do things for ourselves. This also motivates. Because, look, anything you're trying to do, you may tell yourself, but what value am I adding? I'll give an example. One of the NREN, I will not name them. Prof and I, we met them, and we had a conversation with them saying, why is that you are not offering, for example, a DNS resolver for your universities? The guy said, but no, the people are using 888, 111, and they are happy. Then we told, yes, but the queries are going to 111, 888, but these people are seeing your data, the data of the university, and you, NREN, you have no information, and all these DNS queries are even going over TLS, over HTTPS. You have no clue. We have to force them, convince them to start running a resolver. But I can show you now they are very happy because they can see the trend of the data. They can also add some filtering, etc. So sometimes we should not always, but they are already, people are offering the service for free, is available, etc. So what can we contribute? What can we do? And nobody is currently doing. So I think these are things. As soon as you agree that you want to do something, please proceed. And after you've done some, publish. Publish. Let the world know that you too, you are doing something. I think this also gives motivations because trying to add something to the existing. Okay. So Barack was on the queue. So Barack, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alain. I thought you had forgotten me.
No, never.
Yes, and thank you, Prof, for the intervention. I think you've touched on what I would have wanted to say, but I'll start with the comment from Professor Abdul Karim. I think when Professor Abdul Karim spoke, the issue of transitioning from IP version 4 to IP version 6 has been around for close to 20 years. When I speak to people, the question I get is, if it's not broken, why should we fix it? IP version 4 is just working fine. And I think largely as a community, we've been at a place of comfort, which is what makes us not to move, not because there are no solutions for us to move. But I think in an era of IoT, or Internet of Things, IPv4 is automatically becoming scarce. So probably we should shift to the value proposition, or making it an untechnical conversation. Speaking of Kenya, I think from 2022 or 2023, there was a policy from the regulator barring the importation of non-IP version 6 compliant devices. And I think at a policy level, that's a good step. But I think when it comes to funding, because it's end users who are really benefiting, we have to think about another way of making them to embrace V6. And I think right now, almost every other phone that is coming out is V6 compliant. So I think what we need to do as communities is just to encourage the communities to transition. Here in Kenya, the Kenya Education Network, our REN, is actually deliberately and intentionally encouraging our institutions of learning to transition from IP version 4 to V6. And I think industry associations and other bodies should also encourage the same. But I don't think that there is value for an institution or entity to just put money into it, because who is the end beneficiary? It is the internet user. On the other point, just to emphasize on what Prof has said, there is value in domesticating the work of AFNOG. From time to time, I volunteer at KENOG, whether for non-technical conversations, and I think it's open to the community. When an announcement is made by the program committee, show up there, learn, next time volunteer, and I think it is the spirit of Ubuntu that keeps us moving. Sometimes you come in not understanding anything, but after 10 years, you are then an expert. And I think if there is a way we can be able to support more of our NOGs. They are really beneficial to our communities. I think there's a colleague from Kenya who asked about how the ISPs can be supported. And I just wanted to mention that if possible, join an industry, yes, Alain, I'm concluding. If possible, join an industry association. We have TESPOC, we have the Internet Service Providers Association of Kenya, we have the Association of Community Networks, and a lot of efforts have been made. We have licenses whose costs have been lowered, and maybe we'll speak to them as we continue later on. Thank you, Alain.
Thank you very much. This takes us to the end of the AFNOG Day. Thank you all. And then I think now we will hand over to Susan.
I would like everyone who is outside, Milka, have everyone who is outside to come into the room because we shift the session. I would like the door closed, please. All doors closed. Thank you. Departed Mr. Alan Barrett. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, and members of the African Internet community. Thank you for joining us here, both in Nairobi and online, as we come together to honor the life and legacy of Alan Barrett. Mr. Alan was one of Africa's internet pioneers whose vision, expertise, and dedication helped shape the growth of the internet across the continent and beyond. Through his service to Afrinic and the global internet communities, countless organizations and individuals, he played a pivotal role in building the foundations of the internet ecosystem we rely on today. Beyond his many achievements, Alan will be remembered for his humility, for his wisdom, for his generosity, for an unwavering commitment to the community. He was a mentor, a teacher, a trusted friend whose impact extended far beyond technology. As we gather during this Africa Internet Summit, we celebrate the life and service and a legacy that continues to inspire generations of internet leaders. We, the entire IIS 26 community, we extend our deepest condolences to Alan's family and loved ones. And we thank you all for joining us today as we share memories, tributes, and reflections in his honor. At this point, I'll request us to play a short video as we reflect on him.
Today, the African internet community mourns not only a remarkable internet pioneer, but one of the architects of Africa's digital future. It is with profound sadness that we remember Alan Barrett, who passed away on May 28, 2026, in Cape Town, South Africa. Through his vision, humility, and lifelong dedication, Alan helped shape the growth, stability, and global recognition of the internet in Africa. Alan was a distinguished South African internet engineer and a respected global leader. His contributions date back to the earliest years of connectivity on the continent. He was among the engineers involved in establishing the first internet connection for South African universities in the early 1990s. But he did not stop there. Recognizing the limitless potential of a connected world, he co-founded South Africa's first commercial internet service provider in 1993, paving the way for what would become UNET South Africa. He was, in every sense, a founding person of the African internet. For Afrinic, Alan was far more than a leader. He was one of the founding minds behind the very idea of creating an African regional internet registry. In 1997, in Kuala Lumpur, he co-authored the historic proposal that led to the creation of Afrinic. He did not just draft the vision, he worked tirelessly to build it. He served on the steering committee entrusted with turning that dream into reality, dedicating years of hard work to ensure Africa had its own voice in the global internet ecosystem. His commitment continued through every stage of the organization's development. Alan served on Afrinic's first board of directors from 2001 to 2009, helping to expertly guide the institution during its most formative years. Always an advocate for consensus and collaboration, he also served as one of the very first Afrinic Policy Development Working Group co-chairs, playing a crucial role in facilitating community discussions. His influence reached far beyond the continent. From 2004 to 2014, Alan proudly represented Afrinic and the African Internet Numbers community on the ASO Address Council, contributing to the coordination of internet resources worldwide. In April 2015, Alan was appointed Chief Executive Officer of Afrinic, a position he held until 2019. During his tenure, he championed openness, transparency, accountability, and inclusive, community-driven policy development. His leadership was defined by integrity, calm determination, and an unwavering commitment to serving the public interest. His global stewardship continued well after his time as CEO, playing an important role in the Yana stewardship transition and serving as a member of the ICANN board from 2021 until his passing. But Alan's legacy transcends institutions, networks, and titles. Beyond his exceptional professional accomplishments, many will remember Alan for his humility, his generosity, and his quiet wisdom. He was a thoughtful listener and a trusted colleague. He was the kind of leader who would not hesitate to put his hands in the cables and get the work done alongside his team. He inspired generations of engineers and policymakers through both his technical expertise and his profound humanity. Africa has lost one of its internet pioneers, and we have lost a builder and a friend. Alan Barrett leaves behind a lasting legacy that is woven into the history of Africa's digital infrastructure. May his soul rest in peace, and may his life's work continue to inspire future generations to build a stronger, more inclusive internet for Africa and for the world.
What we do here, I think, is very important. As Dr. Quaynor said, AFNOG comes and trains more than 200 students. You guys, you're all doing your best. We're all trying let's focus on our mission this year, right? Our mission is to build the internet in Africa, to offer great services to our members and the community, and to work together as a team. But as long as we do our best, that should be enough. And our community expects it from us. We have to deliver. So thank you.
Thank you. I would like to invite Professor Nii Kweno to give his tributes.
Alan was my partner in founding Afrinic. Alan, together with I and 2 others, wrote the founding document on Afrinic, titled Proposal for the Establishment of an African Regional Network Information Center, Afrinic, by Alan Barrett, South Africa, Nii Kweno, Ghana, Sana Bellamine, Tunisia, Nashua Abdeldaki, Egypt, dated 26 March 1997. This was actually developed in the presence of DRC, David Conrad, late in the nights before a meeting we were about to have. It was presented at the African Networking Symposium organized by me at INET 1997, held at Putra World Trade Center in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm sure Alan would like me to teach this part of the history, so bear with me. The document had these sections. Section 0 was status of document. Section 1 was background. Section 2 was guiding principles. Section 3 was objectives. Section 4 was management structure. And here is a bit of detail. Members was defined. Board of Trustees, 7 voting members plus 1 ex officio. Advisory Council, 15 voting members plus 1 ex officio. Executive Director and staff. Number 5, training of Afrinic staff. And that specified training support from RIRs. Legal status of Afrinic, an incorporated association not for gain in terms of Section 2(1) of the South African Companies Act. Office location, the day-to-day registration business of Afrinic to be conducted out of an office in Accra, Ghana. 8, funding model. 9, auditors. 10, acknowledgements. Subsequently, Alan worked with me and others on the interim board, which I chaired till accreditation by ICANN and new elections. Let us follow the spirit of Afrinic as defined in 1997 in honor of Alan Barrett. Alan was a good partner and a quiet ally. The internet has lost a good friend. My condolences to his family. Alan, rest in peace. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to call Mrs. Nancy Dotsie to give her tributes on behalf of AFNOG.
Tribute in memory of Alan P. Barrett. The AFNOG Secretariat is deeply saddened by the news of the passing of Alan Barrett, whom we affectionately call APB. Today, we remember a dedicated member of AFNOG and workshop instructor team whose calm under pressure and willingness to help left a lasting impact. Alan had been a part of AFNOG family from the very beginning, and his then company, Securus, was a local host for the very first AFNOG workshop and meetings in Cape Town, South Africa in May 2000. Alan wore many hats. He was an internet pioneer, engineer, and lead instructor for AFNOG Scalable Network Infrastructure Workshop track for many years. He volunteered his time to build network capacity in Africa, and we shared many fond memories of working together across many African countries over the years. Alan had a lot of skills. He was good with automation and worked on a lot of automating the workshop content generation. One would just upload the materials and indexing, and linking was done automatically. More importantly, his tooling also made lists of broken links, and he worked with people who had trouble delivering their materials for the CD-ROM, USB sticks, and workshop website. At the end of each workshop week, after an intense week of preparing training materials, delivering training, lab exercises, and the rest, and with very little sleep, Alan will have all the materials ready and create master images for distribution to workshop participants and instructors after his tools has finished the final run. That was Alan, delivering without any fuss nor fanfare. He was simple, humble, and had a good relationship with all. Even after Alan moved on to become the CEO of Afrinic and beyond, his relationship remained strong with AFNOG till the very end. He was awarded the 2013 Network Information and Infrastructure NII Service Award for his commitment to capacity building and internet development in Africa. Alan worked quietly behind the scenes and paid his dues to the Africa internet ecosystem. He will be sorely missed by us all. The AFNOG community expressed our deepest condolences to his wife, Kerry, family, and loved ones during this difficult period. Alan, even though you've transitioned from this earth, you will forever remain an integral part of AFNOG, and your memories will live on forever. Adieu, Alan. Till we meet again, someday, somewhere, sometime. May your gentle soul rest in eternal peace.
I would like to call Professor Adewale Adedokun to make his tribute from Afrinic.
Yahya Kerry, members of the Barrett family, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. We gather here today in the middle of a summit that Alan himself will have been part of, to pause and to remember a man who gave so much of his life to building the African internet. This is a moment of reflection, of gratitude, and of deep sorrow. But it is a moment to celebrate a life that touched so many of us in profound and lasting ways. Kerry, on behalf of the Afrinic board, the Afrinic management and staff, and the entire members of the African Internet community, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here with us this evening. It's a lot of courage. We know that no words can fill the space Alan has left, and we are honored that you have chosen to share this moment with the community that he helped to build. Please know that you are among family members. Alan was, in every sense, one of the founders of what we now call Afrinic. Long before our organization had a name, a headquarters, or a community, Alan was already doing the work, helping to connect South African universities to the internet in the late 1990s, co-founding one of the continent's first commercial internet service providers, and in 1997, co-authoring the proposal that you just had being read, that eventually gave birth to Afrinic. He did not simply imagine an African internet registry. He sat on the steering committee and helped to build it, piece by piece, into something that became real. He stayed with us through every chapter that followed. He served on Afrinic's very first board from 2001 to 2009, guiding us through our most formative years. He represented our community internationally for a decade on the Number Resource Council and later the ASO Address Council. He chaired our policy development working group, helping our community find consensus on some of its most difficult questions. And from 2015 to 2019, he served as our Chief Executive Officer, leading with the same values he had carried from the very beginning: openness, transparency, accountability, and an unshakable belief that this internet belongs to the community. But those of us who had the privilege of working alongside Alan remember something beyond the titles and the timeline. We remember a man who would not hesitate to put his own hands on the cables when there is work to be done. A thoughtful listener, a quiet mentor to young engineers and policymakers who often did not realize until much later how much they have learned simply from watching how Alan worked and how Alan treated people. Humility was not something Alan practiced for effect. It was simply who he was. Africa has lost one of its internet pioneers. The global internet community has lost a trusted steward, and Afrinic has lost one of its builders. But what Alan built did not disappear. It did not disappear with him. It is in this very summit, in our policy processes, in the registry that millions of Africans rely on every day without ever knowing his name. That is the true nature of the work he chose: quiet, foundational, and lasting. Kerry, Alan's legacy lives in this room and beyond, in this community and in internet that he helped to build to a continent. We will continue to carry it forward, and we will not forget him. May Alan's soul rest in peace. May his work continue to inspire generations of Africans yet to come. We promise that we will do our best to honor his legacy every single day. Thank you.
I would like to call Mr. David Bekele for his tribute from ISOC Africa.
I believe I met Alan for the first time many years ago when I was a trainee in an AFNOG training where he was one of the instructors. At the time, I knew him as an experienced engineer and educator. Over the years that followed, I had the privilege of seeing him regularly at the Africa Internet Summit and many other internet community gatherings. Alan was undeniably one of the builders of the African internet. His contributions helped shape the internet that we know today, from the early development of connectivity in South Africa to the creation and growth of Afrinic, and later through his service to the global internet community. But beyond the impressive list of achievements, what many of us will remember is the way he served the community. He never limited his effort to his job title or formal responsibilities. He was always willing to teach, mentor, advise, and contribute wherever he believed he could make a difference. In recent years, after leaving Afrinic, I saw Alan less often than before as there was COVID, and he devoted much of his time to his work on the ICANN board. But I never doubted that he would continue contributing for as long as he lives. That is exactly what he did, right up to the final days. Alan's legacy remains all around us, in the institutions he helped build, in the people he mentored, in the policies he shaped, and in the stronger, more resilient internet community he helped create across Africa and beyond. On behalf of all those who live, on behalf of all those whose lives and careers were touched by Alan, I would like to express our deepest condolences to Kerry, his family, friends, his community, and colleagues. Thank you, Alan, for your service, your wisdom, your humility, and your unwavering commitment to the internet community. You will be greatly missed, but your legacy will continue to inspire internet community for many years to come. Thank you.
I would like to call Mr. Pierre Dangino to give his tribute from ICANN Africa.
Always difficult to talk on people that you've been with, that you've been working with for so many years. And I would think everything has been said actually about our good friend that passed away. But let me maybe probably quote what our the chair of our board, ICANN board, was telling us, when we have different sort of, we pay tribute to Alan, either as the ICANN community, ICANN.org, which is ICANN itself, the organization, and the board. Alan was quite instrumental in what he was doing. especially his services on the board. And he was really one of those who was for action, for decision. Not many words. And in fact, many were saying, Alan has always been the people, the one which is calm in the room. When it's about now working, you'll be seeing him, supporting. So it's quite sad what we are experiencing, because he's been our board member for the last sort of month. And we really appreciated what he did. And we have this tribute to him a month ago in Sevilla during our ICANN meeting. And everyone was quite, I would say, in agreement that we were not dealing with just a scientist or whatever, a professional, but he's also, as a human being, someone that really matters for his commitment. Maybe quickly, I also need to reflect on, then as a community member, as an internet community member, and I actually been working with Alan by 1998, when we had our first Internet Governance Forum in Africa. That forum, that's where we actually group the younger, the pioneers, whatever, that understood that we had to do something for Africa. Alan, of course, was one of those, 1998. And he was telling me, well, this thing is quite important. Here we have to move forward with it. As a result, and you saw what happened, he was part of the interim board that we put together. He was part of the paperwork that make Afrinic, kind of accredited by ICANN then. And also, those things has been reflected in not only the visioning of Afrinic, but the action. How do we make, Afrinic work? He was part of the interim board, as I said. And also, one day, and sorry to be reporting this, but this is some of the images I kind of keeping from him, because I do believe we have to celebrate, life. I happen to be the chairperson of the Afrinic board when we were to hire Alan as the CEO. Of course, he was shorted among the two of, 3 best candidates. And here come Alan wearing a red tie. And that was the first time I was seeing Alan wearing a tie. And I said, Alan, how come? He said, Pierre, this is serious. This is serious, and I have to impress you so that you hire me. And that was the first time I was seeing Alan being so serious about those things. So yeah, I think he gave so much to the community. So I would like us to really think about him as how you donate to the community in different ways, not only as the technical guys, but he also went all the way to managing, some of the Afrinic for this matter. And as I already said, he will be missed. Let me use the opportunity to actually send our sincere condolences to Kerry and to his family, and also expect that his heritage, will not be lost. Alan, may your soul rest in peace. Thank you.
I would like to open the floor. I would like to open the floor for only 2 people who are on site. I've got 1. I've got 2. 1 minute. Thank you.
Yeah. Alan set such a great example for us. He did so much with so much humility. He never mentioned himself, put himself forward. He just did what needed to be done for the good of the community. I hope we can all follow his example, learn from this and follow in his footsteps, because we won't even get close to what he has done, but we should strive to do as much as we can, because Alan set an incredible example.
Name, affiliation, please.
Son Stefan, Ripe NCC Board.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of LACNIC, I would like to join the tribute to Alan Barrett and express our deep sadness for his passing. Alan was a highly respected member of the internet community and of the regional internet registry system. Through his work in different roles across AFRINIC, the NROEC, the ASO, the ICANN board, he made important and lasting contributions to the development and strengthening of the internet ecosystem. For LACNIC, Alan was also a close friend. Over the years, we had the opportunity to share many spaces of collaboration with him, always finding in Alan a thoughtful, unbalanced, and constructive voice. We will remember him not only for his experience and leadership, but also for his integrity, generosity, calmness, and deep commitment to the community. His passing is a great loss for all of us, but his legacy will remain present in the institutions he helped strengthen, in the people he worked with him, and in the spirit of work cooperation he represented us so well. From LACNIC, we extend our condolences to his family, his friends, and all his colleagues around the world. Thank you, Alan, for your services, your friendship, and your commitment to our community. You will be deeply missed.
Thank you. One last one.
Hervé Clément, chair of the SOAC. And for the SOAC, Alan was a reference, a very important person. He has been part of the SOAC for a decade. Of course, CEO of the AFRINIC. And after that, the SOAC, one more time, trust him to be part of the board of the director of the ICANN. And in that role, and to fulfill that role, we have been very impressed how fast he understood the different dossiers, the different tasks he had to do, and he made it in a particularly great care about that. He informed us very regularly about what he did, and when he passed away, it was really a shock for us. It's somebody who was very, very passionate, very calm, very humble, and is somebody who is very difficult to talk in the past because he was really, one more time, a reference and a friend. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call Mr. Andrew Alston to give his tribute.
Hi all. Today I stand before you to honor a friend and a man who in his quiet, humble way had such a profound impact on all of us. When I was still a child, at age 10, Alan helped establish the first internet connection to South African universities. And his actions, taken long before we ever met, laid the foundation for my own career when I joined the South African National Research Network as its Chief Technology Officer. I have wondered if Alan truly knows the immense impact that he had on my life. and beyond the friendship we enjoyed, just how much I owe to Alan. Alan followed his passions, and that passion could be seen in everything he did, and it was always with the good of the internet ecosystem in mind. For more than 3 decades, Alan worked tirelessly to make things better, and he believes behind a legacy that is without parity. In 1123, a philosopher by the name of William Conch wrote the following: "The ancients had only the books which they themselves wrote, but we have all their books, and moreover, all of those which have been written from the beginning until our time. Hence we are like a dwarf perched on the shoulders of a giant. The former sees further than the giant, not because of his own stature, but because of the stature of his bearer. Similarly, we see more than the ancients because our writings, modest as they are added to their great works." I believe that this, in so many ways, encapsulates the work that Alan performed over the years. Myself and the internet community today stand on the shoulders of a giant. We see a future for the African continent that would not have been possible without his tireless dedication and his humble spirit. You know, over the years, many have tried to lay claim to the title of Father of the African Internet. But the man who never claimed the title, and probably would never have accepted the title, that man was Alan Barrett, the true father of the African Internet. He was there all the way back in 1989, when he was at the University of Natal, where he worked throughout 1990 and 1991 to transform the South African academic networks to use the TCP/IP protocols. He was a founding member of Afrinic and co-authored its foundational documents. He contributed to the DNS system and wrote code in Bind, code that is still in use to this day. And beyond all of this, Alan was a friend, a mentor, an inspiration, and someone who, without even realizing, helped shape the man that I am today. With all this said, Alan, you will be missed by your wife, Kerry, by your family, by myself, who had the honor to call you friend, and by the community, who will sorely miss your sage advice and honest, humble wisdom. Rest in peace, my friend, knowing that your work will stand as the rock upon which we all strive to build. Thank you.
At this point, I will welcome Mrs. Kerry Ferreira for family reflection.
Good evening. Firstly, I'd just like to take a moment to thank the community for making this time to honor my husband. While many of you know him for his professional work and his role as a pioneer in building African internet structures, to me, he was just a boy who grew up barefoot on a farm, who hated wearing shoes, who loved nature. Closest to his heart was his family, his work, and his 5 cats, our 5 cats. We all know he was generous. We all know he was kind. But there was a purity a rarity of light inside of that man that I'd never seen before and I doubt I will ever see again. None of us would be here today if it wasn't for him. The world would look very different. In his last week with us, while I was visiting him at hospital, I asked him, if the worst happens, do you have any regrets? And he looked at me in earnest and he said, yes, I feel I haven't done enough for Afrinic. I haven't done enough for the internet. I can do more. On the last day, I was able to speak with him in person. He very gently asked me to leave the hospital a little bit earlier because he was tired and wanted to take a nap. I later found out he actually wanted to take an ICANN call, and I had expressly told him, no work. He made it very clear, even when the doctors told him he needed to step back and take a break, that he simply would not do that. It was far more important that he continued the work for the community. Moving forward without him, I hope that every single person who knew him carries that kindness, that fairness, and that idealism that comes with striving towards a shared vision. And you hold that in your spirits and carry him with you. And when in doubt, simply ask, what would Alan do? Thank you.
I would like to call Professor Didekun, please, and Professor Ne, kindly come. Come on stage. Arthur?
This is something small in the memory of Alan Barrett. Hope all will go well.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. We have come to the end of this session. I want to thank you all for coming. And may Alan Barrett rest in peace. Thank you.